Hello and welcome back everyone, we Weeb Online, and today I'm gonna continue the story What If Naruto Created the Ultimate Shadow Clones Part 2. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a big thumbs up, and to watch more videos like this, subscribe to my channel and turn that bell notification on so you never miss an upload. Now wasting no more time, let's begin.
5 minutes before Naruto arrived, Kakashi, Sakura, Sasuke, and their client were waiting at the gate. Naruto approached with a certain look on his face. However, Naruto simply gave him a look that made it obvious that he knew something that Kakashi didn't when he raised an eyebrow at him. Kakashi laughed and said, "Do I even want to know what you did as a farewell gift for this village?" As Sakura and Sasuke could only stare in perplexity, Naruto's smile only widened. When they were 5 minutes from the gate, they heard, "Naruto oh." Sakura and Sasuke recoiled at the volume of that scream and the anger they could hear in it. Kakashi simply rolled his eyes and sighed before turning to face Naruto. "Okay, what did you do?" Naruto cracked up and then said, "I had a little run-in with the Yamanaka heir on the way here. She wasn't really polite, so I stuck a small explosive note on her back that would cover her in paint once I got far enough out of the village." Sakura erupted in laughter. Kakashi simply stared at him, and Sasuke pondered whether this was the same man who was always pushing him to the edge. Though silent, Tazuna was wondering what he had gotten himself into. They made camp for the night after a peaceful remainder of the day. The group was traveling in a standard diamond formation the following day, with Kakashi at the back, Sakura and Sasuke flanking at the right and left, respectively, and Naruto at the point. Naruto saw a puddle farther down the road they were traveling shortly after lunchtime. When he and his father saw it, they both concluded that it was an ambush. As they started to pass the puddle, Naruto made the decision to better position himself after noticing that Kakashi hadn't yet moved. "Hey Sasuke, let's switch." Sasuke changed their formation even though he didn't understand why. Naruto debated with himself whether or not to disengage his weights as they switched places. There were two individuals waiting for the ambush, and he could detect by both smell and chakra that they were Chunin level. He made the decision to postpone that since he could quickly disengage his weights. As it happens, there would be no necessity. Two figures began to emerge from the puddle after Kakashi had moved 5 paces away from it. Once they were fully unconscious, they began running with a chain between them in the direction of Kakashi. Became the crucial term since Kakashi and Naruto turned around and vanished behind the two ninjas, knocking them out in the process. Kakashi turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, if you would do the honors." He turned to face Tazuna, and his eyes hardened as he said, "I thought you said the most we could expect was bandits, Tazuna. We'll talk in a minute." With a nod, Naruto moved to the location of one of their assailants' heads and knelt down. "Those mental justice I found at the shinobi library sure come in handy," Naruto reflected as he performed a few hand signals. Naruto entered the mindscape of the ninja and began searching through the memories. He was taken aback by what he discovered and went to report it. Sakura and Sasuke were outside, wondering what their teammate was doing, when Naruto inhaled deeply and got back to his feet. He jerked his head toward the forest and turned to face Kakashi, who nodded. "Stay here and keep an eye out, we'll be right back." Kakashi turned to face the rooks and followed Naruto a short distance away. Naruto chose to get straight to the point. "I thought something was off back at the old man's office and it looks like I was right. Those two ninjas are known as the Demon Brothers. They work for a missing mist nin named Zabuza Momochi, one of the 7 swordsmen, or as we know him, the Demon of the Mist. He was hired to take out the bridge builder by a man named Gato. I can only assume it is the same Gato of Gato Shipping Industries." Kakashi's eyebrow went up, but he saw Naruto was still talking. "Kakashi-sensei, I saw something that really disturbs me. That guy had been in Tazuna's hometown just recently. The whole town is in shambles. It looks like everyone is dirt poor and it is only getting worse. It is obvious to me that the bridge the old man is working on is the last remaining hope these people have. I know you and I might have trouble with Zabuza, but I really want to help these people." When Kakashi saw the resolve in his student's eyes, he knew that Naruto would not give up, even if the other members of the team turned around. Sighing to himself, Kakashi nodded and replied, "Very well Naruto, you and I will continue. But we have to inform Sakura and Sasuke of the danger and ask if they wish to carry on. If not, you can summon a shadow clone and have it escort them back to the village." After Naruto gave a nod, the two returned to the others. After they returned, Kakashi turned to face Tazuna and commanded, "Start talking." With a gulp, Tazuna began to describe how Wave was a thriving community prior to Gato's arrival. The way the man sucked them dry. How Gato would do anything to ensure that the bridge was never completed, despite the fact that it was his people's only hope. Naruto was observing the body language of the two rooks during this time to see how they would react. He nodded to himself as he saw that both adopted a determined expression toward the end. He was aware of their responses. To be official, Kakashi informed Tazuna that he and Naruto would be staying, much to the old man's relief, but that Wave would be responsible for the remaining expenses once it was back on its feet. He then turned to face the two new men and asked if they wanted to stay with them or if they wanted Naruto to make a shadow clone to accompany them both back to the village. Both chose to stay and turned down the offer. That being said, the group proceeded in Wave's direction. When they were attacked once more, they were roughly 5 miles from the old man's home. 5 minutes ago, they had been walking down the path after getting off a boat that was being piloted by a friend of the bridge builder. Naruto was breathing through his nose to check the wind when the wind suddenly changed just enough that he could smell a strong metal smell close by. Naruto's gaze expanded. He had inferred from that scent that there was enough metal for a very large sword or a small armory. Disengaging his chakra weights, Naruto stepped up his vigilance without faltering. Suddenly, from a short distance away, he sensed the faintest traces of chakra. Naruto's hand blurred as it snatched up a kunai and threw it into the bushes, acting instinctively. At the sound, Sakura and Sasuke leapt and turned to face him, while Kakashi stiffened and also became more alert. As a white rabbit fled from the bushes in terror, Naruto appeared to calm down. Both Kakashi and Naruto eyed the rabbit as they both thought, white fur during the summer? While Sakura began to badger Naruto about hurting bunnies and Sasuke snorted at what the blonde did, that implies. Both Naruto and Kakashi simultaneously yelled, "Get down!" as they heard a sword spin toward them in the air. As they descended, Sasuke grabbed Sakura and Kakashi grabbed Tazuna. Naruto adopted a different strategy, throwing a kunai along the line the blade had made as he jumped up over it rather than down. Though it wouldn't accomplish much, he reasoned that it might surprise the man anyhow. He finished spinning as the blade went beneath him, landing in a crouch with one knee on the ground and staring at the spot where the blade had sunk into a tree. He sincerely hoped he wouldn't be meeting that person there. A single Zabuza Momochi. Not bad, kid. That was pretty impressive thing you just did, but it's not enough when facing me, Zabuza said, glancing down at him. Well, isn't this an honor? Kakashi of the Sharingan. He then said, turning to face Kakashi. Sharingan? Sasuke pondered. Is he Uchiha? Zabuza resumed his conversation before he could ask. While I would love to stay and chat Kakashi, I have a job to do, so why don't you hand over the bridge builder and we CA? He was never able to finish the sentence because Naruto appeared directly behind him, spinning in the air and knocking Zabuza out of the tree before slamming into the trunk of another. His right foot was parallel to the sword and at the same level as Zabuza's head. Sakura and Sasuke were in awe. Not even their teammates' movement caught their attention. One moment he was right next to them, and the next he was right behind the large man, already denting his skull with his foot. Naruto landed on the sword his opponent had been crouching on and rose, glaring at the blonde as he slowly stood up and turned to face the bare-chested man. While Sakura and Sasuke tensed, prepared to intervene if necessary, Naruto could almost taste the ki emanating from the demon of the mist. However, Naruto had different ideas. Barbie or Blitz? He pondered with his dad. Through their link, Kyuubi stated, he uses water. Blitzkrieg the guy's ass. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. Naruto gave a nod in return. After using his lightning manipulation, Naruto saw bands of electricity emerge from his feet, move along his body, and then vanish just beneath his eyes. Consider an antennae device that has a single band of electricity that begins at the base in the middle of the two sticks, travels to the top, and then disappears before repeating. The idea is the same, but there are 10 evenly spaced bands instead of just one. This surprised everyone but Kakashi, and the silver-haired Junin simply arched an eyebrow at his pupil. Then, as he brought his right hand to his left shoulder, Naruto's eye glowed. Then, like the expert prankster he was, he smiled and thrust his right arm forward, aiming his hand directly at the missing Mist Nin. As soon as his hand was in place, all of the electrical bands sped down his arm and struck Zabuza in the chest in quick succession. As the series of blows ripped Zabuza's nervous system to shreds, he spasmed. Then he sagged to the floor. However, before he could speak, Naruto appeared with the blonde kneeling to his left and his left hand coated in wind chakra, sticking into his shoulder, causing him to grunt in pain. Naruto leaned in to look into the eyes of the so-called demon and said, "You chose the wrong side." He was about to swing his arm and decapitate the man when a pair of senbon needles sprang into the man's neck from the opposite side. Naruto gave a little start and then glanced up at a nearby tree that seemed to be a young hunter nin from the Mist Village. I didn't even sense him, Kakashi and Naruto reflected. The boy jumped down from his perch next to the body and said, "Thank you for your help. I've been looking for a chance to take him down for a while now. Now if you will excuse me, I must go and dispose of the body properly." When Naruto heard this, his warning bells immediately went off. Hunter nins were expected to immediately dispose of bodies. His hands blurred in the sequence as he said, "Here, I know a fire just you that will help." The hunter had fled via sunshine just as the fire stream left his mouth, and all that Naruto ended up burning was a small patch of ground. He narrowed his eyes slightly in suspicion. Behind him, he heard a popping sound, which startled him. The sword was gone, too, when he turned around. He muttered as he made his way back to the group, "Damn." When they arrived he stated, "Zabuza got away. That hunter ninja was obviously a fake one and his helper to boot. I saw where he put those needles of his. He most likely put the guy into a near-death state. We got a week at most before they can be ready to try again." While Sakura and Sasuke were still trying to understand what had happened, Kakashi nodded in agreement with him. Sasuke was thinking, how the hell did he create that lightning on his body? As he gazed at Naruto in wonder. It would be very useful against my brother, so I should learn how to do that. Along with her admiration for her teammate, Sakura exclaimed, "Wow Naruto. You really beat that guy hands down." Since his favorite student was correct, Kakashi nodded. Naruto shook his head and said, "I wish you were right Sakura. Truth is I should have killed him as my first move. I only was able to do that because he didn't know I could do what I did. Now he will be able to possibly counter it. Plus there was that fake hunter nin. He was a lot stronger than he looked. I'm afraid things only got harder now." Then Tazuna made the decision to lighten the tone. "Come on," he replied, "my house isn't very far. We can rest up there. My daughter and grandson are sure to be glad to see me back." The group then departed, and Naruto reflected, definitely interesting. The group arrived at Tazuna's house in a short time. Tsunami, his 28-year-old daughter, was introduced to them when they arrived. They gathered around the living room after she hurried them all inside. "Naruto, how did you do that move with the lightning bands? I didn't see you create any hand signs for just you?" Sasuke asked Naruto as soon as they were settled in. At this, Naruto held up his right arm slightly in a fist with his wrist bent. Naruto laughed and said, "You wouldn't?" That, Sasuke, was the wonderful art of elemental manipulation. Sure, you can perform a just you related to your element, but if you make it truly yours by learning to manipulate it properly, you can do things that you never imagined. For instance, his entire hand was covered in fire as he flicked his wrist back and snapped his fist open, spreading his fingers. Before putting out the fire and moving on, Naruto took a moment to appreciate the expressions on the faces of the two rooks. Elemental manipulation is one of the hardest things for a shinobi to complete depending on what their nature is. While I have obtained mastery over all 5 elements, it is only because I have had an army of clones to work on it almost non-stop for a year and a half straight. He started the same year he learned shadow clones and finished just before graduating, and believe me, it was hard. Part of the problem was that wind, which is my natural element by the way, is the hardest to learn. Fire came a lot easier due to the fact that wind powers fire, but the rest were also extremely hard to do. While you two most likely won't be able to master any elements besides you natural ones, once you do master, your elemental justice will be even more powerful. With a sparkle in his eyes, Sasuke inquired, "When do we start?" Both Naruto and Kakashi laughed at this, and then Kakashi said, "Not for a while I'm afraid. The soonest would be after we return to the village. While it is true we could start now, it would take too long to finish and we need to get you and Sakura in better shape for when Zabuza and that fake hunter nin show up. Naruto, do you think you could make them an advanced set of chakra weights? Advanced simply means that there is only one seal for the entire body, rather than a set of weights for each limb and chest." "Yeah," Naruto said, nodding, "I can have them made tonight." Tazuna and his daughter simply looked perplexed, but Kakashi nodded. Though they remained silent, Sakura and Sasuke were curious about what their sensei had in store. The team then proceeded to store their equipment in a spare room and unwind it until dinner time, when they ran into Tazuna's grandson Inari. To put it mildly, his relationship with Naruto didn't get off to a great start. While said rooks were eating dinner and listening, Kakashi and Naruto were talking about how they could get their 2 charges up to spec as much as possible in the week-long grace period they had. After hearing enough, Inari emerged from his hiding place behind the kitchen door to address the group. Inari looked at them and said, "Why do you even bother? You're just going to die anyway." Tsunami exclaimed, "Inari," before Tazuna soothed her. After glancing into the child's eyes, Naruto pondered, "His eyes remind me of mine. I wonder." Naruto rose from his seat beside Kakashi, approached the child, and knelt down to meet his eye level. He asked after a few moments of staring into his eyes, "Who did you lose?" Tazuna appeared shocked, and Inari and Tsunami both gasped. Sakura and Sasuke appeared perplexed. After giving him a stern look, Inari asked, "What do you mean?" With a sigh, Naruto spoke. "I know those eyes, Inari. They're the eyes of pain. I will ask again, who did you lose?" Inari began to scream. "You know those eyes? What would you know of pain? You live in a village where you don't want for anything. You probably have both your parents waiting for you when you get back and take care of you. You're not even from around here, so what would you know about losing someone and suffering?" The child began to scream. Since this had happened before, Sakura and Sasuke became anxious. Sasuke was particularly anxious because he recalled the times he had posed similar queries to the blonde. Naruto simply kept staring into the child's eyes for 5 more seconds to make sure he was finished before speaking quietly and without raising his voice. "Contrary to what you seem to believe, Inari, you are not alone in the pain department. I grew up as an orphan, never knowing either of my parents. Sasuke here lost his entire clan in one night. I have been beaten and had assassination attempts simply for bearing a burden that I never had a choice in having since the day I was born. I know what pain is, Inari, but I also know that you cannot let it get to you. You must instead take into stride as much as you can and learn from it. Unless you do this and become a stronger person because of it, you will only allow the pain and suffering of that event grind you down into nothing. Believe me when I say that whoever you had lost would not want you to become nothing but a shadow of yourself. Talk to me, Inari. You will be amazed how much a simple thing as just talking about it can help. So I will ask one more time. Who did you lose?" Sakura and Sasuke released the breath they had been holding without realizing it. They were relieved that Naruto hadn't exploded because they were expecting him to. While Kakashi merely grinned at his blonde pupil, Tsunami and Tazuna watched in awe. Inari saw all of Naruto's suffering when she gazed into his eyes. Even more than suffering, though, he saw strength, hope, and above all a determination. Straightening up, Inari breathed deeply and said, "I lost my father. He was the only one to stand up to Gato when he came and Gato had him killed. When he came to our family he was always so strong, but Gato's men killed him to make an example. That is why I think you don't stand a chance." As he spoke, Inari looked down and his eyes began to well up with tears. Inari looked up when Naruto placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto continued, "Inari, I cannot say that I know what it feels like to lose a parent. But I do not think that your father would want you to be like this. Try to be strong like he was. Can you do that for him?" With a simple nod, Inari said, "I'll try." With a nod of his own, Naruto placed his hand on the boy's head and said, "That's all I ask, Inari." He then got up and walked out of the room, calling over his shoulder, "I'm going to go ahead and get those weights ready. Sakura and Sasuke, prepare for hell tomorrow." Hearing this, the two inexperienced genins went pale. When it came to training, they already believed their teammate was a slave driver. In the morning, they were terrified of what the blonde would do to them. While Tazuna and his daughter were in awe of the transformation they could already see in their grandson, Kakashi was quietly applauding Naruto's handling of the boy's situation. According to Tazuna, "Your student really has a way with words." She turned to face Kakashi. With a smile, Kakashi said, "That he does." He heard in his head with Naruto. As he went upstairs, Naruto grinned and thanked his father, saying, "Well said, son." He picked up a blank scroll and cut 2 squares out of it before beginning to write the necessary seals on it once he arrived at the room his team would be sharing. He finished an hour later and fell asleep. The following morning in the nearby forest, Sakura and Sasuke had a terrible day the following day, as Naruto had promised. Naruto and Kakashi awoke before the sun rose. Naruto made a clone, which went downstairs to wait for Tazuna to wake up and accompany him to the bridge after the two had dressed. After grabbing the 2 rooks' change of clothes, the two approached the rookies who were still asleep. While Naruto did the same to Sakura, Kakashi knelt beside Sasuke and placed a gentle hand on his shoulder. The 2 shinobi nodded to one another before calming their charges into a sizable clearing in the forest near the house, which was near a river. The 2 got up and nodded to one another once more before beginning a series of hand signals. A gallon of water instantly fell on the still slumbering children after condensing from the moisture in the air above the rooks' heads. Both of their students screamed at the impolite awakening, but Naruto and Kakashi smiled. As he rolled around his cage in his mind, Naruto heard his father laughing himself to death once more. Sakura and Sasuke sat up and looked around, sputtering. "What the hell is wrong with you people?" Sasuke asked, glaring at his teachers as he noticed their smiles. Before throwing Sasuke and Sakura a towel each in their regular clothes, Kakashi and Naruto started laughing. Naruto continued, "Here. Dry yourselves off and get changed. I'll seal your sleepwear and we can get started." When he was done talking, he raised walls around the rooks with a wall between them using a small earth-style just you. When he heard both say that they were changed, he made the walls fall back down. Without any delay, he sealed their nightwear into a scroll that he carried. After removing the seals he had created the day before, he grinned and said, "All right privates. Welcome to boot camp." Sakura and Sasuke gave him the look of insanity. Kakashi simply smiled too, then flipped out a scroll from one of the scroll holsters on his Junin vest. After turning around, he set the scroll down on the floor, opened it, and filled it with chakra. A great cloud of smoke rolled up behind the Genins with a poof. The two turned around in horror to discover one of the largest obstacle courses they had ever seen, complete with a 100-foot cargo net climb with 2 firemen's poles on the other side and a 100-foot rock climb. In addition, there was a 50-foot monkey bar set, a 90-foot tire run. For those who are unaware, a tire run consists of 2 rows of tires adjacent to one another that you run through, a 50-foot rope climb, a 25-foot pool, don't ask, and a 75-foot balance beam. Naruto laughed when he saw their faces and then switched into drill sergeant mode. "All right troops. Today's objective is to get from the start of this course to the end without stopping and at the same pace as our warm-up jogs. You must do this at least 5 times consecutively or till sundown. You will be using these chakra weight seals." He held them up for them to see, "to double your weight. Tomorrow we will be adding another 50 pounds. After that, you will start having to perform this course in a set amount of time. Each day will have a shorter time." When Sakura and Sasuke heard this, they both gulped and went pale. "Why the hell do you have the Anbu's training obstacle course with you?" screamed Sasuke after he abruptly shook his head and turned to face Kakashi. In actuality, he had sealed the course just before they left because he knew they would be in waves for at least a week and it would be good training. The chakra weights were just an added bonus to help speed up the process. Kakashi laughed and said, "Sometimes on a mission there are some slow periods, so me and Naruto would sometimes use this course to pass the time." Sakura and Sasuke both thought the same thing, and their jaws fell to the ground as Naruto smiled. How on earth are these two? Naruto made a shadow clone and instructed it to remain and observe after applying the seals to his teammates before turning around and leaving. Uncertain, Sasuke inquired, "Where are you going?" to find out if the original was heading somewhere else to engage in even more crazy training. However, he was perplexed by the blonde's response when he stated that he would go gather some information. However, the blonde refused to give an explanation and quickly vanished from view. When the clone turned on the seals, Sakura and Sasuke literally fell to the ground due to the abruptly increased weight on their bodies. While strolling to a tree on the edge of the clearing, Kakashi pulled out his favorite book and remarked, "You better get started. The sooner you both complete the course 5 times without stopping while doing it, the sooner you can go back to the house." Before turning to face the course, the 2 rooks simply stared at him as if he had grown a second head. Since they weren't being timed at the moment and only wanted to see if they could finish the course at all, the 2 began it but took their time during the first hour. He was strolling around the village with Naruto, asking people for details about Gado's organization. While working on the seals last night, he made the decision to exert some pressure on Gado and demonstrate to the man that he should be afraid of more than just the bridge. He started inquiring as to whether any of Gado's men were present in the village and where they were typically located. He spent an hour gathering information before going to a tavern close to the market district, which had been overrun by the man's thugs. Sensing every head turn and watching as he captured the bartender's attention, he entered the building and made his way to the bar. Naruto said to the bartender, "Please give me a shot of whiskey. Remember that after graduating from the academy, a ninja is deemed an adult. Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. This blonde requires a lot of alcohol to become inebriated because he has Kyuubi sealed inside of him." The bartender merely chuckled and spoke, "Don't you think you're a little young brat? Old enough to kill, old enough to drink. Besides, what do you care? I'm paying for it, aren't I?" Naruto simply pointed to his headband with his thumb. He then pulled out a few bills to match his words. After saying, "Whatever," and shaking his head, the bartender took the money and poured the blonde a shot. Naruto swallowed it in the same motion that he had shot the liquid into his mouth. Man, that stuff's terrible, he thought, shuddering inwardly. I don't understand how anyone could drink this stuff. Naruto turned and was about to fall off the stool after slamming the glass against the counter when he saw that the majority of the people in the room were approaching him. The group's spokesperson was chosen by one of the thugs who was closer to him than the others. The rest of the group gave me a sneer. Hey kid, I see you have quite a lot of money on you. Mind sharing some to help pay for our tab? After giving them all a composed glance, Naruto spoke. Sorry guys, but my mom said it's not a good idea to talk to strangers. Everyone in the group burst out laughing. You got spunked, brat, but I don't think you understand. That wasn't a question. After they finished, someone close to Naruto said, now hand over your money and we might let you walk out of here in one piece. With his fox grin on his face, Naruto said, let's see you try it. Then he vanished from view, leaving everyone wondering where he went until they heard the door slam behind them. When they turned around, they saw Naruto standing with his arms crossed in front of the closed door, smiling maniacally at them. Naruto uncrossed his arms and made a well-known hand gesture before uttering the words, let the fun begin. 10 clones immediately appeared. Even as the thugs began to grow alarmed, every clone maintained the same smile. The group was attacked by the Narutos as a whole. The building began to shake and bounce, and the residents of Wave Country heard cartoon fight noises coming from inside, including an elephant trumpet, as well as sudden cries of pain and for mercy outside. I've always wanted to write a scene where a cartoon fight breaks out. The Narutos were attacking the thugs inside, smashing tables, limbs, and pretty much anything else that stood in their way. A pair of feet landed in front of the bartender, who had fallen to the ground as the attack began and was attempting to crawl away from the scene. He looked up to see a gray t-shirt covering the upper body, followed by a pair of legs wearing forest green cargo shorts. Above that was the original Naruto's face, smiling at the bartender in the same way that Enko would smile at a prisoner who was going to be questioned. While his clones continued beating the living daylights out of the other thugs, Naruto grabbed the poor soul's shirt and began dragging him out the back door of the tavern, causing the barkeep to start whimpering. Naruto slammed the man against the wall after jerking him up outside. Naruto was staring at the man with a look that threatened to hurt him if he didn't get what he wanted, and they could both hear what was happening in the tavern. He spoke while leaning directly into the man's face. All right, I know that you use that tavern as a staging area for operations in this region. Start talking. I want to know about storage areas and shipments. Looking at Naruto, the man merely shuddered and uttered, I don't know what you're talking about. I just manage the bar. Naruto looked up and said, oh really? Well, even if that is true, which I doubt by the way, I'm sure you still hear plenty. Why don't you go ahead and tell me what you heard, The individual replied, you're crazy, those guys didn't say anything that I heard about that kind of stuff, please let me go. After growing tired of this nonsense, Naruto gave the man a chop to the neck, knocking him unconscious. Entering the man's mind, he found exactly what he needed, performing the same hand seals he had done after knocking out one of the demon brothers. Naruto simply shook his head after leaving the man's head, saying, stubborn old goat, weren't you? Before putting an end to the clones that had been wreaking havoc in the tavern and leaving. The citizens who had been standing outside the tavern cautiously entered and gasped at what they saw when the yelling and other sounds of fighting had stopped. Even though everyone in that room was still alive, they all had at least 2 broken limbs and were missing all of their teeth. Every single bottle behind the bar was broken, and every single table and chair had been smashed into tiny pieces. Regarding the bar itself, there were numerous human-sized holes in it, and some people were still lying there after being smashed through. To put it briefly, it appeared as though the Tasmanian devil had visited that area. The blonde was weighing his options as he walked through the village with Naruto, heading for the warehouse near the village's edge. This island alone contained 3 warehouses. The main dock, which was situated on the village side approximately a mile from the warehouse, was not included in this. The other islands also had a good number of ports and storage facilities. There were literally 100 ways for Naruto to annoy the multi-billionaire, especially since he now knew which ships were bringing in women, drugs, and other illicit contraband throughout the week. His current plan was to scout the nearest warehouse first, then move on to the docks to do the same thing before returning that evening to infiltrate them. He also believed that the 2 drug-carrying ships that were scheduled to arrive in the morning should be removed while they were still at sea. Since they would be farther out, He briefly considered whether he should target them first before putting that idea out of his mind. He then made the decision to sink the ships in open waters after first hitting the warehouse and then the dock. When he and his father laughed at the idea, he could already see the midget's face when he found out what Naruto had done. Naruto began organizing his attacks on the other islands in the archipelago known as the Land of Waves after purchasing a fruit from a roadside vendor. Naruto completed scouting his first 2 targets for the evening just after lunch and made his way back to the bridge builder's home. Naruto went into the guest room and lay down to sleep after greeting Tsunami, who was in the kitchen, and Inari, who was in his room. He would definitely need it for tonight. Sasuke, Sakura, Kakashi, and Naruto's clone entered the kitchen during dinnertime that evening. The clone dispelled itself as soon as it entered the room, and Naruto regained his memories. He nodded to himself, then turned to face the two, noting that the rooks had finished their work before they had departed. "Had fun, guys?" he asked, smiling at the two, after thinking, they really are a mess. Before they fell like a bag of potatoes at the table and began eating, the two glared at him but lacked the energy to do anything more. After chuckling and finishing his meal, Naruto got up and left the house. The question, "Where are you going, Naruto?" was raised by Inari. In response, Naruto simply said, "To the roof. I like looking at the moon sometimes." As promised, Naruto jumped up to the roof as soon as he was outside and spent an hour watching the moon while preparing to carry out his plan. Then he and the rest of the team went to bed. Naruto got back up and began getting dressed at about 11 o'clock. When Naruto heard his sensei's voice behind him, he halted his stealthy exit from the house. "Where are you going, Naruto?" When Naruto turned around, he saw his teacher staring at him while leaning against the house's front wall. Opting to be truthful, Naruto stated, "There are a few things I need to take care of, Kakashi-sensei. Gato needs to learn that the bridge isn't the only thing he should fear in Wave." Kakashi sighed after narrowing his eye at his student's determined expression. "This wouldn't by any chance have to do with all that mayhem you caused earlier today, would it?" When the Junin saw his sensei's son nod, he simply sighed and said, "I know I can't stop you from doing this, Naruto, but please be careful out there." After nodding, Naruto turned around and left into the night, saying, "I will, Kakashi-sensei. I'll see you in the morning." Kakashi simply let out another sigh, then shook his head as he went inside, murmuring about blondes and their need to face the world alone. As he lay down to rest, the Cyclops thought, like father, like son. Naruto's perspective. I dropped Kakashi-sensei off at the house and walked swiftly and stealthily through the village to the warehouse. When I was within 25 feet of the building, I slowed down to a leisurely walk and, as he had taught me, I channeled some of my own chakra and some of my father's to my eyes, which immediately made the night brighter. As I continued to move, I noticed the two security officers standing in front of the warehouse's sliding doors. Before the guards could respond to the noise the clone had made during creation, I made a clone and launched it at them as soon as it materialized in a puff of smoke. We silently removed them and equally silently lowered their corpses. Then, remembering that there were two more standard entrances on either side, I concentrated on what I had discovered about the warehouse. I used battle sign language to instruct my clone to go around one side and infiltrate there while I did the same on the other. The clone nodded silently, then saluted me and made his way to his door. As silently as the last two, I made my way to my own entrance and removed the guard at my side. I used a phasing just you to enter the door like a ghost, not caring about the door because I was unsure of how much noise it would make. Then, with his back turned away, I practically walked right through the person standing a few feet away, guarding the other side of the door. Then, trying not to squeal in mild surprise at the second guard's arrival, I reflected that I was glad I hadn't opened the door. I grabbed a kunai as soon as I got to the man, unflinching, then clamped my hand over his mouth and cut his throat. The man stopped moving and looked around, and I lowered him without a word. A lengthy row of enormous 10-foot square crates ran from one end of the warehouse, close to the double doors, to the other, largely concealing the door I entered from the rest of the space. I silently jumped to the top of the row and looked down after mentally whistling at the size of the crates and the amount of drugs that must have been inside. On the opposite side, there was a row of big crates that mirrored mine, and I could see my clone scanning the area as well. There were roughly 5 rows of smaller 5-foot crates spaced out between the 2 rows, with spaces between each row. I attracted my clone's attention once more and gave it the signal to keep eliminating anyone it discovered inside. The clone nodded, and I lowered myself to hunt down the rest of the people in the building. In my half of the building, I found 10 more people and treated them the same way I treated the guard inside the door. After that was done, my clone and I finally got to speak when we met by the double doors. I said, You know what to do. My clone nodded and then produced a rather substantial pile of paper bombs. Using my phasing just you to get through the doors and move to a safe distance, I left once more. After 10 minutes, I sensed the clone dispelling itself, alerting me that it had completed putting the paper bombs in the appropriate locations. I sent my chakra to the pieces of paper and watched as the resulting fireball occurred, nodding to myself. I smiled as the fire spread throughout the building, and when I decided it had burned enough, I extinguished it with a water just you. Didn't I want the other buildings in the area to burn down too? Then I hurried as fast as I could to the dock and did it again. I had more clones strategically place more paper bombs inside the ship after I had finished eliminating the guards surrounding the dock and the ship that was currently docked there. I also had others use small level fire just as to destroy the drugs that were being stored there. In order to give the residents of Wave less to rebuild when the bridge was completed, I wanted to keep this dock largely intact even though I would have used paper bombs on the buildings. After everything was in order and the ship was sinking while burning, I started running out to sea to capture the two ships that were now much closer to the coast than they had been when I began. In any case, I ran for an hour straight before reaching the first ship. I traveled quickly and hard, so it was fortunate that the night was clear and that I could rely on the stars to guide me. The two ships were fortunately together, so I wouldn't have to worry about figuring out how to get back to the island after passing between them. I killed the ship crews as quietly as I would have on land, even though we were at sea, and an hour later I set the bombs off. But I had the bombs set to simply burn these ships, not sink them. Even ships that were out of sight of land were not in danger, and I wanted Gado's men to locate the charred hulks. I blew the bombs as I ran back to land, watching the ships transform into enormous floating bonfires, and I grinned as the scenery before me brightened. Not a bad start, I told myself as I arrived at the shore. Before I went back to sleep, I heard my father nod. I then returned to the old man's house, went in quietly, and fell asleep. There was still time for me to get an hour or so of sleep, and I intended to do so. The morning following Naruto's self-imposed Black Ops mission, that is, in a little while, he intended to carry out the mission in a less covert way. But first, he had a task to complete with his teacher. Once more, their students were soundly asleep as Kakashi and Naruto stood in the clearing. Kakashi was about to begin the hand sequence when he saw Naruto shaking his head and raising his right hand in the universal sign to stop. As soon as Naruto took two air horns from the pockets of the cargo shorts he was wearing, Kakashi's bewildered expression quickly turned malevolent. As he threw one of the air horns to his teacher, Naruto reflected, "I'm glad I took that box of horns I found in that cabin on board the ship in port." In agreement, he could hear his father laughing evilly. As both veterinarians bent down and positioned the horns directly next to the rook's ears, the fox thought, "This is going to be so good." The two nodded at one another, raised their other hands with 3 fingers, and began counting down in unison. 3, 2, 1.0. Genin, who was sleeping, screamed and shot up like a rocket. The clearing's 3 elder residents all started laughing. After giving the two a fierce look, Sasuke yelled, "What the hell is wrong with you people?" The 3 of them laughed even harder at this. Kakashi and Naruto collapsed on the ground, holding each other by the sides while laughing uncontrollably. Naruto claimed to have heard a thud as the great 9-tailed fox rolled around in his cage, almost dying from laughter. "Ah kid, that was priceless," Naruto exclaimed as he heard his father gasp in between giggles, and then there was more laughter. Before getting back up, Naruto gave his father his mental approval. "Okay, now that you two are awake, let's get started, shall we, Naruto?" Kakashi quickly followed suit. After giving a nod, Naruto threw the rooks their clothing once more before building the earthen walls. Once the two were dressed, Kakashi unlocked the obstacle course once more while he sealed their nightwear in a scroll. Then, in order to complete his small personal crusade that he had begun the previous evening, Naruto made a clone and left it in the clearing. Gado was not a happy man back in the village. One of his lieutenants had rudely woken him up early this morning by storming into his room and yelling about the complete destruction of the dock, the ship that had been in port that night, and the main island's main warehouse. The buildings on the dock were still there, of course, but everything that had been inside had been completely destroyed by fire. Fuck it. This island was filled with valuable goods. Who in hell was responsible for this? That so-called Demon of the Mist, his apprentice, and that hidden leaf team that Momochi failed to kill are the only ninja that I can think of who are capable of doing all of this. Even with a Junin present and Zabuza bedridden, Gado didn't think a group of snotty brats could have accomplished this. Who in the world did this, then? Unfortunately, one of Gado's subordinates approached him nervously, indicating that his mood was not going to get any better. The lackey said, Gato sir. What? Gato's voice was clipped. The individual swallowed and said, there were 2 ships that were supposed to be here in the morning. When they didn't arrive on time, we tried to raise them on the radio, but they never answered. So we sent a boat to look along the route they took. The boat found the 2 missing ships, but they were completely destroyed. It's a wonder that they are still above water. With wide eyes, Gato turned, grabbed the man's collar, and brought his face level with his own. He snarled, get a boat over here and take me to them. All the man could do was nod and bolt. He had just arrived at another clearing in the woods with Naruto, far enough away from the other members of Team 7 and anybody else who might emerge. He nodded to himself, looked around, and then sat cross-legged in the middle of the clearing. Naruto took out a map, unfolded it in his lap, and looked at it for a few seconds before closing his eyes. In the mindscape of Naruto opening his eyes, Naruto saw that he was in the Kyuubi's cage. He saw the map was still on his lap, just as he had hoped. Calmly, he set the map down on the floor. He glanced up and over his right shoulder to see his fox-shaped father standing behind him, grinning down at him. Well then father, now that we have had our fun with our younger teammates, why don't we get down to business? He said, smiling himself. In order to see what he displayed on the map, the fox laid down with his head slightly to the right of his son's, laughing and asking, sure thing son. So what's the plan? With a nod, Naruto pulled out a red marker and began sketching. Okay, here's the plan. By now Gato has got to know about the attack on that warehouse and the dock. Possibly even about what happened to those 2 ships that I took out at sea. That being said, I don't believe that being sneaky anymore will make any difference, seeing as how he will increase the security now. At least, it's not much point in our case considering the other ways we can destroy those other storage areas. The blonde beneath him was always skilled at stealth, but when he could, he tended more toward the destructive side, so the fox nodded his head. Then, circling the locations of the bases on each island, Naruto started drawing lines from the island they were on to the ones closest to them. I plan to create an army of shadow clones and send them out in groups to the rest of the islands, as well as a small group to take out those other 2 warehouses on this island. After each island has been taken, the groups will move on to the next in an island hopping maneuver. As they are doing this, they will board any ships they find. If the ship has drugs on them, they will proceed to sink it. If it is one of the ships carrying slaves on board, they will commandeer the ship and bring the boats to the nearest harbor on the main side. I plan on having them reach the outer islands before nightfall. While that is happening, about 50% will head out to the main shipping lanes in the ocean near here and take out any ships there doing the same thing with each ship as the ones here. I plan on leaving Gato's primary base last. This is more to induce fear than anything else. It tells them that nowhere is safe in this country and that I can attack them whenever I want. Naruto looked up once more and spoke. I'm not going to lie to you father. I'm going to need as much chakra as I can handle to do this. I may be able to create thousands of shadow clones on my own, but I have never tried to send them across an entire country or to a part of an ocean before and held them so long while doing so. The blonde was surrounded by 7 of the fox's 9 tails, turning to vapor as Kyuubi nodded and said, I understand. I think you're right, you have a far greater chakra reserve than most humans alive. But even you don't have enough to keep the clones in existence that far away. Naruto sent his thoughts out of his mindscape after receiving one last wish of good fortune from his father. Naruto opened his eyes as the chakra cloak encircled him on the outside, and 7 tails appeared behind him, idly waving as though they were caught in a wind. Before getting to his feet, Naruto hurriedly rolled up the map that was still in his lap and put it back in one of his pockets. Naruto inhaled deeply before starting, then made his favorite sign by crossing his hands. Mass Army Shadow Clone Justu. Yes, I saw that in a filler episode. It is a type of just you. A temporary fog engulfed a wide area, and there were a number of popping noises. Upon clearing, it revealed about 5,000 clones observing him from the surrounding area. If you looked closely, you could see that each clone had a tiny red ring around their pupils, indicating that the chakra had been correctly transferred, even though the chakra cloak was no longer around the original or the clones. Naruto glanced at his clones and nodded. You guys know what to do. Try to stay clear of the village on this island or any others. We don't want to freak the villagers out, and we definitely don't want any of Gato's men getting word out for as long as possible. Also, make sure you don't dispel too close together. If you feel a group dispel, wait at least a minute before doing the same. I don't want to be in a coma for a week after this is over. The clones gave him a collective, Roger, before turning out and taking off together. After giving himself a nod, Naruto collapsed onto his butt, It took a lot of energy for him to actually make that many of them, even though his father's chakra had gone into them to keep them alive when they grew too big for him to handle. He will eventually be able to make 10,000 without even having to breathe heavily, but for now, he can only make 4,000, and at this point, 5,000 is his absolute limit. After 10 minutes or so of sitting, Naruto got up and went back to his teammates. His clone gave him a nod and dispelled itself when he arrived. When Naruto noticed Sakura and Sasuke stopping their training to gaze at him, he was given his memories. "Where did you go this time?" inquired Sasuke. With a smile, Naruto simply stated, "I had a bit of personal business to take care of." Sakura simply shrugged and resumed her work. Naruto thought he heard Sasuke say something about not trusting them enough to train while he was away relieving himself and leaving a clone to ensure they did. Sasuke followed suit. Naruto sat down against the tree his teacher was reading in, closed his eyes, and laughed. When they returned to the village, everyone was curious as to who had demolished the warehouse and the docked ship. Although word had spread about Naruto's actions in the tavern the day before, nobody really believed he could have accomplished all of this. Not by himself, anyway. But there was one person who was certain of the truth. After all, Inari had witnessed Naruto arrive an hour before the ninja team left for training, in addition to seeing him depart before midnight. He was now on a medium-sized boat with Gato, observing the two charred husks that had once been two of his ships. He was furious, thinking, whoever did this is going to pay. Naruto had just gotten out of a half-hour nap when he returned to his group. As he extended his arms, he saw Sakura and Sasuke making their way back to the start of the course to prepare for another run. He made the decision to proceed with his own training. Prior to assuming the starting position and launching himself like a rocket toward the rock climb, he added more chakra to his already engaged weights, giving each other 10 pounds of weight as he walked. Sakura and Sasuke watched in disbelief as Naruto breezed through the obstacle course in 5 minutes. The same thought crossed both of their minds. What the devil is he? Naruto was continuously updated by his clones during the training, as one would dispel itself to let him know how each group was doing after defeating an army. Normally, Naruto wouldn't do this because his clones would probably need the numbers, but because the groups were so big and contained his father's chakra, they were essentially as skilled and resilient as the original. The clones who had been with the groups that had destroyed the last 2 warehouses on the island where he and his team were now located provided him with the first memories. He saw memories of the clones spreading out from the island like a giant ripple, either taking over ships they came across or landing on the islands in their path, eliminating Gato's men's presence before continuing on. Everything was going according to plan. This made Naruto think of a stone falling into a lake and creating ripples that spread out in ever larger circles. Similar to the lake, an army of clones swept through the land of waves in a purging assault. A baptism of fire is cleansing this land. As Naruto heard his father concur, he reflected, by this time tomorrow, none of Gato's men will be able to sleep at night without fear. As more and more staging areas and warehouses on the other islands burned to the ground, Naruto kept running the course, pushing himself to the limit each time. He understood that even though there were a lot of clones, they still moved covertly through each island they landed on and made every effort to prevent the base's residents from reacting or learning about it. However, some bases continued to spread the word, and when the clones realized that the bases in front of them were waiting for them, they upped the ante and abandoned the stealth strategy in favor of more destructive tactics against the drug-filled warehouses. The clones killed every guard in a speed that civilians could not hope to match, disengaging the chakra weights they had taken from the original creator when they were housing slaves. After the clones aboard acquired the memories of a dispelled clone, one of the commandeered ships would alter its course to pick up the group once the prisoners were free. As the last islands fell and the ships carrying the freed slaves started their last approach to the mainland, these operations went on long into the night. Back with Gato, his men were losing contact with base after base, and his rage was gradually giving way to fear. Not even the individuals he dispatched to investigate the disturbances responded. It appeared as though an army was leaving a force behind as it traveled to each island. Unfortunately for him, only one clone remained until the following morning. This is quite disheartening given how much the man spends on manpower. The only consolation was that his main base had not yet been attacked, but even that didn't help him much because he was certain that it would be attacked at any moment. Naruto was laughing uncontrollably at dinner that night after receiving yet another update. Everyone was observing him with interest. When Naruto saw this, he stood up, gestured to Kakashi, and ushered him outside. "Okay Naruto, what is so funny?" Kakashi asked after they were outside. With an evil gleam in his eyes, Naruto remarked, One of my clones thought it would be funny to dismount the foghorn system on one of Gado's drug ships and sealed it away. Before realizing what Naruto had been contemplating but keeping to himself, Kakashi arched an eyebrow. As soon as they were back inside, he laughed. When Kakashi entered the kitchen, Sakura and Sasuke heard him laughing. They asked him what was so funny, but he simply replied that it was an inside joke. Naruto was on the dock looking out over the water when Inari found him after supper. After taking a seat beside him, he said, "Thank you for everything you are doing, Naruto." You're welcome, Inari, but what am I doing?" Naruto said, staring at Inari in confusion. After giving him a funny look, Inari smiled and spoke. "No need to hide it from me. I saw you leave the house 2 nights ago and come back in early. And I am pretty sure I know what that laugh at dinner was all about." Laughing, Naruto remarked, "Oh really? Yup. I remember when you explained about your clones that night at dinner. You just got a memory from one, didn't you?" Inari simply kept grinning. He asked Naruto what had been so funny after noticing that he nodded, and Naruto replied. Inari had, of course, questioned why the clone would want a foghorn and laughed at what he had done. His only response was an evil glance from the blonde next to him, and he became aware that he wasn't particularly interested in finding out what his new friend would do with it. After noticing the expression on the younger child's face, Naruto laughed and assured Inari that he wouldn't have to worry because he would be far away when he used it. Inari became somewhat calmer as a result, but he was still concerned about the whiskered Genin's plans. Naruto was in the training clearing the following morning, adjusting his new foghorn. The last boat in the region had anchored close to the closest mainland harbor, according to the last clone, which had just dispelled itself. Observing how some of his clones dealt with port officials and the subsequent unloading of the unwilling passengers had been fascinating. One port had attempted to reprimand the clones. Although it was clear that Gado was paying the port officials, the clones had used some of his father's chakra to call forth more clones, creating a literal hallway for the women to walk down while the others kicked the ass of anyone who attempted to stop them. With the 2 rooks still sleeping between them, Naruto completed the final hookup as a whirl of leaves revealed his sensei, and he shook his head at the memory. The 2 vets had agreed that the horn should be pointed in the opposite direction to be fair to their ears. From the platform the clone had sealed for the horn, Naruto leapt lightly to join his teacher. The horn itself is at least 10 feet tall at its end. This is not a horn found on ships today. Kakashi looked at it and nodded as Naruto whispered, "I think we should give this to the old man after this mission. I'm sure he could put it to good use." Then, turning to face Naruto, Kakashi asked, "Well, shall we?" With a nod, Naruto felt his father transform into a human, and he and Kakashi placed their fingers in his ears. Naruto approached the foghorn switch and flipped it into place for a blast that lasted 10 seconds. The horn blared out, waking everyone on the island, and he could hardly fit his own fingers in his ears. So that's what he wanted it for, Inari thought as she heard the horn back at Tazuna's house. Returning to the group, Sakura and Sasuke erupted in shrieks at the sound. Really, you would think that by now they would have mastered the art of rising early. Since they wouldn't require a second horn blast, Naruto turned off the horn, and naturally, the other 3 started laughing once more. Before Sasuke yelled, "Where the hell did you get that?" Sakura and Sasuke stared at the foghorn that their teammate in cargo shorts was standing next to. Naruto laughed and replied, "Got it off of one of Gado's ships. I figured the Hokage could probably put it to better use than he could. Although it did do a good job of waking you guys up." Before Sakura and Sasuke noticed the remark about the ship, they were just staring at Naruto as if he were crazy. This time it was Sakura who spoke. "Naruto, what do you mean by you got it off of a ship? You were with us all day yesterday." Nodding, Naruto remarked, "I was, but my clones weren't." Sasuke replied, "What do you mean? I thought your clone was watching Tazuna?" Naruto let out a sigh. "Yeah, clone, Sasuke. Seriously, you should know by now that I can create more than just one by now." Sakura questioned, "But what was one of your clones doing aboard one of Gado's ships?" But Kakashi interrupted Naruto before he could respond. "That doesn't matter right now, Sakura. Now you and Sasuke get changed and we will get started." After changing, Sakura and Sasuke put on the chakra weights once more. They stumbled at the extra weight they had been given this morning, but they gritted their teeth and tried the obstacle course once more. They would have a chance to try to meet today for the first time. On his way to the clearing he had been in the day before, Naruto once more left a clone behind. After entering the clearing, Naruto inhaled through his nose and nodded when he was unable to retrieve a fresh replica of the scent he had just before calling forth his army of clones yesterday. "All right, He hasn't arrived yet. Naruto reflected on how he had smelled the fake hunter nin in the clearing and thought, I thought that since he had been here before I got here yesterday, I would have missed him today. In order to eliminate a threat early or at least obtain some information, he was hoping that the nin would return today. After concluding that there was no use in alerting the hunter nin that he was indeed waiting for him, Naruto went to a tree in the clearing, leaned against it, and positioned his body in the slumber breathing pattern. A boy with brown eyes and long black hair was strolling along the path in the meantime. He was humming softly to himself while holding a basket in his arm. He went to a cluster of herbs to pick as soon as he arrived in the clearing. Before it took off, the boy grinned at the bird that had landed on his shoulders. The boy's eyes followed its course until he abruptly saw a figure on the other side of the clearing, sleeping against a tree. The boy frowned softly and went to approach the sleeping figure, but when he saw who it was, he narrowed his eyes. As he knelt down to the left of the blonde, the boy thought, that's the kid who took out Zabuza. I should just kill him here, the boy thought as he lifted his right hand over his throat. The boy then sighed and cursed his good heart as his hand moved to the boy's shoulder, saying, he will only cause trouble in the future. He made a huge error because his right arm was painfully pinned to his back as soon as his hand touched the shoulder, leaving him against the tree. While maintaining pressure on the other boy's arm, Naruto uttered the words, word of advice pal. You see a headband with a metal plate and a symbol on that plate, then don't try touching the guy wearing it while they sleep. We usually tend to be a bit jumpy when we're out in the field. He then let go of the pressure and stood back. The boy also stepped back from the tree and rubbed his right wrist before turning to face the blonde. He thought, those were some pretty good reflexes. I'll keep that in mind. I was just worried that you might catch a cold out here. Additionally, I've never witnessed anyone move from a laying position so quickly. Naruto laughed, thinking, sure you were. Because wind was his primary element, he had been able to pinpoint the precise location of that hand a second before it moved. If you don't understand, let me explain. Well, while I appreciate the concern, you don't have to worry about me getting sick out here. I wasn't here very long. He went on to say, if you train enough in wind manipulation, you can tell where objects are by reading the air currents around you. So what were you doing out here? The boy asked, glancing at him. It's kind of true. Naruto was going to resume training after this. He shrugged and said, just taking a quick break from training. The child continued, training? If that grip of yours is anything to go by, then you seem plenty strong enough as it is. Well yeah, I'm stronger than most people my age, but there is always someone stronger than you out there. Naruto shrugged once more. The child raised his eyebrows and replied, that's true. So tell me, is there anyone who is precious to you who you want to protect with your strength? Naruto smiled and replied, yeah, I've got a small group of them. In fact, the reason why I want to become Hokage is so that I can protect all of them. Well then it sounds like you're on the right track, the boy said with a smile. Naruto also grinned before opting to shift the conversation. Well, we both know what I'm doing out here, but what are you doing here? After a brief moment of tension, the boy said, I'm picking herbs for someone who is important to me. You see, he recently got injured, so I was gathering herbs to make him medicine. It must be for Zabuza, Naruto thought as he nodded, didn't realize how seriously his nervous system was damaged. Most likely because of the hole I made in his shoulder. He said, want some help? Simply grinning once more, the boy replied, sure, I'd appreciate that. When they had finished gathering the necessary herbs, the two made their way to the path the boy had taken. The boy spoke as they arrived, saying, thank you for your help. I didn't get your name though. With a laugh, Naruto remarked, the same could be said for you. But my name is Naruto Uzumaki. The boy simply said, nodding. Haku, Naruto gave a nod. Well Haku, it's been nice meeting you. Maybe we'll see each other again. Maybe even tomorrow. That would be nice. Haku grinned. Before turning his head over his shoulder and saying something that truly caught Haku off guard, Naruto started to walk. Tell Zabuza to get better soon and that he should really think about who he's working for. Haku just stared and thought, he knew? As Naruto fled back to the clearing, the others moving quickly behind him. At the moment, Naruto was sprinting in the direction of the clearing where his teammates were practicing. As they entered the clearing, his father questioned, was it really wise to tell him that we knew? Naruto received a small frown before answering. Really? I have no idea. To be honest, I have no idea what in the world prompted me to do that. The reality is that he will probably be an enemy, even though it would be nice to be friends with him. However, that ought to be irrelevant if we carry out our plan. It's actually exciting for me to see if he returns tomorrow. His dad nodded and said, "Well, at least we know that we will most definitely be meeting him in 4 days. By the way, how long do you plan to keep that little blockade of yours up?" He was referring to the line of shadow clones that still existed today, forming a line between the main shipping lane adjacent to the land of waves. The true reason Naruto required so much of his father's chakra was because of these clones. They were dispersed farther away from the original than any of the others, and they were also remaining in existence for a lot longer. "At least until we fight Zabuza again," Naruto said after giving it some thought. "On this island, I intend to visit Gado's final base and install a bug on their radio antennae. I'll forward any shipment-related information I get to them via shadow clone memory. We have no idea how Gado will alter his ship's course in an attempt to get away from us. But I'm really beginning to question whether I should stop now or continue to make him perspire. On the one hand, it would undoubtedly eliminate the midget more quickly. However, I can intercept more ships the longer I wait to destroy that base." Naruto's tone darkened toward the end of the last sentence. "And not all of those ships are carrying inanimate objects in their cargo holds." When his father said that final sentence, Naruto could feel his mood deteriorate as well. "Definitely keep them around then. The more ships we capture the better." Naruto nodded before launching himself up the rock climbing wall and adding 10 more pounds to each of his weights. For an entire hour and a half, he continued to run the obstacle course, leaving his 2 teammates to wonder what race of superhumans he was descended from. Naruto left the clearing during lunch to go to the one place he had never been to. After 5 minutes of leaving the clearing, he entered enemy territory and began to move quickly but silently. He found the building 10 minutes later. As soon as Naruto saw the odd building, he inclined his head. In order to keep it anchored in that position, the building was suspended roughly 3 stories above the ground by ropes that led to the nearby trees and, in turn, to the forest floor. It had an entrance at the 2nd and 3rd stories that led to platforms in the trees, and the first story was shaped like a wide soup bowl with a large ramp leading to the forest floor. It was roughly 7 or 8 stories high. The remaining stories had a cone-like shape that tapered off to a flat top. The building as a whole had very few windows. Naruto was particularly drawn to the tree that served as the foundation for the establishment. It wasn't particularly noteworthy, but Naruto found it strange that it was protruding through the base for only a maximum of 20 feet on the opposite side. He questioned why anyone would even bother constructing around the tree for such a small area. The real image can be found on page 19 of Naruto Volume 3. What on earth is going on with this building? Naruto shook his head in thought. The shape may seem merely eccentric to me, but why is it hanging in midair when the ground is perfectly fine and a tree passes through it as well? This place was designed by whom in hell? He could feel his father shake his head at the apparent stupidity of the place, sigh, and mentally shrug. Naruto shrugged as well and ran stealthily up a tree near a platform, making sure to avoid any guards who might be on the platform acting as lookouts. He saw the guard when he was sufficiently high to look around the tree. This entrance, just one guard. You must be joking with me. Does Gado want to be killed? However, I can understand why he seems so certain that this location won't be attacked given the condition of the village. However, given what transpired yesterday, one would have expected him to have strengthened security. Then Naruto's expression became more contemplative as he raised his head. "Ah, hold on a second, there are kunai launchers a bit higher up. Additionally, if my memory serves me correctly, the man is standing next to a pressure plate. It appears that he steps on the plate, turning anyone who isn't standing directly in front of him into a pincushion. This is terrible. How in the world can I defeat this guy without getting more holes than someone who's just had 50 acupuncture sessions?" Then Naruto smiled. "Hold on, I'm approaching this incorrectly. I can ascend the underside of that ramp instead of using the bridge to enter the building. However, how can I get to it without being noticed? If you look at the picture, you'll see that the bridges are actually fairly long and don't actually connect to anything that you see. I could run there at full speed, but even I wouldn't be able to get there without being noticed first. I'm setting up my platforms around 1,500 yards from the actual building." Then Naruto struck his head. "I'm still approaching this incorrectly. To get to the ramp, all I have to do is use that earth style just you. I really need to stop overanalyzing things, man." Naruto sprinted as silently as he could down the tree, ignoring the fox's laughter. He made a brief series of hand seals when he got to the ground and then sank into it. He went to the bottom of the ramp and emerged crouching after descending below the surface. After that, he put his hands on the ramp's underside and used chakra to draw his body up to it. He then placed his feet and knees against the ramp and used chakra there as well. Then Naruto scampered up the ramp, staying as near the top as he could, until he reached the top. He got to the building's edge, which was on the other side of the two platforms, and he uppied and ran there. Then he started up the wall and soon found himself on the roof. Upon reaching the summit, he discovered precisely what he had hoped would be there: a long-range radio antenna. Behaving swiftly, Naruto opened his spy gear, which he always brings on missions outside the village. You never know when you might need to perform some espionage in order to finish the mission. He swiftly resealed everything else after assembling the necessary tools and dashed back down to the building's underside. After making the earth just U-hand signals once more, he leapt from the building and plunged into the ground as if it were water. Naruto prodded his head out of the ground and looked around a mile away from the village before his arm materialized and he forced himself to sit down. That went pretty well, Naruto reflected. He felt his father nod as he set his radio before heading back towards the village. Now we just have to wait. Previously, he and his father had decided to alternately listen for anything that was picked up by the radio. In this manner, one of them could act appropriately even if the other was sleeping. It was communicating the information to Naruto's surviving clones. Kyuubi's son needed to be woken up in order to send the information. After resolving that, Naruto returned to the clearing where he met Haku and opened one of his weapons. He played a variety of instruments there for the majority of the rest of the day, sometimes alone and other times with his clones. Naruto returned to the clearing where he had first met Haku the following day. From the old bridge builder's house, he had gone directly there, leaving Sakura and Sasuke at Kakashi's mercy. He didn't need to make earth-changing rooms because he was confident his silver-haired teacher would find a fun way to wake the two. I'm not sure if he'll even arrive. We were adversaries that day, after all. Naruto noticed the scent on the wind and grinned. Well, what are you aware of? As he turned around and saw Haku standing across the clearing, looking unsure, he thought to himself. Haku was unsure of his thoughts. Naturally, he delivered Naruto's message to Zabuza, but the man simply laughed at it. To be honest, though, he didn't think returning to the clearing would be a smart idea. Nevertheless, he had been attracted to the blonde who was simultaneously his friend and his enemy. Even though Naruto was fully aware of his identity, he never once attempted to harm him. He had to know why. The two stared at one another for a minute before Haku finally posed the question that was making him crazy. Why didn't you attack me yesterday? With that smile still on his face, Naruto answered. We were not enemies then. You have the same eyes I used to, Haku. I would like to know why. It's the main reason I came back here and I'm glad you also came back. Whether or not we face each other again on the field of battle has no meaning now in my opinion. Can you claim that the same isn't true with you? When Haku acknowledged that he genuinely believed the blonde's statements to be accurate, he grinned. In a few days, they might once more be adversaries, but it made no difference. The blonde wanted to know about him, and Haku wanted to know as much as possible about the puzzle that stood before him. Haku said, I'll tell if you tell. Naruto gave a nod and replied, very well. Although a part of my story is a secret of my village, I will tell you what I can. They talked about their previous lives for the remainder of the morning. When the following day arrived, Naruto was certain that it would be interesting in one way or another. In addition to setting up seal arrays beneath the bridge that would notify him when two particular chakra signatures were in the vicinity, he began preparing to attack Gato's base in the morning. Since it would be illogical to booby-trap a location where a group of civvies would be working, he was sadly limited in what he could do. Naruto took Inari outside to the dock that evening after supper so they could talk. Naruto said, Inari, there's something we need to talk about, as they sat down together. What is it, Naruto? Inari asked, looking up at the blonde who had lifted him out of his depression. Before speaking, Naruto appeared to collect his thoughts. Tomorrow my team may be fighting Zabuza again. I plan on going to Gato's last base earlier in the morning and finishing what I started, but it is possible that he may already have plans in motion. Those plans may include trying to use you and your mother as hostages against us. I will be leaving shadow clones here like usual, but I want you to stay on guard for anything. Inari became a little frightened as he listened to Naruto because he thought that he and his mother might be attacked. But as he stared at the blonde, he became determined to take action and pushed the fear away. I'm going to give you one of my kunai. Keep it on you at all times but don't advertise it. My clones should be able to handle anything that comes, but if not, use it. Just make sure that you do it in a way that they won't expect. Inari continued after nodding, indicating that he understood what Naruto was saying. Naruto handed Inari a kunai after she nodded once more. After creating 2 shadow clones to avoid being caught, Naruto sneaked out of the house at around 5 that morning. In order to determine whether Zabuza and Haku went to the bridge, he was relying on his seal arrays. He didn't care too much that they would be found. His seals were no larger than the ring of a kunai because he had made them wrap inward on themselves. Additionally, he had applied tiny patches of camouflage fabric over them. You wouldn't even be aware that they were there unless you knew exactly what to look for and where. After 5 minutes of walking, Naruto dashed into the forest, not even bothering to use his weights, and ran towards the base, the trees fading into a blur. As he sent the mental command to his clones still at sea to start drawing in the net towards the bridge, he thought, this ends now. He wanted backup just in case there was going to be a fight with Gato's thugs, which he knew might occur. Keep in mind that he is far more knowledgeable about general matters than he is in the anime. Once Zabuza and Haku have finished their task, I have no doubt that Gato will turn on them. All I can do is make sure that doesn't occur. Well, those thugs we know will pursue them won't have a chance when those clones return to the bridge. However, it will take them a long time to return. They are quite distant, whether or not my chakra is in them. I estimate that they will require a minimum of a few hours. Hopefully we can catch Gato unaware and prevent the group from even leaving that base, Naruto said, nodding in agreement. At least we are aware that they will only come from this area. As he slowed down and came to a stop behind the same tree he had climbed 3 days prior, he heard his father nod in his mind. Naruto looked up and sniffed the air at the base of the tree. The same guard, huh? Oh well, it doesn't really matter to me. Naruto surprised the guard by running up the tree after having that thought. However, Naruto pushed off the tree, performed a backflip in midair, and landed directly on the pressure plate before he could yell. This caused all of the kunai launchers to activate, turning the poor soul into a pincushion. The poor bastard had no chance. When his father spoke, Naruto could hear laughter in his voice. With a smile on his face, Naruto leapt over the kunai scattered across the bridge's platform, sped down it, and entered the base. Bridge not completed. In the meantime, Tazuna and the rest of Team 7 had just arrived at the bridge to a scene that left them both a little alarmed and perplexed. Several of the workers were rendered unconscious on the bridge. Even though the cuts they were coming from didn't appear to be life-threatening, there were blood splatters everywhere. When Tazuna heard a man moan, he rushed up to him and inquired, "What happened here?" After letting out another groan, the man opened his eyes and exclaimed, "Tazuna! Run! There's a demon here!" As the mist began to roll in, a voice said, "A demon? How true?" Returning to Gato's base with Naruto. At the base, Naruto had no problems at all. Given that there were only 10 people in that one building, how could he? He seems to have moved on already. Before the seal arrays he had set up flared, warning him that both chakra signatures were now at the bridge, he thought, I'll check to see if he left anything in the safe and then head to the bridge. They're already there, damn it. The safe can wait, I suppose. He frowned. By using Shadow Clone memory to send a mental question to the clones, Naruto discovered that his clones were still quite a distance away, far more than he was. When Gato displayed his cowardice, Naruto decided to deal with him. He hurried out of the base and turned off his weights to speed up his pace in the hopes that Kakashi and the rooks would take care of things until he arrived. As the voice returned, the outlines of 2 figures appeared alongside the rest of Team 7. "Hello Kakashi. Tell me, where is that other brat that was with you before? I would like to fight him again and return that kick of his." By the time he finished speaking, Zabuza and the previously unidentified Nin had finally become sufficiently similar to be identified. As Kakashi calmly observed, the 2 rooks on either side of him stiffened up a little before he said, "I'm afraid that he has other plans at the moment." Zabuza simply said with a snort, "Fine then, I'll deal with you and those 2 runts first and take care of him later." As he finished speaking, the group was abruptly surrounded by 6 water clones. Sasuke and Sakura maintained their fighting positions despite a startled jerk. After noticing the clones, Kakashi turned to face Sasuke and said, "Sasuke, if you would please." Sasuke smiled and nodded, saying, "Of course." Then Sasuke disappeared, and a blur circled the clones for 5 seconds, turning them back into water. Naruto could have completed it in a single day. Zabuza was a little impressed, but he didn't look it. "Well brat, looks like you've improved a little. I remember how you and Pinky were trembling last week. Hey Haku, why don't you go and play while I deal with Kakashi?" Before charging, the now introduced Haku said, "Very well." After 5 minutes, Sasuke's breathing was labored. He had many Senbon needles in his body, and a dome of ice mirrors encircled him. He could see that none of them were in critical locations, but the fact that they had managed to get there in the first place despite his Sharingan being active infuriated him. Without it, he had been able to keep up with Haku quite easily, but Haku's speed had skyrocketed when those blasted mirrors appeared. From one of his mirrors, Haku observed Sasuke wincing as he began removing some of the needles from his arms and legs. "I must admit that I am impressed that you have managed to last this long, but you should just give up now." At this, Sasuke snarled and exclaimed, "Like hell I'm giving up." Haku slouched slightly, as if he were depressed, but then he straightened up and remarked, "Very well then." With a Senbon in hand and prepared to throw, Haku exploded out of the mirror. However, a foot abruptly appeared in front of Haku's face halfway to his target, sending him crashing through his mirror, shattering all the others, and landing in a heap some 15 feet away. When Sasuke saw who had come to assist him, he exhaled in relief. His newest friend, Naruto, was standing in front of him, his foot coming down from the roundhouse kick he had just delivered. Naruto asked, "You all right there, Sasuke?" as he turned around and extended his hand to him. Sasuke accepted the offered hand to help him stand up and replied, "Yeah. I was doing all right till those mirrors came up. Once they did, he got too fast for me, even with the Sharingan." Naruto gave a nod and stated, "So I saw just now. Don't take it personally, but always remember that there is always someone who is faster or stronger than you." When he saw that Sasuke nodded back, he went on, "Head back over to Sakura, Sasuke. I'll handle the rest." Naruto turned back to his friend and began to walk, but Sasuke nodded once more. He said, "I'm disappointed in you, Haku. I would have thought that you and Zabuza would have known better." Zabuza emerged from the mist and landed a short distance from Haku before he could say anything. He was just getting to his feet when he heard someone yell, "Lightning style, lightning hound Justu." A dog made of electricity sprang out of the fog, slamming Zabuza and sending him directly next to Haku, who began to twitch slightly from the electric discharge from the attack. Then, as the fog cleared, Kakashi appeared prepared for another round. Just before Naruto arrived, with Kakashi. Calmly, Kakashi stood in the fog, waiting for Zabuza to move again. Unaware that Kakashi could smell him, he had created this mist to counter Kakashi's Sharingan. The two were now exchanging blows whenever Zabuza approached. More water clones suddenly surrounded Kakashi, but he was able to destroy them even more easily than Sasuke had. Immediately after, a shout of, "Water style, water dragon Justu," was heard, and the water-shaped dragon head struck the bridge, narrowly avoiding him as he leapt to the side. Suddenly, Zabuza's hand held the ball of water together as it swiftly rose up around him, trapping him. With a malevolent gleam in his eye, Zabuza said to him, "You fell right for my trap, Kakashi. Did you really think that those clones and the dragon were supposed to hurt you? I've got you right where I want you now." After giving Zabuza a quick glance, Kakashi smugly remarked, "Actually Zabuza, it's I who have you right where I want you." Before Zabuza could challenge the assertion, Kakashi used his ability to control lightning to release electricity from his body, which then entered Zabuza's arm through the water. Zabuza was fried despite his attempts to pull away. Really, why didn't Kakashi do this in the manga? He is familiar with elemental manipulation, so it should have been simple, and since lightning chakra is his primary element, his body is accustomed to it, so it shouldn't have as much of an impact on him as it would on Zabuza. The water ball collapsed as he withdrew from it, and Kakashi moved to get closer before kicking the still-stunned Mist Nin out of the mist in the direction of Sasuke. The silver-haired Junin began going over hand signals with the intention of finishing this as soon as possible and assisting his pupil before yelling out his technique. Lightning style. Lightning hound Justu. A canine made of electricity blasted off as he threw his right fist in front of him like he was punching someone, striking Zabuza squarely in the chest, lifting the mist. Kakashi smiled at what he saw when the mist cleared. While his other students stood in front of the two mist nins, Sakura was tending to some of his wounds, and Sasuke stood beside her. Kakashi reflected, so he finally got here. However, they heard before anyone could speak. "So once again you failed. Maybe we should change your name to Baby of the Mist." Everyone's eyes shifted from Kakashi to Gato, who had more than 200 thugs standing behind him. As he asked, Zabuza made an effort to stand up. "Gato, what is the meaning of this?" Gato flashed an evil grin and said, "There has been a change of plans. And I'm afraid you're not in them. You ninja are too expensive, so I've got these thugs at a fraction of the cost to take care of you and the bridge builder." Naruto said as he began to move past the two ninjas and toward his teacher. So you finally show your face, Hagato. It's about time I finished what I started a week ago. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged bewildered glances at this point, wondering what in the world their whiskered teammate was discussing. But then Gato became frightened. His eyes widened as he said, "You're the one who took out my bases." "Yup, men, kill that brat and everyone else. Whoever brings me his head will get a 50% bonus." With a roar of approval, all the thugs began to charge. Became the crucial term when Naruto realized that the 50 clones that were left from the blockade were rapidly approaching. The clones then materialized in the air, descending on the thugs and tearing through them as they touched down. Gato became even more terrified when one of the clones turned to the original and said, "It was over in 5 seconds. Blockade Task Force reporting in, sir. All of Gato's ships in the shipping lanes have been captured by the rest of the group and brought to the harbors. They are being unloaded as we speak." "Well done. Go ahead and dispel yourselves." Naruto nodded, and as the clones dispersed, there was a chorus of Rogers. Naruto took a moment to process the memories before turning to face Gato, who was attempting to blend in with the background. Suddenly, Naruto was no longer there. Gato became very frightened. When he ran into someone, that fear abruptly transformed into terror. His eyes widened even more as he spun around and saw the blonde with the evil grin standing in front of him. With an increasingly wide smile, Naruto said, "And where do you think you're going, him?" The cry was, "P please. Have mercy." From Gato. "I'll give you anything you want." After saying, "I'm not the one you should beg mercy from. Right, guys?" Naruto's final words were yelled across the bridge, where a roar could be heard. Inari, the two shadow clones, and the other villagers were standing on the opposite side, yelling at Gato. Every villager had some kind of weapon. "Yeah, your time is up, Gato. We're free now. It's time for you to pay for your crimes." Gato began to shake with fear as most of the villagers repeated these and other things. Suddenly, Naruto seized the midget by the collar and hurled him in the direction of the villagers. The villagers surrounded him after he fell to the ground in a heap at their feet, beating him until he lost consciousness and then dragging him away. As the villagers dragged the man away, Naruto approached Kakashi and remarked, "Well, this has been an interesting mission." Kakashi gave a nod, and the two of them began to move in the direction of the mist nins who had remained seated. "So what now, Zabuza?" Naruto inquired as they approached them. "Not sure. My contract with Gato is obviously over now. I don't know what I will do now though," Zabuza shrugged. Naruto said after nodding, "Why don't you stay here for a while until the village is back on its feet? I have enough money from all the missions I've done to pay you for it if that's what it takes." Zabuza laughed and replied, "That's not a bad idea, but keep your money, kid. Who knows, me and Haku might even stay longer than that." After indicating his approval with a nod, the group returned to the bridge builder and the two rooks. Following the villagers back into the village, they reunited. The villagers celebrated their freedom that evening. Team 7 had never witnessed a party like this one. Gato was gagged and tied to a constructed cross while they were rejoicing in the village center. Every now and then, a rotten fruit or bottle would strike him as he hung 5 feet above everyone else. Team 7 agreed to punish him by taking him to the Leaf Village. Naruto left him there for the time being so the villagers could carry on, even though he intended to seal him into a stasis seal in the morning. Additionally, Naruto returned to the final base and returned everything to the village. Along with other nations, this also included the deeds to all of Gato's land in the Land of Waves, a ton of cash, and valuable items like gems and even a few bars of gold. The mission was easily funded, and each team member received a bonus, since that much money was going back into the village. Along with the rest of Team 7 and the villagers, a group of shadow clones assisted on the bridge the following morning. The bridge was finished by nightfall because of the clones. Remember, Naruto has been working there with clones all week. To bid the group farewell, a sizable contingent of the villagers gathered around the bridge's wave side early the following morning. Tazuna shook their hands and said, "Thank you for everything you've done for us, you guys. You've done a super job." "No problem. Besides, we couldn't just leave this land like it was." Kakashi asked his student, who had the grace to blush, "You call launching an invasion on all the islands and maintaining a blockade for the better part of a week, no problem." As he scratched the back of his head. When Naruto stopped training with them, Sasuke and Sakura made the decision that they really didn't want to know what he did. It would prevent them from believing that he was insane or a half-god. Simply laughing, Tazuna said, "Have a safe trip, you guys." Taking a step forward, Inari gave Naruto a hug and said, "Thanks Naruto." After ruffling Inari's hair and grinning, Naruto remarked, "You're welcome, Inari." Team 7 then turned and began to make their way back to their own village by walking across the bridge. Tsunami stated, "You know, we still haven't named the bridge yet." According to Tazuna, "You're right. But I think I know the perfect name for it. The Great Naruto Bridge." As soon as the team was out of sight, the other villagers swiftly agreed. On the afternoon of the day they departed Wave, Team 7 entered the Hidden Leaf village through the main gate. Sasuke and Sakura made good time returning to the village because they were able to keep up with Naruto and Kakashi, who were moving at a moderate pace, thanks to their training from the previous week. He waited for them to nod before turning to the lone member of his former team and saying, "Naruto, I would like you to come with me to report on the mission." Kakashi turned to his youngest students and said, "Good job on the mission you two. Take tomorrow off and meet at the training grounds same time as usual in 2 days." The two then flew to the roofs in the direction of the Hokage Tower after Naruto nodded and said, "Sure." Sakura turned to Sasuke as the two rooks watched, saying, "I don't know about you, but I'm going home. I need a shower and really want to sleep in my own bed again." After Sasuke gave a nod of approval, the two parted ways and went to their separate homes. Sasuke didn't realize Sakura hadn't requested a date before they parted ways until he arrived in the Uchiha district. However, he simply assumed that she was simply too exhausted. Kakashi and Naruto had already made their way into the tower and were standing in front of the door leading to the room where low-ranking missions were typically submitted. Remember that it was C rank at first. As they entered, they saw that the Hokage and Naruto's favorite teachers were once more present. There was nobody else in the room except these three. Naruto was happy because it meant he could share his personal cause with the Hokage and the teachers without anyone else finding out. The Hokage grinned and said, "Ah, Kakashi, Naruto. Good to see you back. I take it the mission went well." As the three shinobi behind the desks looked up. After Kakashi laughed, he said, "As well as expected given the complications and solo mission Naruto here gave himself." Naruto shuddered and laughed, rubbing the back of his head in shame. When the silver-haired Junin mentioned Naruto assigning himself a solo mission, Sarutobi, Mizuki, and Iruka all raised their eyebrows. "Care to explain that?" asked Sarutobi. Before Naruto could respond, Kakashi continued. "Well sir, turns out that Tazuna was building the bridge to get his country out from under Gato's thumb. Gato didn't want this so sent ninja after him. While everything will be in my report, the short version as they came, they saw, and Naruto and I kicked their rear ends back to the mist they came from." The Hokage heard the emphasis put on mist but did not comment on it. Also, Naruto took it upon himself to royally screw Gato over by launching a shadow clone invasion on the islands and raising a week-long blockade to attack all of his warehouses and ships. The three non-mission participants gazed at Naruto as their mouths fell to the desks. Seeing this, Naruto simply sighed and replied, "Is it really that hard to believe that I created an army of shadow clones? I could make 2,000 while still back at the academy after all. It really wasn't that hard making 5,000 to handle everything." At this, the Hokage simply shook his head and spoke. "I am not even going to ask Naruto. Still, since you decided to have your own personal crusade, I am going to have to ask you to write up a mission report about this." He went on after noticing Naruto nod. "Was there anything else you would like to point out?" Kakashi said, nodding. "Actually there is. Thanks to Naruto, the villagers were able to catch Gato. It was decided that we would bring him here to face trial. Naruto sealed him with a stasis scroll for transit." At this point, Naruto took out the appropriate scroll, went to the Hokage's desk, set it down, and turned back to his teacher to face the group. The Hokage let out a sigh. "Very well, I will have someone escort Gato to a holding cell. We can work out the particulars of his trial later. You two are dismissed, have your written reports in by tomorrow." Before he heard his student speak again, Naruto and Kakashi nodded, and the Junin turned around and began to leave. "By the way old man, before I forget, I have something that might interest you. I got this off of one of Gato's ships and I think you could probably find a use for it." Naruto took out another storage scroll and filled it with chakra as soon as he finished speaking. The foghorn appeared inside the room with a puff of smoke. The eyes of Sarutobi, Iruka, and Mizuki grew as big as dinner plates. After sharing a laugh, Naruto and Kakashi left the room to grab some ramen. Team 7 members used the following day in different ways. After breakfast, Naruto spent the remainder of the morning writing out a thorough report on his actions during his brief crusade against Gato. Naruto got up at his usual time and performed his usual warm-up exercises at his apartment. Just so you know, he was able to greatly improve it with the money from D ranks. Before he ripped through them all, he included a map of the nation that showed the locations of all the bases and ships. He mentioned everything he did, including the altercation at the tavern. He only left out the information that he had maintained the clones by using his father's chakra. He believed the council would not approve of that small detail, and he and the QB did not anticipate the hornet's nest that would result from learning about it. However, he would personally explain it to the elderly man so that he could understand how he managed to keep clones alive from such a great distance. Remember, shadow clones remain indefinitely as long as they do not expend all of their chakra, but they are also somewhat distance-oriented. The group was traveling at a civilian pace when they came across the Demon Brothers, and the blockade was a good distance from the original. Naruto went to the tower after finishing his report to present it to the elderly man and explain how he had kept the blockade in place. Naruto didn't think it was that high of a mission, but he accepted the rank anyway. Sarutobi was impressed by how much of the fox's chakra Naruto could control thus far and said that the mission would be counted as a low S rank because of the amount of damage Naruto had done to Gato's business. He then decided to play a one-man war game after having a quick lunch at Ichiraku's before going to his team's training area. In order for each team to have a clone with a different theme, he created 6 teams of 4 clones, one of which included him. He then had the clones henge themselves. Following that, a ninja-style CTF game was played by the 7 teams. Call of Duty-style CTF, but with just you instead of guns, similar to Civi style except that the clones were trying to dispel rather than capture. Naruto left the training area once the CTF game was finally over. He laughed as he decided to go speak with Iruka and Mizuki at the academy after noticing some of the genin teams that had come to the area because of the noise gazing at all the smoking craters he had left behind. Just as the academy let out, he managed to arrive. As he watched Konohamaru and his friends dash off to play a practical joke on a poor villager, he grinned to himself. He met up with his old senseis as he entered the academy and informed them of the events at Wave. As he described how he had turned into Gato's worst nightmare, it is safe to say that their mouths dropped several times. The 3 of them went to Ichiraku's after finishing their conversation, and they talked all night long. Satisfied with the day's events, Naruto went back to his apartment that evening and prepared for sleep. However, rather than immediately falling asleep, he talked with his father and engaged in a brief argument in his mindscape for a few hours. When Sakura woke up that morning, she made the decision to go to the library and select a few books on field first aid because, a week prior to the Wave mission, Naruto had informed her that, although the other members of Team 7 were more focused on heavy assault, she would be more helpful as a backup support unit to assist with damage control. Additionally, he had informed her that she could probably perform a few low-level medical justice fairly well due to her nearly flawless chakra control. Sakura took the blonde's advice to heart and spent the majority of the day browsing the library's collection. Before eating breakfast, Sasuke had completed his morning ritual after waking up at his customary time. He then proceeded to one of the Uchiha district's training grounds. Before going through the list of justice he knew, he completed a series of warm-up exercises that the 2 veterans on his team had instilled in him. After completing those, he returned home and spent the remainder of the day poring over his clan's scrolls. Kakashi, on the other hand, spent the day with his nose in his favorite book after finishing his report. That should come as no surprise. Team 7 convened at their training grounds the following day at the customary time. When Sakura and Sasuke met at the training grounds entrance, they witnessed an absolutely breathtaking scene. Water streams struck flying pieces of earth, and bolts of lightning clashed with howling streams of wind. As if they were nothing more than paper shuriken, flame-coated hands were continuously rerouting fireballs thrown from the hands or striking tiny floating pockets of water that moved to meet them. It was utter chaos in a few words. The 2 novices were currently observing a battle royal between numerous Naruto clones and the original, while Kakashi watched from beneath a nearby tree. The 2 were particularly troubled by the fact that they never heard any techniques being called out or saw any hand signals. When the original Naruto leapt into the air, spinning continuously, a huge stream of air came from his left hand, and fire came from his right. The virtual war came to an end. The fire struck the air stream, transforming it into a virtual fire maelstrom that wiped out everything in its path, and the two rooks' eyes widened. He made a miniature fire hurricane, and Naruto stopped spinning and landed in its eye. He concentrated on the air surrounding him when he landed, shrinking the hurricane into a tornado around his body before launching the entire thing above his head, past the height of the surrounding trees, and sending it bending into the lake. Sasuke and Sakura stood looking at Naruto in disbelief as a huge plume of steam rose above the trees. Smiling, Naruto remarked, "Pretty cool, huh? Imagine how powerful your justice can be if you can do this without using hand signs to give it even more focus." He was aware of the looks he was receiving. The first to emerge from his shock was Sasuke. "So we're finally going to learn elemental manipulation." Naruto continued to grin and replied, "Yup. But I've got to warn you right here and now. This stuff is hard. It could take years maybe, but the end results are worth it. So, you two ready?" Kakashi approached after observing the two nods and said, "Then let's get started." Time jump. After 3 weeks. 3 weeks had passed since Naruto first demonstrated to Sakura and Sasuke the potential of controlling their two elements. The two rooks had done a good job of asserting their ownership of the main elements. Sakura was right behind him, manipulating water, while Sasuke was nearing the end of the second phase of fire manipulation. Since he had anticipated that they would require a lot more time to learn elemental manipulation, Naruto was impressed with both of them. Particularly because they were also keeping up with the physical training. At the moment, Sakura and Naruto were conversing while standing next to a fence close to the marketing district. At the training grounds, Kakashi had greeted the team and instructed them to rest for the remainder of the day. Naturally, Sasuke left immediately after, turning down Sakura's request for a date once more. In an attempt to cheer her up, Naruto offered to take her out to lunch. Sakura had concurred, and they had then taken a brief stroll around as Naruto discussed the different ways a ninja could employ elemental manipulation, such as fighting tactics and moving more quickly depending on the situation. "In case I missed you there, consider this. If you have a fire element and you are attempting to rescue someone from a fire, you could literally open a corridor through the flames." At the moment, Naruto and Sakura were just relaxing while alternating between general topics and tactics. They were standing in front of a fence, and a steady, slow breeze continued to blow by. Sakura's hair was still blowing, but Naruto's lips quirked as he felt the wind around him die. He chuckled to himself and said, "Konohamaru, you can come out now." Sakura stared at him in confusion until she was startled when 3 heads appeared at the top of the fence. "How did you know we were here, boss?" inquired the middle child. "We did everything you taught us to do when sneaking up on someone." Naruto gave a grin and stated, "While it is true you guys properly masked your chakra and scent, you forgot one key thing." When he asked, "What's that, boss?" Konohamaru and his friends exchanged bewildered glances. "What is my primary element?" inquired Naruto. According to Undan, the other boy, whined right. "And which way is the wind blowing?" asked Naruto, nodding. "Towards you," said Moegi, the girl. When the 3 children realized their error, their eyes widened. With a laugh, Naruto remarked, "Exactly. Always take into account weather conditions, especially wind currents." The other 2 nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them leapt down beside the older pair as Konohamaru said, "Don't worry boss, we will. And next time we'll definitely be able to sneak up on you." "Hey boss, who's this?" Konohamaru asked, turning to Sakura. Naruto laughed and replied, "That's right, you guys have never met before. Sakura, allow me to introduce you to the Konohamaru Corps. This is Konohamaru, Undan, and Moegi. I sometimes play a more advanced form of the ninja game with them to help them become better at the academy and sometimes teach them chakra control techniques. Guys, I would like you to meet one of my new teammates Sakura Haruno." With a nod, Konohamaru remarked, "So you're his replacement, huh? Nice to meet you." Sakura laughed and replied, "It's nice to meet you as well." But what did Naruto mean by advanced form of the ninja game? It seems kind of silly for a ninja to play ninja, doesn't it? Moegi responded by saying, "Not with the boss playing, it's not. He always makes it interesting by adding lessons into the actual game. It's way better than learning survival at the academy." Naruto laughed as he said, "I explain different survival techniques as well as how to properly throw kunai and shuriken. I've also taught them how the tree climbing exercise a couple of weeks ago. Speaking of which, how are you 3 doing on that?" Konohamaru stated, "We already reached the top when running boss, though we can only get a quarter the way up when walking." Naruto was impressed. That's great guys. I was expecting it to take you guys a lot longer to reach the top than that. You keep this up and it won't be long till I can teach you the water walking exercise. Seriously? Undan asked, and the three children's eyes brightened. With a smile, Naruto replied, yup. After cheering, the three said goodbye and fled, intending to pull a practical joke. Sakura grinned at the sight, while Naruto simply laughed. They were about to resume their conversation as they watched the three turn a corner when Konohamaru let out a shout. Sakura was doing her best to keep up with Naruto as he ran to the corner like a rocket. As they arrived at the corner, they noticed a sand shinobi wearing a black cat suit, war paint, and something bandaged on his back holding Konohamaru by the collar of his shirt with his right hand. A blonde sand kunoichi with a huge battle fan strapped to her back stood beside them. Moegi and Undan, who were nearer to Sakura and Naruto, were unsuccessful in persuading the shinobi to put their friend down. Naruto quickly absorbed all of this information and entered full mission mode. Naruto acted appropriately after the brief moment it took him to assess the situation. Oi, leave him alone pal. If you don't put him down right this instant, I'm going to introduce you to the concrete. After glancing at Naruto, the sand shinobi snorted and said, oh please, what is a wimp like you going to do huh? He's dead, thought Sakura and Sasuke, who just so happened to be sitting in a nearby tree. The words, this, were spoken by Naruto with a smile before he continued. Naruto appeared to teleport because of how quickly he moved. His left hand over the hand holding Konohamaru, pulling it straight and dislocating it, and his right foot in the sand ninja's face caused him to disappear from his position and then reappear parallel to the ground. The sand shinobi had to let go of Konohamaru due to the pain in his shoulder and wrist. Naruto took the child in his right hand and pushed him away with his foot, sending him flying. As he put Konohamaru down, he backflipped once and landed in a crouch before returning to the sand nin, who was still flying parallel to the ground. Reaching the left side of the nin and turning to face his head, Naruto quickly bowed his knees, slammed the sand nin's back into the concrete, and slammed his left elbow into his opponent's stomach. 1 minute and 5 seconds from beginning to end. The rest of the audience was in awe. When he and the sand nin were moved a few feet away from Konohamaru, Naruto appeared to have just disappeared. He was staring down at his opponent with a look that said, get up and you'll regret it. Different reactions were given to Naruto's actions. Naruto's support was appreciated by both Sakura and Sasuke. This served as yet another indication to them that you did not wish to have Naruto as an adversary. However, Sasuke was a little disappointed that he was unable to keep up with the pace. It left Konohamaru's group in awe. They were in awe of the blonde's abilities since Naruto had never demonstrated his true speed to them. The sand kunoichi was merely terrified. There were cracks in the concrete where her teammate was lying, and she didn't even see him move. It was obvious that the sand shinobi was in pain. And a red-haired sand shinobi on the opposite side of the tree where Sasuke was hiding narrowed his eyes a little at the show of strength and speed. Naruto glanced at his opponent for a moment before pushing off from his crouching position and performing a series of backflips until he was near Konohamaru. For his final backflip, he performed one without using his hands, landing in a taijutsu stance, ready to battle once more. He said, I know you're there, buddy. How long do you plan on hanging on that tree like a bat? Without even glancing at the tree where he felt Sasuke and the other presence. Sakura and Sasuke began by observing the location of the third sand shinobi. Sasuke felt tense. I didn't feel him at all. Immediately, the other two sand ninja became anxious. Hi Gaara, what are you doing here? Said the shakily rising ninja on the ground. With narrowed eyes, the newly introduced Gaara uttered the words, Konkuro, knock it off. But Gaara, he started it. Konkuro appeared to be becoming extremely tense, almost acting like he was about to fight or run. And it appeared that it was going to be a runaway. Naruto squinted at the conversation. There was something strange about this. He couldn't quite place it, but there was something familiar about the red head. With even more narrowed eyes, Gaara uttered, shut up. You are a disgrace to our village. If you don't behave I'll kill you. With a gulp, Konkuro replied, yes Gaara. Gaara stood beside teammates by using a body flicker technique. His method, however, was a swirling of sand rather than the typical puff of smoke. When Naruto saw this, his eyes grew wide. Is he using this chakra and sand, father? No doubt about it. I smell Tanuki. Be careful son, this boy is a Jinchuriki just like you. And not just any Jinchuriki either. He has the Aikibi sealed in him. That raccoon is one crazy psychopath. When Naruto heard what his father was telling him, he squinted. Gaara said, "Pardon my teammate's behavior. If you will excuse us, we will be on our way," after noticing this misinterpretation of the expression. According to Naruto, "Sure, just keep an eye on those two." "Of course. Kankuro, Temari, let's go," Gaara said, nodding. Temari, who had just been introduced, and Kankuro nodded, and the three of them turned to leave. As they left, Konohamaru's group also expressed their admiration for their boss and their desire to emulate him. Sakura had moved closer, and Naruto could see that Sasuke had also fallen down next to them. Sakura started to ask the Sand Ninja a question, but Naruto stopped her with a raised hand. Observing her bewildered expression and knowing exactly what she was looking for, he clarified, "To answer your question, Sakura, they are most likely here for the Chunin exams. I saw the hawk over our training grounds, calling Kakashi into a meeting with the rest of the Junin. It was probably a meeting for team senseis to nominate their teams if they think they are ready." Before Sakura or Sasuke could respond, the two rooks were startled when a small pug dog with a leaf headband materialized in a puff of smoke. "Naruto, Kakashi wants you and the rest of Team 7 to meet him at the bridge," it said, turning to face Naruto. After nodding, Naruto remarked, "Thanks Pakun, we'll be there shortly." With a paw salute, Pakun disappeared in a puff of smoke. Sakura, a little alarmed by the sight of a talking dog, said, what was that?" As he began to walk toward the bridge where the former Team 7 would occasionally gather, Naruto uttered the words, "Summoning animal." Identical to the anime bridge. Though they were still perplexed, Sakura and Sasuke followed. Sakura asked, obviously not understanding, "Summoning animal?" Naruto nodded and continued, "Yeah, they're creatures who have a special contract. If you sign the contract with your blood, you can summon them with a small payment of blood and a certain amount of chakra. The more chakra, the bigger the summon. They're real useful as scouts, messengers, or even helping out in battle depending on which one you summon. The only problem is that the contracts are really rare. They usually stay within a clan. I got mine due to certain circumstances which you don't need to know about for right now though. Kakashi-sensei has the contract with the dogs while I've got one with the foxes. Kakashi-sensei once told me that Guy-sensei has one with the tortoises, but I've never seen him summon one before." Sasuke chose to pose the following query. "Do you know if there are any other people with a contract in the village?" Naruto nodded and continued, "Yeah, I met her during my academy years when me and Mizuki-sensei used to use her favorite training ground. Her name's Enko Midarashi, and she's got one with the snakes. I'm sure that there are a few others. I know for a fact that each of the three Sannin has one of their own, but they usually aren't in the village." "I see," said Sasuke. "Perhaps I should look for another person in the village or try to get Kakashi-sensei to sign his contract. Being able to call forth something to aid me in combating him would be beneficial." Before long, the three arrived at the bridge. They noticed Kakashi looking down the channel the bridge crossed while leaning his back against one of the rails. Kakashi raised a hand in recognition of their presence and said, "Yo." Naruto leaned against the rail opposite his teacher and gave him a nod. Sasuke and Sakura stood on either side of him, and the three of them waited for their teacher to explain their purpose. Kakashi made the decision to cut right to the chase. Taking out 3 papers from his pants pocket, and giving them to his pupils as he announced, "I've decided to give you guys a shot at the Chunin exams that are coming up. They will be in 2 days at the academy at 9 in room 301. If you wish to take them, fill out those forms and don't be late. I am sure you will do fine, especially you Naruto. As for you Sakura and Sasuke, make sure to listen to Naruto. He has more experience than you do and I know that he will lead you two to victory. You guys have the rest of the time till the exam's off. If you want some extra training, feel free to come find me. I will either be at the Junin Lodge or our training grounds." To their teacher, the 3 genin gave a nod. It was then that the 2 rooks parted ways. Naruto lingered for a moment. "Do you think we're really ready for this?" he asked, glancing up at his teacher. "I do," Kakashi said, grinning at his favorite pupil. "I know you guys will do well. Keep them out of trouble Naruto." After Naruto nodded, the 2 also parted ways. Time jump, after 2 days. At the moment, Naruto and the rooks were making their way to the academy. The 3 of them were eager to try to move up the ranks. Sakura and Sasuke more than Naruto, who has long understood that one could eventually become a Junin even if they remain a genin for the rest of their life. since he and Kakashi had their own private fourth shinobi war every time they became serious about their training or really engaged in combat with the so-called handsome beast duo, he should be aware of this as well. They hurried up the stairs and entered the academy. But when they got to the second floor, they noticed a crowd gathered around a door that had the number 301 above it. With a scowl, Naruto touched the wrists of both of his teammates. He instructed his two teammates to keep quiet about the obvious genjutsu while tapping out in battle code. He explained that even if he could detect it with his terrible genjutsu skills, these guys were not prepared for the test. He continued to walk after noticing the two nod. But as the group reached the next stairway, they discovered a certain Hyuga standing on the next landing, his arms folded, staring down at them. The Hyuga was staring at Naruto with a smug expression on his face. "So Uzumaki, you are not too hopeless to actually fall for that genjutsu. Still, you cannot expect to pass these exams. A failure will always be a failure. Nothing more, nothing less. You cannot change your fate." Since Sakura and Sasuke were certain that Naruto could likely defeat almost every Junin in this village despite only being a year older than them, they were curious about what this Hyuga was discussing. As he and his group continued to ascend the stairs, Naruto simply rolled his eyes. He continued to walk silently after arriving at the landing, which greatly enraged the Hyuga. "What do you hope to accomplish, Uzumaki? Surely you must realize that it is your fate to fail." While continuing to walk, Naruto remarked behind him, "You should know by now, Neji, that I don't believe in fate." Neji watched the blonde and his teammates walk on, frowning but remaining silent. Stupid. Once again, Sakura's curiosity overcame her when she was back with Naruto and his teammates. "Naruto, who was that and what did he mean by calling you a failure?" Naruto looked up and said, "That was Neji. He used to be my classmate. Due to certain parts of his past, he's become a bit fatalistic. As for the failure part, remember how I said I had too much chakra for regular clones?" Seeing both of them nod, he continued, "Well, you see, before Mizuki-sensei and Iruka-sensei taught me how to make shadow clones, I was considered the dead last because other teachers refused to teach me anything." Sasuke and Sakura were taken aback. Sasuke raised his voice this time in an attempt to understand why a teacher would decline to instruct a pupil. "Why didn't they want to teach you anything?" Then he said, "Because they were fools who believed that since I was the only one born on the day of the Kyuubi attack, I was the perfect scapegoat for all their pain and hate. This whole village is full of people who could not let go of the past. Fortunately, that has begun to change in the past few years." Sakura and Sasuke became silent as they recalled what Naruto had said to them on the academy roof on their first meeting. When they finally arrived at their destination, they noticed Kakashi leaning against the wall in front of the classroom's double doors. Sakura said, "Kakashi-sensei, what are you doing here?" After spotting him there, the Cyclops raised their hands in greeting and said, "To make sure all three of you came since the exams must be done in teams of 3. I knew you all would come though. Mainly I'm here to wish you luck. Oh, and Naruto, try not to go overboard in there." "I won't worry, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto said with a laugh. As the other three went through the door, Kakashi nodded and walked away. The group of 2 rooks and 1 veterinarian entered the classroom after forcing open the door. The 2 rooks peered around at the teams after they had gotten about 10 feet in. As soon as he could see inside, Naruto began to look around, moving only his eyes. When they made eye contact with him, a few of the Leaf Genin who had participated in the war games with the former Team 7 nodded their heads in acknowledgement. He then looked around again. Naruto began breathing through his nose, mentally cataloging everything he smelled, determined to gather as much information as possible without drawing attention to himself, mostly metal due to the large number of shuriken and kunai present. However, he did detect some additional scents, including poison, from a few of the teams, mostly the foreign ones. Then, in order to see what he could learn from the conversations, he put chakra in his ears. There was not much information about that department. Teams mainly talked about how good they were going to be and how the other teams had no chance against them. Hearing this, Naruto and his father snorted in their minds. Typical. The Kyuubi snorted once more in agreement, thinking they're all that just because they've been chosen to take the exams. After concentrating on his chakra sensing skills, Naruto discovered that although the majority of the chakras were within the typical range, a few were surprisingly not so much, if you think about eye to eye. One was clear because it came from another Jinchuriki. His teammates contributed 2 more. A silver-haired man with glasses and a leaf headband on gave the final one, but he was doing a good job of preventing it from feeling like a candle. However, Naruto could see that his real chakra reservoir was more akin to a Junan's. Please remind me not to assume anything. He told his father. He's probably the biggest threat here, and his father nodded. Without his teammates noticing, he processed all of this information in less than 20 seconds. Suddenly, a group of people entered, muttering about a dumb genjutsu. When Naruto heard this, he fought the impulse to slap his forehead in public. Well, who was the idiot who thought it would be a good idea to reveal that? He moaned in his head as he spoke to his father. Before sensing a somewhat familiar chakra presence approaching rapidly, Naruto felt his father mentally shrug. Sasuke-kun. The girl had just attempted to glomp him from behind, but he swiftly grabbed Sasuke from his right and dragged him away. In the end, the girl fell to the ground. With his eyes, Sasuke gave Naruto a silent expression of gratitude. Naruto glanced down at the now exposed Ino Yamanaka and nodded. Sakura, meanwhile, had started laughing as she pondered. She gets that for attempting to treat Sasuke-kun in that manner. It's definitely helpful to have Naruto around. Although I'm still a fangirl now, I'm much better at it than in the manga. It was necessary to survive the training the two vets gave the rooks. Why did you do that, you idiot? Ino yelled as she rose from the ground and turned to face Naruto. With a smile, Naruto told her, when you're on a team, you look out for your teammates. While everyone else was staring between Naruto and them, wondering why they had such a relationship with an apparent rookie, Sakura and the other Leaf Genin who knew Naruto and could hear what he said started laughing, and Sasuke grinned. Ino became enraged and was about to shoot back when she was interrupted. Sigh, troublesome. When Naruto turned around, he saw Choji and Shikamaru entering. He jerked his thumb in Ino's direction while grinning and remarked, I think you guys lost this. Sakura chuckled at the red hue Ino was taking on, but the fireworks were cut short before they could begin. Well, it looks like all the rookies are back together. Naruto noticed Hinata and her group enter after glancing past the first two boys. He approached Hinata with a smile, and she returned the smile before he gave her a hug and kissed her forehead, causing her to blush slightly. All of the other Leaf Shinobi, including the veterans, gazed at him, as did Sakura and Sasuke. Naturally, the vets had heard about the girl's role in helping him recover from his brief depressive episode following that fateful mission, but they didn't believe it had progressed that far. For those who knew the blonde, Naruto's apparent girlfriend Statusa the Hyuga Hiresa was a bit excessive, despite his likability. Shino only raised an eyebrow, but Kiba was looking shocked. Despite being aware of all the looks, Naruto chose to focus on Hinata instead. He asked, "How've you been, Hinata?" while continuing to smile. After controlling her blush, Hinata remarked, "I've been fine, Naruto. It's been a little boring though without you constantly pranking everyone." Naruto laughed, as did the other veterans. It has been quiet ever since Naruto and Kakashi began training their charges, the vets agreed. After rubbing his head, Naruto remarked, "Yeah, I'm going to have to start doing that after the exams. Got a reputation to uphold after all." While the rooks continued to observe, attempting to understand what was happening, the vets and Hinata laughed at that. The crazy blonde who appeared to be a link between rooks and vets was the only thing the foreigners were attempting to understand. While the others began to give the rooks and Naruto calculating looks, some began to glare at the light-hearted banter that was going on. Before he heard a voice behind him, Naruto could feel the silver-haired youth making their way. "Sheesh, keep it down you guys, can't you sense the mood?" Naruto and the rooks turned to face the man and could see where he was pointing. Naruto, who had already picked up on the alleged mood and didn't give a damn, simply glanced out of the corner of his eye before returning to his team and scanning the room once more. The glares from the foreign ninja and some of the Leaf Genin, who believed the rooks were all that for entering the place as if they owned it, caused the rooks to turn around and become anxious. As if to flex his spine, Kiba stepped forward and said, "What are you guys looking at? If you want some, come and get some." Immediately, all of the foreign shinobi and veterans in the room turned their attention to him and blasted him with their deadly intent. With the exception of Sakura and Sasuke, who had previously felt worse, the other rooks began to shiver simply by being in the same room as Kiba, who began to perspire visibly under the combined ki. Naruto and his father both thought the same thing, and Naruto simply rolled his eyes. Normal rook. He cleared his throat, drawing attention to himself, and took a step forward, thinking he was a gift from God or something. "All right guys, cool your jets. There will be plenty of time to show the rook his place during the exam. And as for my Leaf brothers, I would have thought you would have known not to let what a rook says affect you so much. While the Leaf Vets acknowledged that Naruto was correct and that they shouldn't have allowed their emotions to flare up like that, the foreign ninja grudgingly reduced their ki levels. Kiba was about to respond to the claim that he had been placed in his place when Naruto looked at him and briefly pulsed out his own ki, causing Kiba to gasp and sagely stop talking. "Sorry about that, you were saying," Naruto said, turning to face the newcomer. The child had been observing from the beginning and pondered. "It looks like that person is a born leader." "Well, I was going to say that they were all a little high-strung and that you should watch what you say around them, but that doesn't seem to be a problem now. You really know how to get people to listen to you, don't you?" he said, nodding as he looked at Naruto. "Even the foreigners listened to him. I guess it just runs in my family. From what I've found out about my parents from before they died, they were both leader types as well," Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. Oh, expression crossed the silver-haired vet's face before he continued. "Well, anyway, my name's Kabuto. I figured that since most of you guys were rooks and this is your first time, I could give you some advice. I'm a bit of a veteran when it comes to these exams. After all, I've taken them a few times now." At this, Naruto arched an eyebrow but remained silent. "But Sakura did. How many times have you actually done this?" In an embarrassed gesture, Kabuto rubbed the back of his neck and uttered, "This will be my 7th time." 7 times? Man, you must be weak," Kiba sneered. After that, Kabuto became defensive and said, "Hey, these exams are hard." As he thought, "Bullshit," Naruto permitted himself to narrow his eyes just enough to be noticeable. Despite having chakra levels higher than Asuma-sensei, this guy says he hasn't yet attained Chunin. The fact that this man is not who he seems is now official. He began to growl low in his throat, feeling his father agreeing with him. I bet Ibiki would love having a little talk with him. As he and his father returned their attention to him, he caught the remainder of Kabuto's small charade. "Anyway, all those times have taught me to gather all the information I could on them and the teams taking them. I've got info on just about everyone here, and I've been able to put all that information down in a way that only I can view it." Sakura was the one who spoke up this time. "How did you manage that?" Kabuto took a deck of blank cards from his pouch and held them in front of him, grinning. "With my ninja cards, they stay blank until a certain chakra frequency is poured into them. These ones are keyed to my chakra so only I can view them. But like I said, I think I'll give you some advice. If you have anyone you want to know about, just ask and I'll see what I've got. But first take a look at this." He then poured some chakra into a card he had taken out of his deck. A map of the elemental countries with numbers and bar graphs appeared with a puff of smoke. Seeing that everyone was paying attention, Kabuto continued, "This is a map of the elemental countries and all the number of how many shinobi are taking part from each village. As is usual with a hosting village, we have the most. There is also a new village that sent a team called the Sound Village, though their team might not be much considering they're so new. So then, is there anyone who you would like to know about?" "Yeah, actually there is. What can you tell me about that team sent by the Hidden Sand Village?" said Naruto, nodding his head. Kabuto raised an eyebrow after following the jerked thumb toward the aforementioned team. He nodded and took 3 cards out of his deck while turning to face Naruto. "Sand Team it is then. All right, let's see what we have here. The Sand Team's members are Tamari, Gaara, and Kankuro of the desert. The 3 are siblings and are the children of the Case Cage." Naruto raised an eyebrow after hearing that. First up is Tamari. It says here that she is a long-range wind user. Her Genjutsu is a little below average though, and her Taijutsu is just above academy level. Her older brother is Kankuro. It says here that he is a puppet master. Looks like his Tai, Gen, and Ninjutsu are pretty much academy levels since he uses puppets. Finally there is Gaara, the youngest desert sibling. Not much known about him, I'm afraid. I did find out he uses sand, as well as an interesting rumor that he has never been injured on a mission. All of the rooks wondered how that was possible, although Naruto had an idea since he could control sand. Let's see. Mission count for their team is 52 D ranks, 25 C ranks, and well, that's interesting, 1 B rank mission. While Naruto appeared thoughtful, the rooks were all muttering about how someone like the Sand siblings could have pulled a B rank. Naruto suddenly felt a tiny burst of ki before noticing swift movement approaching the group's location. He turned his head slightly and caught a glimpse of 3 gray blurs that were headed straight for Kabuto. Naruto scowled and then moved. The rushing Nin, who turned out to be the Sound team, was flanked by 3 shadow clones that Naruto created as they approached. The nin held their throats as the clones dispelled. Kabuto was taken aback because he didn't think Naruto would be able to act quickly enough to call forth shadow clones to accomplish what he had. While the foreigners began glaring at Naruto with calculating looks once more, the Rokusa aside from Sakura, Sasuke, and Hinata were shocked that what appeared to be ordinary clones could actually injure someone. While remarking that Naruto hadn't lost his touch since their last encounter, the majority of the Leaf Vets simply smiled at one another. Prior to crouching down and wagging his finger slightly as he spoke, Naruto himself walked in front of the group. Now, I thought I told you guys before to cool your jets. You're lucky all I had my clones do was stop you. Believe me, if I wanted to, you guys could be without heads right now. Before the three could respond, a group of Chunin and a man wearing a black coat from the interrogator's division shuffled into the room, followed by a series of poofing noises in the back. The man glanced around the room and saw Naruto getting back up as the sound crew gradually followed suit. Ibiki Morino, just the man I wanted to see, Naruto thought as he saw the man. If he's here, this will be interesting. Grinning, the individual said, "All right maggots, pipe down. The first exam is about to take place. My name is Ibiki Morino, and I am the proctor for this stage. And you sound ninja, keep your bloodlust to a minimum. Any further hostile action that is not sanctioned will result in you being thrown out. And as for you, Uzumaki, I appreciate the fact that you took care of your fellow Leaf Shinobi, but next time leave it to us." Ibiki nodded before continuing. "Now then, all of you turn in your forms and take a number. When you have your number, head through the door behind me and take your seat. The written test will begin as soon as everyone is seated, so get moving." As the genin took their designated seats and forms were submitted, there was a general rush. To Naruto's pleasant surprise, he was seated next to Hinata. After exchanging a smile, Ibiki tapped the blackboard to get everyone's attention once more. "All right you genin, listen up because I'm only going to say this once. This written test will have 10 questions and will be a point reduction test. You start out with 10 points and lose a point for every question you miss. You and your teammates' scores are totaled, and if the combined score is below 20 points, then your team fails. 2 points will be taken off of your test each time you are caught cheating. Get caught 5 times and you and your team automatically fails. The 10th question will be given 45 minutes after the test begins. Now then, get started." There was the sound of pencils being picked up and a bunch of papers being flipped. Naruto's eyes grew wide as he flipped his paper over. What the devil? It appears that these questions are appropriate for the Junin exam. A genin pursuing Chunin could not possibly respond to all of these, if any. Except for me, Sakura, and that Nara boy, of course. They are absolute geniuses. When Naruto first saw the test, he frowned, but his eyes widened a little before he smiled when he understood the true purpose of the written exam. The only way the others could answer these were if they knew. After giving him a slight frown, Hinata, who had been observing him from the corner of her eye, turned to face the test. Before she began writing down the answers to the questions she could answer and partially activating her Byakugan for the ones she couldn't, her own eyes widened a little. Naruto finished in 10 minutes, making sure to cover his paper as much as possible to prevent anyone from cheating on him. He turned his paper over and began sketching on the reverse side while he waited for the final question to conclude. Ibiki pondered as he saw Naruto finish ahead of everyone else. Wow, that was quick. I shouldn't be shocked, though. It is said that the child used shadow clones to read every book in the shinobi and civilian libraries. After 35 minutes, with roughly 1/3 of the teams having failed, Ibiki finally said, "Well, it looks like we have some good test takers this year. Or some good cheaters." A few genin recoiled at the remark, but Ibiki went on. "Now then, there are a couple of more rules that you should know about before we give out the final question. First is that you have an option of whether or not you want to answer the question." One of the foreigners interrupted. "Why would we choose not to answer the question?" Naruto narrowed his eyes, wondering what the interrogator was up to, while Ibiki smiled evilly, sending chills down the spines of most genin. When he and Mizuki were in the Forest of Death, Anko had informed him that he was the head of the interrogator's division and that his specialty was mental torture. Ibiki went on to speak. "The reason why is because of the second rule. If you answer the question and get it wrong, you and your team automatically fail. Also, you and your team will be permanently banned from taking the exams ever again." The majority of the surviving genin roared in response. As he considered all he had learned about Ibiki and the test thus far, Naruto's eyes grew even more narrow. One shout rose above the others a few seconds later. That's impossible. I've taken this test before and there was never such a rule before. That's too bad. I wasn't the proctor those times. But now I am, and those are the rules. Ibiki simply laughed. But before anyone could panic, the sound of a palm slapping a desk hard startled them out of their panic. Everyone's attention was drawn to Naruto, who was now standing and staring at Ibiki gravely. The genin was shocked by what he said next, if that wasn't enough. You don't scare me, Ibiki, and neither do your dumb rules. If you're given a mission that you don't know everything about, can you just play it safe and not take it? Hell no, you have to suck it up and get the mission done. A bit of uncertainty is always present in our jobs, it's part of what makes us ninja. So go ahead and give me the question already because I am not going to back down. Ibiki gazed intently at Naruto before turning to face the other genin in the group. He made another attempt to persuade them to give in after noticing that each of them had resolute faces. Are you all sure? This is your last chance to back down. When Ibiki noticed that nobody was going to back down, he grinned and remarked, very well then, you all pass. There was silence for nearly a full half-minute as everyone tried to comprehend what had happened, and then everyone shouted out at once. Naruto smiled and sat back down. What? Uzumaki is correct. If you get a mission that you don't know everything about, you can't back down. If you didn't have the guts to stay for the 10th question, then you don't deserve to be a chunin, Ibiki said, continuing to smile before pointing to Naruto. So what was the point of the first 9 questions? Tamari then yelled as she got to her feet. Everyone gasped when Ibiki removed his bandana-style headband to reveal his bald head, which was covered in burns, scars, and even screw holes. He went on to say, to test your information-gathering skills. In our line of work, information is everything. Before he could continue, Naruto sensed a chakra presence approaching the group quickly for the second time that day. One he recognized very well. Oh boy, this is going to be interesting, he thought before the glass broke and a black ball smashed into the room. The ball then unfurled to reveal a banner that read, Anko Mitarashi, second proctor of the Chunin exams. A purple-haired woman wearing an outfit that was, to put it mildly, revealing was standing beneath the banner. As soon as she was revealed, the woman who was clearly introduced spoke up. All right you maggots, I am Anko and I'm the proctor for the next exam. You're early again Anko, can't you sense the mood in here? Ibiki frowned as he walked around the banner. After glancing at Ibiki, Anko turned back to the genin and scowled while counting. 46 teams. You passed 46 teams. My god, Ibiki, how did that happen? She exclaimed, her eyes widening as she turned to face Ibiki. After giving her a quick glance, Ibiki pointed to someone and uttered, ask our future Hokage. Ibiki's words caused the genin to murmur, and people began examining Naruto to determine whether or not he had been telling the truth. It was very likely, as the Leaf vets who had served under him during war games knew. Before turning around and seeing Naruto smiling at her, Anko's gaze shifted to the size of dinner plates. Long time no see Anko, he said after giving her a brief wave at the wrist. Anko smiled and burst out laughing. She turned to face the window and said, meet me at training ground 44 in an hour. She then jumped out, breaking eye contact with Naruto and saying, well, I guess that answers that question. But you guys won't have our future leader with you to pull you asses out of the fire for the next part. Ibiki began gathering test papers once everyone had left. But when he touched Naruto's, his drawings rearranged themselves into a glowing seal that changed into a message. Ibiki, possible traitor in exams. Names Kabuto, claims to have failed 7 times but has Junin level chakra. Also claims to have gathered as much intel as possible. Contact Hokage. Before departing for the Hokage Tower, Ibiki gazed at the message for a minute. Naruto left the classroom and made his way into the woods. He lowered his head, reflecting on his recent actions in the classroom. To keep the competition low, he had instructed his team on the second floor to keep quiet about the genjutsu. Nevertheless, he had persuaded everyone to stay for the first exam. He was going crazy because he couldn't understand why he did that. At the time, it had simply felt right. Sensing this, the QB thought of his adopted son. Seems like you allowed your leader side to take over back in there. Your birth father most likely would have done the same. From what I've heard, that man could lead armies to the gates of hell and they would believe he would get them back out. You were becoming more and more like him in that regard everyday kid. Naruto nodded absently and raised his head again. He reflected on his message to Ibiki. Then he considered his knowledge of the second test. He was certain that the majority of people here would not enjoy anything Anko had planned in the forest. Yes, he could manage it, but only because, during his academy years, he and Mizuki would train there and he had practically lived there at times. It wasn't all fun and games, either. As the rather large creatures attempted to turn Mizuki into a snack, he had to constantly protect his rear end for the first month. Strangely, the creatures never pursued the shadow clones that had been training for some reason neither of them could possibly understand. However, Naruto was able to advance to the point where he could truly begin training to escape those monsters after that month. And 6 months after they began, he had reached a point where, if necessary, he could deter them from pursuing him. Naruto gazed at the two Rook teams before him and reflected on those moments. He was aware that Sakura and Sasuke could fight back if they were ever separated for even a brief period of time. Until reinforcements could arrive, he and Kakashi had taken care to ensure they could manage themselves against several opponents who were stronger than them. But he didn't know what the other Rooks could do, aside from Hinata. Realizing that the forest might be too much for them, Naruto scowled. Sighing once more at the fact that he was allowing his leader's side to overcome him, he yelled, "Teams 8 and 10. I need a word with you." While the other teams gave them a strange look but continued on, the Rook teams halted and turned to face him. As they caught up to the other Rooks, Sakura and Sasuke looked at Naruto in confusion but remained silent. The Rooks were about to inquire about his desires when Naruto said, "Guys, I don't mean to offend, but I know exactly what is in that forest, and except for maybe Hinata, I don't think you're ready for what's in there. Are you saying we should drop out? Because if so then I ought to hit you right now." Hiba interrupted abruptly before he could say anything more. Naruto took a breath and said, "Let me finish, Inuzuka. As I was saying, the forest might be a little much for you guys, so I was going to give you some help if you want it." Shikamaru raised his voice this time, asking, "Why would you want to help us though?" Naruto let out a sigh and replied, "Things are not what they seem, Nara. I want to make sure that you guys don't get too far above your heads. Now do you guys want my help or not?" Hinata raised her voice before the others could claim they didn't require assistance. "If Naruto thinks that there could be trouble for us, then we should take him seriously. He has trained in that forest for almost 2 years and knows the area better than most shinobi. If he wants to help then we should accept his offer." She smiled when Naruto shot her a grateful glance. After a brief moment of muttering to themselves, the other Rooks all nodded at him. Shino was the next to speak this time. "Very well, we accept. What do you suggest?" Naruto continued, "I'll be sending teams into the forest. Expect a squad with a summon escort. They will do their best to help you with the test. Inuzuka, keep your nose peeled for foxes. Other than that, all I can say is good luck." Sakura and Sasuke followed Naruto as he walked past them. Both had simply stood there, attempting to understand why Naruto would lend the Rooks such assistance. They followed him silently until they arrived at the forest, dismissing it as a Naruto thing. After 10 minutes, every team was gathered in front of gate number 1, which was a part of a very large fence surrounded by a forest with very large trees. Many in the group flinched when a loud roar erupted from the forest. Naruto drew attention from the foreigners, some of the Leaf vets who were unaware of his 2 years of training there, and the majority of the Rooks when he said, "On my home away from home." Looking at the teams from in front of the group, Anko grinned and said, "That's the spirit brat. Now then, first things first, I need you to sign these consent forms." "Why do we need to sign consent forms? We already signed those to take the exam in the first place," inquired one of the Sand teams. Naruto spoke up again before Anko could respond. "It's probably so that way the Leaf and by proxy, Anko here cannot be held responsible for your death. And believe me, that is very possible in that forest. I should know, I spent the better part of 2 years coming to train in that forest with one of my academy teachers. Speaking of training in there, hey Anko, you ever find that 25-foot tiger Mizuki-sensei and I accidentally let get away that one time we were in the restricted section?" As he said this, everyone's eyes widened like dinner plates. Even Sakura and Sasuke were observing him to determine whether or not he was telling the truth. The Rooks on teams 8 and 10, meanwhile, were pleasantly surprised by Naruto's offer. They received their response when Anko grinned evilly and said, "Yup, take a look at this brat." She then produced a sealing scroll with a flourish, revealing a 5-foot-long tooth with a puff of smoke. "I really should thank you too. You guys beat that guy up so good it only took me 2 minutes to kill it. I got the bigger tooth mounted in my bedroom. He noticed all the stares and replied, "What? The guy came at us when we accidentally went in the restricted section once. I didn't even do much. Mizuki-sensei was the one who went head to head with the big guy. I just used a fire just you to catch the guy's fur on fire." You're telling me Mizuki-sensei went head to head with a 25-foot tiger? Why the hell is he not a Junin already? Hiba asked as the rook's eyes widened. When I asked him the same question, he just said he'd rather teach, Naruto said with a simple shrug. Anko continued, as much fun as it talking about what the brat and his teacher did while they were in there, we have an exam to run. Now then, let me explain a few things. For those of you babies wondering if you will have to face something like that, the creatures in the forest that actually reach that size are inside an area marked the restricted section. None of you will be going in that area. A ton of relieved sighs while Anko and Naruto laughed. That doesn't mean that the rest are to be taken lightly though. Now then, you guys will be playing a ninja version of Capture the Flag. Or in this case, Capture the Scroll. After inserting the resealed tooth into the coat, Anko took out 2 additional scrolls from the opposite side. She continued, after each team turns in all 3 consent forms, they will be given either a heaven or an earth scroll. Inside at the center of the forest, is a tower. You must obtain both scrolls and reach the tower within 5 days. With a start, Choji exclaimed, 5 days. What do we do for food? Anko laughed as he said, there's plenty of food in the forest to kill or find. Just don't eat anything poisonous. Speaking of which, hey brat, what did you think tasted better? That giant centipede we killed that one time or the 10-foot tiger we found in the northeast corner? Definitely the tiger, though that centipede isn't too far behind, Naruto said, tilting his head. Everyone turned back to Naruto. Hearing that he had consumed a centipede made some people shudder, while others made mental notes to avoid disturbing the blonde. With the exception of the restricted area, others were beginning to question whether the majority of the forest was overrated. Anko made the decision to restart the process. Well anyway, there are a couple of rules you should know about before we get started. First rule. Only full teams of 3 can enter the tower. You lose one of your teammates or one is indisposed, you fail. Also, you cannot open your scrolls until you are inside the tower. This is to test you to see if you are trustworthy enough to run missions where you carry classified information. A waterfall ninja posed the question, what happens if we open them before? With an evil smile, Anko remarked, that's for those who ignore the rule to find out. After completing her explanation, Anko sat down beneath a tree and waited for the teams to sign their forms and exchange them for a scroll at a curtained booth. Teams flew to their gates after obtaining their scroll. While some teams nervously peered into the forest, others took a quick look at Naruto as they left. Team 7 entered to retrieve their scroll. Naruto placed the Heaven Scroll in a pocket of his cargo shorts that contained a similar scroll for the other scroll after sealing it into a special sealing scroll. When he noticed his teammates' perplexed expressions, he clarified that the scrolls needed his exact chakra signature in order to unlock the contents placed inside. After exchanging understanding nods, the 2 departed for their gate. Naruto turned around as they reached their gate and said, all right guys, fair warning before we go in there. The creatures in the forest are dangerous but only if you don't take them absolutely seriously. Get them alone and you should have no problems. Both of them gave a nod. Their gate opened 5 minutes later, and Naruto guided them into the forest for 100 feet before coming to a halt. Expanding all of his senses, Naruto looked around to see if anyone was nearby. He nodded to himself and went to work, finding no one within 200 feet of the Chunin who had allowed them to enter the forest. Sakura and Sasuke jumped back in shock as Naruto concentrated and his chakra abruptly flared into a bonfire. 6 squads of 3 clones materialized in front of them, forming his favorite Just You. Naruto's bonfire vanished instantly, but he wasn't finished yet. With a tiny cry of calling forth Just You, he slammed his palm down on the ground after biting his thumb and running through the well-known hand signals. After a puff of smoke and a popping noise, 7 normal-sized foxes were positioned between the clone teams and Team 7. Naruto entered captain mode as soon as the foxes had a chance to survey their surroundings. He explained what he needed, pointing to each team as he gave them their orders. All right guys, here's the plan. Teams Alpha and Bravo will head to my left along the fence until they reach the next 2 gates on that side. Alpha turns inward at the first gate, Bravo team continues to the next gate before coming in as well. Teams Charlie and Delta will do the same on my right. Your jobs will be to track down the teams from those gates and obtain their scroll if possible. I've given each clone enough chakra to create 10 more clones or use 5B rank just you. Teams Echo and Foxtrot will be locating teams 8 and 10 and provide support for them. Foxes, I need you to help the squads locate teams. When a team has obtained a scroll, guide them back to Team 7's position while avoiding as much conflict as possible. Rygione, I want you with my team. The fox closest to Naruto nodded at this. Fengrel, said Fox raised his head an inch. Team 8 is a tracking unit with a ninja dog. Lock onto its scent to find them easier. Naruto went on after observing the fox nod. Use radios to maintain contact. We'll stick to our usual frequency. If you get out of range, use Shadow Clone Memory to update us if you discover anything the rest of us need to know about. Are there any questions? He nodded as he saw everyone shake their heads. Scatter. The squads quickly dispersed, leaving only Team 7 and the final fox to stand next to Naruto. As he opened a radio set for his teammates, he stated, "We're heading straight to the tower. We're going hard, and we're going fast. We encounter a team with a scroll, we hit them blitzkrieg style, grab their scroll, and keep going. Once at the tower, we wait for teams Alpha through Delta before going in. While waiting, we'll set up defensive traps around us to keep us safe. Any questions?" As both of them sighed, Naruto replied, "Then take off your weights. Like I said, we're going for speed here. I'll use my chakra sensing as well as sense of smell to warn us of teams. Regent here will be doing the same." In order to concentrate more on locating other teams in the vicinity than on his destination, the fox nodded his head before contracting and jumping into one of Naruto's pockets. Sakura and Sasuke gazed for a moment before waking up and releasing the chakra weights Naruto had bestowed upon them in wave. After that, the group bounded through the forest. Alongside Team 8, one of the fortunate teams, Team 8, received their other scroll rather quickly. They were caught in a trap set by a leaf-fed team that attempted to sneak up on them. The group was now making their way to the tower by jumping from tree to tree. Kiba suddenly tensed up. As Shino asked, "What's wrong?" Hinata activated her Byakugan upon seeing this. After giving him a quick glance, Kiba turned around and remarked, "I smell fox. And it's coming fast. Real fast." Before it bounced off one of the trees the team was jumping from, Hinata dropped her Byakugan as 4 blurs approached from a 30-degree angle behind them. The blurs transformed into 3 Narutos, with a fox easily keeping up with them. With the fox positioned in the center between the 2 clones in the wing positions, the clones each took a pyramidal position ahead of the tracker team. "We're going to be your escort to the tower. Our team's name is Foxtrot." The clone in the lead turned around in midair and, without even looking, bounded off from the next branch. Kiba said with a sly smile, "Thanks, but I don't think we'll need it. We already have both scrolls." The clone also chuckled and said, "All the more reason for us to escort you to the tower. If the other teams know you have both scrolls, they'll come after you, since no matter which scroll they already have, they get the other scroll as well as an extra they could use to bargain with." Kiba scowled but said nothing else. Hinata and Shino just nodded. Additionally, the lead clone nodded before turning around and launching himself forward off the next branch. Then he grabbed his radio, switched it from standby to active communication, and said, "Team Foxtrot reporting. Located Team 8, heading to tower now." The radio was the source of the original Naruto's voice. "Roger that, Foxtrot, good luck. We'll meet you at the tower." "Roger." Foxtrot over and out. After 10 minutes of play between the 2 teams, Foxtrot members all abruptly became rigid. When Team 8 saw this, Shino inquired as to what was wrong. As the fox and clones scowled, the leader remarked, "We're going to have to go around them because we're coming up on that sand team the boss asked about. There's also another team close to them." Kiba laughed and replied, "Why? If we know they're there, then why not take them in an ambush? We could get more scrolls and cut the competition that way." The clone said, turning around once more. "The answer is simple. You guys are a tracking team. Those guys are more like the sand version of Team 7, which is a rapid response, heavy assault team. Even if you did ambush them, their youngest member could probably kill all 3 of you with that sand he controls. And that's not counting that other team out there. Can you honestly say you could leave a fight with 2 other teams without a scratch?" Kiba was about to reply when Akamaru began to shiver and complain as they approached too closely. "What's wrong, boy?" Kiba scowled, and the pup simply whimpered a little more before digging deeper into Kiba's coat. "What's wrong with Akamaru, Kiba?" inquired Hinata. According to Kiba, Akamaru has the ability to sense how strong people are, He says there is someone there who is absurdly strong. Kiba scowled further. That's why we're avoiding them. If that guy takes us out, you guys are on your own. The clones heard this, and the one on the right turned around and said, it's better to avoid battles if you don't think you can come out on top if you can. Because he was too worried about Akamaru, Kiba said nothing, and Shino and Hinata also said nothing. At the next branch, the lead clone reversed direction and led the two teams around the conflict. Alongside Team 10, Neji was passing by where Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji were hiding in the bushes. You can come out now. I know you're there, he said, turning to face the bush. A voice called out from behind Team 10 before Ino could make a fool of herself by attempting to persuade Neji to go for her appearance. The team emerged from the bush slowly. Leave them alone, Neji. A group of Naruto clones were standing on a branch with a fox seated at their feet when Team 10 turned around and looked up. In a somewhat relaxed stance, the squad and fox were staring down at Neji, prepared to rush him if necessary. Neji simply grinned and said, looking smug, so the failure has come to protect the other failures. Before the leader spoke, every clone raised an eyebrow. Whatever you say, Neji. Now, are you going to leave or are we going to have a fight? With a simple sneer, Neji declared, I don't have time for failures like you. He then darted off into the trees. The clones scowled but remained silent. But Ino was furious. Shikamaru placed a hand on her shoulder before she could respond, then turned back to the squad and said, thanks for the assist. Don't mention it. By the way, do you guys have both scrolls yet? The leader asked, nodding. Shaking his head, Shikamaru remarked, not yet, we still need a heaven scroll. The leader's left clone smiled and said, well, then, I guess it's a good thing we took out that team of waterfall ninja on the way here. The guys never stood a chance when we blitzkrieged them on the way here. After throwing the scroll to them, the leader said, Team Echo reporting. Team 10 found. Heading to the tower now, and switched his radio to general communication. The voice of the original came over the radio. Roger that, Echo. Foxtrot's already inbound to the tower. Be careful out there. See you at the tower. Roger. Echo over and out. The Echo team took off in a pyramid formation with the Fox in the center, and Team 10 followed. He put his radio back on standby receive and turned to face Team 10 before stating, follow us. Rigand abruptly jerked his head up and said, we're coming up on a team. They seem pretty weak to me. Most likely Genjutsu users. Naruto had just finished speaking with Echo Team on the radio back with Team 7. Naruto scowled at that, wondering who the fool was to believe that an all-Genjutsu team would succeed. He picked up on the chakra signatures and agreed with Rigand, focusing his senses in front of him. Sakura, Sasuke, get ready. We're about to get another scroll, he called over his shoulder. When Naruto explained the plan, both rooks tensed up. In the meantime, a group of mist ninja were laying traps for anyone who happened to cross their path. A foot in each of their faces prevented them from activating a wide area Genjutsu after they had finished setting up. In order to knock out the mist ninja, Team 7 kicked off by backflipping, then landed on the ground and shot back to the ninja, punching them in the stomach with enough force. Team 7 continued toward the tower after a brief search for the mist team's scroll, which was fortunately an earth scroll. Afterwards, at this point, Team 7 was 30 minutes away from the tower. Naruto didn't mind that they hadn't taken down any more teams. He just wanted to get to the tower as soon as possible because he had been experiencing that sensation once more. He felt a very strong wind coming just as he was ready to make a clone so he could piggyback the other two and get his team there even faster. Naruto's eyes widened as he swiftly spun around in midair and shoved his teammates back to the branch they had just been on. When the gust of wind struck Naruto and sent him flying out of sight, Sakura and Sasuke could only widen their eyes. He was blasted a good 2 miles away from his teammates along with Naruto. He found several cuts on his body that were already healing when he landed. He scowled as he looked in his pockets and discovered that, fortunately, the two with the Earth and Heaven scrolls were still there. When he had landed, Rigand had leapt out, shifted back to his normal size, and then checked himself. The only cuts on his body were small ones. The fox whistled softly at what he saw as he looked up and back the way they had come. Naruto, you may want to see this. Naruto raised his head and blew his own low whistle. At the level he had been at previously, every tree had been reduced to ashes. With a sigh, Naruto said, good thing I'm a wind user. If I hadn't put that wind shield over us we really would have been screwed. Glad I got Sakura and Sasuke out of the way of that. They wouldn't have stood a chance. As they were speaking, A very big snake that had no business being outside the restricted area was approaching from behind. Naruto and Rijin turned around and leapt as far back as they could to avoid it just before it launched itself at the two. With wide eyes, Naruto exclaimed, "Rijin, get clear, I'm going pinball." As Naruto wrapped himself in a full-body windshield once more, the fox nodded and took off from the snake. This one, however, was a 5-foot shell that covered everything except his feet. Naruto yelled, "Ah, hell no. I did not get this far to be eaten by a snake." Just as the snake was about to attack again, he then launched himself straight through the snake and emerged on the other side. Naruto wasn't finished yet, but the snake hissed in agony. Like a pinball bouncing off the tree in front of him and hitting the bouncers, he kept tearing through the snake. The snake fell to the ground 15 seconds later. Naruto disengaged his windshield, but the snake abruptly vanished in a puff of smoke, giving him and Rijin the surprise of their lives. Naruto scowled as Rijin, who had just returned, cocked his head. A summons? However, I believe that only Anko and Oro had a snake summons. Naruto's eyes widened when he felt a huge chakra presence. "You have got to be kidding me," the father and son thought together. He turned to face the place where he felt the presence and scowled when it came from his previous location. He turned to face Rijin. The fox nodded, then shrank back down and entered one of Naruto's pockets that had not been ripped by the wind attack. "Get back in, Rijin, we're going to have to move fast." Naruto had activated his radio during this time, instructing teams Alpha via Delta to proceed as fast as possible to Sakura and Sasuke's location. Once Rijin was in position, he quickly disengaged his weights and ran back to his teammates through the woods. Both Sakura and Sasuke were panting heavily when they returned. They had been struck hard and quickly by the grass nin who had appeared and later identified himself as Orochimaru. Both of them were aware that they would have died by now if Naruto and Kakashi hadn't given them rigorous core training from the moment they graduated. They were already struggling to survive. The fact that he was playing with them was the worst part. Orochimaru was standing on a tree in front of Sakura and Sasuke, who were currently panting on a branch, while Orochimaru stood across a 25-foot gap. His neck suddenly reached out, and he bit Sasuke on the neck, causing him to scream in agony. A half-foot wide, concentrated stream of white-hot fire abruptly connected and moved up the Sannin's body as he was drawing his head back to his body. Sakura and Sasuke, who was gasping even harder, were relieved to see Naruto's back and realized that he was not pleased. Naruto's anger at seeing the person who killed his mate and kid was so intense that he could hear the Kyuubi growling in his head. He was preparing to assist if necessary, but surprisingly, he was not speaking. Orochimaru's body abruptly turned to mud as the real one emerged from the tree. "Coo. Looks like another mouse has come to play. But what can you do, I wonder? No matter, I've gotten what I came for," he said, chuckling as he looked at Naruto. Naruto scowled after glancing at Sasuke at this point. To Orochimaru's bewilderment, he raised his voice and yelled, "Squads! Sound off! 7. Shouts were heard immediately after from 4 different directions. Alpha. "Well done, Charlie, Delta." Following the shouts, 4 streams of white fire, each 5 feet wide, collided on the tree the Sannin was in, creating a wide X. Sakura and Sasuke gazed at the tree, while Naruto frowned as he watched. When the fire was extinguished, the tree was reduced to ash and the snake user was nowhere to be seen. Rijin and Naruto tried to use their senses as much as they could as the 4 clone squads approached them, but neither was able to locate the Sannin. Sasuke screamed one last time, clutching his neck, just as the clones were approaching, and then he fell to the branch, unconscious. Sakura let out a cry, "Sasuke-kun," while attempting to determine how she could assist him. When they noticed the mark on his neck, Naruto and the clones scowled even more. "We need to get him to the tower ASAP," he said, turning to his squads. "Create a pyramid that is 5 feet square." The clones nodded as Naruto created a second clone, who placed Sasuke on the original Naruto's back before instructing Sakura to hop onto it. After Sakura was in place, the group took off for the tower. The foxes all had secured themselves by going into the clones' pockets, and although most of them were unable to shrink their forms like Rijin, they made do because they knew they had no chance of keeping up with their summoner when he needed to use his full speed. Once Sakura and Sasuke were safe, the large group took off at extremely high speeds towards the tower. Normally, this wouldn't have been necessary, but Naruto and the clones were pouring as much chakra into their legs as they dared to get there as quickly as possible, so they added chakra to their eyes so they could actually see where they were going. Sakura turned her head into the clone's neck to shield her eyes from the wind the speed they were traveling at created. After less than 2 minutes, they arrived at the tower and screeched to a stop at one of the doors leading inside. The group hurried inside, looking around to see if anyone had a death wish at the moment. After the doors were closed, the clones released the foxes before dispelling themselves, and the extra scrolls they had gathered fell to the ground around the foxes, who merely batted them with their tails until they were in a pile before they were dispelled with a quick word from Naruto. Before heading to a message at the end of the room, the clone let Sakura down. Naruto put Sasuke down slowly, and Sakura came over to see how he was doing. Rigid, in the meantime, hopped out of the original's pocket, regained his normal size, and joined her in examining Sasuke. "We need to get him help quick, Naruto," he said, referring to the original. "He has an extremely high fever." The final clone said, "Hey boss, it looks like we need to open the scrolls to get through," after Naruto nodded. After reading the message, Naruto nodded and motioned Sakura and the clone to the pile of 4 scrolls before removing the Heaven and Earth scrolls he was carrying. After nodding to the 2 when they had their scrolls in their hands, the 3 opened the 3 sets they had. Naruto recognized the summoning seal as the scrolls began to smoke, and they threw them to the ground, where they were pulled together in excess. Iruka, Mizuki, and another Chunin emerged with a puff of smoke. Before turning to the team, the 3 Chunin turned to look around and were shocked to see 2 other Chunin. However, Naruto interrupted them to say, "Iruka-sensei. Sensei Mizuki. Thank heavens. Now we need a medic. Orochimaru did something to Sasuke during our team's encounter with him. He has a mark of some sort on his neck." As soon as he left, Mizuki led the other 2 members of Team 7 and Rigid, who had stayed through all of this, to their room to drop off Sakura before he dragged Naruto and Rigid to the room that Sasuke was brought into, where Iruka, the Hokage, Kakashi, and a medic were already talking with Sasuke hooked to an IV line. The Chunin were shocked and wondered if he was serious, so they looked at Sasuke's neck. When the group saw Naruto, they began to ask him questions, and after he finished, they decided that, as a semi-permanent solution, Naruto and Kakashi would try their best to seal the curse seal when Sasuke regained consciousness, since it was deemed too risky to try while he was under such a lot of stress. In the meantime, they would leave a couple of Naruto's shadow clones, which he would fill to the brim with chakra, to serve as guards. One would remain outside, and the other would be in the room. With as much chakra as the 2 clones had, they could possibly defeat an entire Anbu squad on their own. Rigid had left at that point, realizing that he was no longer required to report back to his leader. Once that was resolved, Naruto called the final 2 teams remaining in the forest and received updates from them. Echo and Foxtrot had hurried their own escorts to the tower as soon as they had received the memories of the other shadow clones, just as Naruto had done the final stretch. They were now on their way and would reach the tower within the next 7 to 11 minutes. After grabbing a meal at the cafeteria, Naruto brought some food to Team 7's room for Sakura, who had fallen asleep as soon as they arrived. Naruto placed the food next to Sakura's bed and then entered his mindscape to discuss the incident with his father. When Sasuke woke up 6 hours later, he attempted to fight the shadow clone inside the room with him, but the clone used its speed to pin him down until Sasuke had calmed down enough from the rush of adrenaline the curse mark had given him. The other clone immediately dispelled, informing Naruto of the situation, who then gathered Kakashi and the Hokage to the room. After explaining what had happened and explaining that they needed to seal the curse seal, Naruto explained to Sasuke what the seal was doing to him after he had looked at it. He explained that the seal actually worked in 2 ways. First, it completely replaced his natural chakra, making him dependent on it over time, and second, it was so corrosive that it actually shortened his lifespan when he used it. The second part of the seal chipped away his mental defenses until he was reduced to nothing more than a puppet. Needless to say that Sasuke did not like the idea of being someone else's puppet and consented to the sealing. After an hour, in a room beneath the tower, Naruto, Kakashi, and Sasuke were busy drawing on the ground and on Sasuke's body in preparation for the seal that Naruto believed would have the best chance of warding off the seal. Sasuke was sitting on his knees, his hands in shackles to prevent him from doing any harm when the seal began. When he was finally done, Kakashi walked around Sasuke until he was facing him, then he knelt down to look him in the eye, and Naruto walked to behind Sasuke and covered his curse mark with his hand. "Now, Sasuke, Naruto's seal will keep the effects of the curse seal away, but it won't be able to do so on its own," he said, noticing that he had his full attention. "Your ability to resist using the seal depends on your willpower. Additionally, the seal will lose its power and attempt to activate the curse seal if your chakra runs out." When Kakashi saw that Sasuke nodded, he nodded to Naruto, who slammed his hand on the curse mark to activate the seal. Sasuke moaned in agony as the seals moved from the floor and his body around the cursed seal, compressing until they formed a ring of words around the seal. Before Naruto and Kakashi went to the top of the tower to discuss what they should do about the cursed seal following the preliminary steps that they were certain would occur, they took him back to his room. Kabuto's team arrived an hour before the deadline, and the remaining teams that would be taking the third exam filed in over the course of the next 4 days, with teams 8 and 10 following closely behind Team 7. The Sand team arrived before Team 7, followed by Guy the following day and the Sound team 2 days later. Deadline for the second stage of the tower fighting arena. The Hokage, with Anko and Ibiki standing beside him and the Junins of the teams standing off to either side behind him, was in front of the giant statue of 2 arms in the ram sign, and 7 teams of genin were currently standing at attention in rows facing it. Naruto noticed Iruka and Mizuki leaning against the walls in a corner of the room and nodded to them, who reciprocated, knowing that both Junin and all but name were eager to see how their former students fared in the preliminary round. Naruto looked back over his shoulder at Sakura and Sasuke, who had a determined expression on their faces despite the bruises from the previous few days' activities. The day after Sasuke's sealing, Naruto had put Sakura and Sasuke through intense training in this same room during the night when the other teams were sleeping. He wanted to make sure the seal had worked with Sasuke and that he and Sakura would be able to handle anything their opponents threw at them, but he had warned them that if they ever got in over their heads, they should forfeit, even though he honestly didn't think they would have to well, unless they faced Gaara. Naruto was hoping that was his match because he knew he had the best chance against him. Naruto turned around again, and as soon as he saw the Hokage rise, he instantly pushed everything else out of his mind, save for what his leader was going to say. "Congratulations to everyone who passed the second exam," the elderly man said, clearing his throat. "Sadly, there are too many people passing this year, so preliminary steps will need to be taken." Kiba yelled before he could say anything more. "What? Why are preliminary steps necessary?" "A lot of important people, including the daimyos and nobles of the lands, will be coming to witness the third exam," the Hokage said with a laugh. "We must reduce the number of contestants in order to give them the best show possible because their time is valuable and cannot be wasted. Thus, I reach my next point. These tests serve purposes beyond merely choosing chunin. They serve as an alternative to open warfare." The Hokage began to explain that the exams were a means of demonstrating a village's strength and obtaining the village missions, but before he could finish, a Junin with a bandana-style headband on his head shushined in front of him, already kneeling. A few of the gathered genin began to mutter. "Pardon me, Hokage," the man said, coughing. "However, I feel that I should be the one to explain the rules as the third exam proctor." When the crouching man got up and turned around, the third nodded and said, "Of course, go ahead." He took a step back. "Hayate Gecko is my name," the man said, coughing. "I'll be proctoring the third exam." An additional cough. As the Hokage said, "There are too many contestants here, so we are going to have to hold preliminary rounds starting right now." Some of the genin questioned whether he should even be out of bed. A cry went up, "Right now?" before Hayate went on, from Kiba. "If you are on a mission, you won't be able to call for a break. Please feel free to leave if any of you feel that you are unable to continue at this time. And don't worry, even if you do, your teammates can still compete. It's every man for himself from now on." Kabuto raised a hand and declared, "I'm dropping out." Kabuto was told to leave because only those who stayed could watch, and there was a murmur among the teams as Hayate noted him as dropping out on his board. "Why are you dropping out, Kabuto?" he whispered as Kabuto passed Naruto. In the same tone, Kabuto uttered, "I'm afraid I'm running out of chakra." Before Kabuto passed him, Naruto gave him a quick, bullshit look and then he saw Mizuki create a noiseless shadow clone that instantly shushined out of the area. Noiseless simply means Mizuki is so good he can do it without the smoke and sound that comes from using it. Naruto can do the same by now, but it takes a lot of focus, so he usually doesn't bother. Naruto noticed he was the only one on the teams who noticed, so he didn't say anything. However, he caught Mizuki's eye and gave an imperceptible nod, which was returned. A panel to the left of the statue raised, revealing a large computer screen, and Hayate had nodded to Anko, who had spoken into her headset during this time. Hayate went on to say, "We'll start with the one-on-one preliminary round now that we have an even number. 2 people will be randomly selected by the computer to remain on the ground while the others go to the balconies to watch until their matches are called. If you are killed, knocked out, or forfeit, you lose your match. I will intervene if I think the match is already won, but don't rely on me to save you." The computer then began to cycle through the names until it found the first match. "Will Sasuke Uchiha and Yoroi Akato stay down while the rest go to the balconies?" asked Hayate, glancing at the board. "Give him hell, but watch your back," Naruto said, placing his hand on Sasuke's shoulder as the genin who had not yet engaged in combat fled to the balconies. Iruka and Mizuki remained at their corner where they had unhindered views of the matches, while Sasuke nodded and turned to face his opponent. Naruto jogged up the stairs to rejoin Sakura, who had been joined by Kakashi to watch the match. The other Junins had also gathered with their teams to watch the matches. After coughing, Hayate said, "Are you two prepared?" Seeing them nod, he held up his right hand before bringing it down and jumping back with a call of, "Begin." As soon as the match started, Yoroi rushed towards Sasuke, who abruptly felt a spike from the curse seal, causing him to stumble and jump back to keep his distance. Kakashi and Naruto, who were up on the balconies, scowled as they felt the spike but chose not to move because their seals seemed to be holding. Sasuke struggled, then punched him in the stomach and leapt away, but his opponent had seized his head while his hand was glowing blue, taking advantage of the stumble. Sasuke, panting, said without question, "You drained my chakra." "That's right," Yoroi said with a laugh. "Furthermore, there is nothing you can do." Before disengaging his chakra weights, Sasuke grinned and said, "We'll see." Then, to the surprise of most onlookers, he quickly moved behind his opponent and gave him a chop to the neck, knocking him out. After coughing, Hayate said, "Winner by knockout, Sasuke Uchiha." As Yoroi was taken away on a stretcher by medical personnel, Sasuke nodded and turned to leave. On his way back to the team, Sasuke received congratulations and a nod from Naruto and Kakashi, which he returned, ignoring Ino's attempts to get his attention before he arrived. Sakura, of course, mentioned that she knew he could win, which Sasuke acknowledged with another nod before turning to watch the remaining matches. When Sasuke did this much to the Platinum Blonde's dismay, Sakura gave him the victory sign, which made Naruto laugh before turning back to the arena. Before pausing on the following lineup, the board shuffled through names once more. "Will Zaku Abumi and Shino Aburame please come down?" Hayate asked, taking another look at the board. Shino and Zaku descended from the balconies and turned to face one another. According to Zaku, this will all be over in a blast. Only after Shino had adjusted his sunglasses did Hayate announce the start of the match. Raising his palm, Zaku unleashed a couple of wind streams at his opponent, which struck Shino squarely before he transformed into a swarm of insects that charged at him. Zaku retreated, then used his arms to blow the swarm apart once more before Shino emerged from the ground. Before Shino said, "Surrender," Zaku turned to face him and raised his palms once more. "You can't win because you're surrounded." Gazing around, Zaku saw that Shino was surrounded by a swarm of insects that were approaching him. Zaku grinned and held out an arm to each group, saying, "I don't think so." He knew something was wrong, though, because as soon as he put chakra in his arms, both of his arms exploded and fell to the ground, completely severed from his shoulders. Everyone was shocked, and Zaku fell to the ground, screaming in agony. He looked up at Shino, who had approached, and inquired, "How?" After readjusting his shades, Shino remarked, "You were only worried about the insects that were very visible. I sent individual insects into the tubes in your arms and blocked them, but you never noticed. The pressure had to be released somewhere when you launched your technique again, and the sides of your arms provided the least resistance." As Shino was pronounced the victor, the medics removed Zaku, two of them having to pick up the blown arms a few feet from his body. While Naruto merely examined Shino's strategies, the majority of the genin present trembled at what had transpired. Hayate coughed once more as the board went through names, and then he said, "Well, Kankuro and Masumi Tsurugi, please come down." Both Kabuto's other teammate and the puppeteer descended and gazed at one another. After removing the wrapped bundle from his back, Kankuro remarked, "This will be over in a flash." His opponent simply snorted and assumed a taijutsu position. Hayate made sure the two were prepared, then jumped back out of the way to start the match. Similar to his teammate, Masumi immediately threw himself at Kankuro, who ducked the blows, but when he managed to seize his wrist, his arm unexpectedly wrapped around Kankuro's arm, shocking everyone in the vicinity. Kabuto exclaimed, "What the?" Before Masumi put an arm around Kankuro's neck, he encircled his entire body around his arms and legs. "I can dislocate my bones and turn my body to elastic at will," Masumi said, chuckling evilly. "Give up now before I break your neck." With a growl, Kankuro said, "Never." Before a cracking sound caused most of the people in the room to flinch, Masumi simply shrugged. Kankuro's head immediately fell at a nauseating angle. and Masumi laughed and said that he was to blame for persevering. The bundled package that had fallen to the floor twitched before the bandages unraveled, revealing Kankuro with chakra threads on his fingers. Before Hayate could call the match, however, Kankuro's head swung around, frightening the living daylights out of the onlookers and Masumi, before it smiled. He then gave the order for his puppet to break every bone in his opponent's body before Masumi sank out of its grasp in a heap. Talk about a turn around. I'm glad I didn't interfere when he got caught, Hayate thought as he watched. He coughed again and declared, since his opponent is unable to continue, Kankuro is the winner. Time to gather some information, Kankuro thought as he glanced up at Team 7. He began walking up the leaf-side balcony rather than back to where his team was. At the match, there was a lot of muttering among the genin, and Sakura and Sasuke appeared perplexed by what was happening until Naruto interrupted. Using his puppet to represent him was a smart move, but it might have worked against him. What if he was wrapped up like that and someone threw a fireball at him? True, Kakashi said, nodding, but I bet he has a way of avoiding that. I have a few ways of avoiding them, Kankuro said after joining them by that point. By the way, I hope that no resentment remains from the past. When Naruto shrugged, he remarked, I think you learned your lesson. Despite his anger, Kankuro managed to remain composed. Before noticing the next names being chosen, Naruto smiled to himself. Sakura wondered what was so funny before she saw the names on the board and stiffened, but he laughed at the next lineup, which consisted of 2 kunoichis he knew. Hayate yelled, will Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka come down? While coughing. As Sakura turned to face the stairs, she felt 2 hands on her shoulders and turned to see Naruto and Sasuke each holding a shoulder. Naruto smiled and remarked, show her what you've got. Sakura smiled before nodding, and Sasuke nodded, and she descended the stairs as if she were on cloud 9. When Sakura got down, Ino, who was already on the ground, sneered at her and frowned at the way Sasuke behaved. Forehead, it's time I let Sasuke-kun see how pitiful you truly are, Ino sneered as he spoke. Sakura's eyes narrowed as she said, I don't think so, Ino pig. Sakura immediately removed her headband and tied it to her forehead, and Ino gasped before deciding to follow suit. Kankuro laughed up on the balcony and remarked, looks like we're going to have a catfight. You have no idea, said Naruto with a snort. What hit Ino won't be known to her. After chuckling once more, Kankuro inquired, did you bring any popcorn? Even though he was joking, he was taken aback when Naruto pulled a tiny container out of one of his scrolls and placed it in his hands. Kakashi and Sasuke both laughed at this. After blinking, Kankuro smiled and remarked, you know kid, I like you. Naruto's lips quirked into a half smile, but his gaze remained fixed on the girls, where he had been the entire time. Hayate looked before the two and yelled, begin, back on the arena floor, before leaping back. After exchanging looks, Ino hurled 3 shuriken at Sakura, who flipped back to allow them to pass over her before raising her hands and using the hand signals that Naruto had taught her and Sasuke during their first week on Team 7. While Naruto and Sasuke smiled, Ino and the other people in the room appeared perplexed. When the air condensed and big puddles of water began to form in a half circle with Sakura in the center, the others became even more perplexed. Sakura smiled and continued to make hand gestures before yelling, water style, water bullet just do. Surprisingly, as Sakura blew water out of her mouth, bullets also protruded from the puddles. When the bullets stopped coming, Ino began to frantically dodge them, but she was stopped when Sakura ran through hand signals once more and yelled, water style, water rush just do. When the water subsided, Ino was slumped over, unconscious, and streams from each of the puddles rushed out at her before slamming her against the wall. The guys on Team 7 had the same smiles on their faces as the majority of the rooks, who were shocked to see Sakura in action. Hinata nodded to herself, reflecting on how clearly Naruto had assisted Sakura just as he had assisted her. Sakura screamed, yes, and punched her fist in the air as Hayate called the match, before returning to her teammates after evaporating the puddles with the sister to her condensation just you. You were right, said Kankuro, shaking his head. She had no idea what had hit her. Looks like there's going to be another catfight, Naruto said, raising an eyebrow and laughing before turning back to the board after nodding. Kankuro looked at him curiously, then at the board, both of them raising an eyebrow before nodding. At that point, Sakura had returned to her team and was happily exchanging high fives with her teammates after the board displayed the names of 2 kunoichis once more. After clearing his throat, Hayate yelled, well, Tenten and Tamari, come down. Before Hayate yelled to start, the two kunoichis faced one another and jumped out of the way once more. Tenten got things started right away by hurling several shuriken and kunai at Temari, but they never touched. Naruto narrowed his eyes as he felt the girl's surroundings being altered by the sand back on the balcony. Let's see how good she is. Wind user, but I shouldn't be surprised considering that fan on her back. Tenten became enraged and began throwing storms of weapons at Temari, who just pulled out her fan and began blowing the flying metal away. Temari was back on the floor, taunting Tenten about allegedly missing her and bad-mouthing her aim. Every time Tenten attempted to hit her, Temari opened her fan, and 2 moons appeared. See those moons? Temari asked Tenten with a sly smile. On my fan, there are 3 of them. This match ends when the 3rd moon appears. Naruto scowled in response. Gritting her teeth, Tenten drew out 2 scrolls and activated them, sending them flying in a double helix formation. Tenten leapt to the top and began tossing the weapons that appeared, though the wind had shifted all of them from their trajectory. Unflinching, Tenten tugged on the weapons wires before launching them all at Temari once more. Wind style. Whirling cyclone Justu, Temari yelled as she yanked open her fan completely. Tenten was still in the air when the wind encircled him in a tornado after blowing the weapons away. As the wind began to tear into her, she screamed and then descended toward Temari's fan, which she had set up to catch her. However, a second, smaller tornado appeared beneath her before Tenten could possibly break her back on the battle fan, shocking Temari and everyone else who watched as the tornado moved to the balcony and dropped Tenten into Naruto's arms in a bridal style, giving Tenten a slight blush in the process. Hinata briefly displayed jealousy before controlling her emotions and grinning at how Naruto had assisted Tenten. Kankuro, who was still standing next to him, looked down in disbelief as Naruto glanced at his old classmate. Everyone else, except the other members of Team 7, was equally shocked because Naruto had not called out any techniques or made any hand signals. He gave Temari a stern look after determining that none of the wounds were life-threatening, then he approached Guy and took his pupil in his arms. Naruto simply nodded when Guy thanked him for saving his young student with his own winds of youth before returning with his own team. Before the board displayed the next match, Hayate jolted out of his daze and declared Temari the winner because Naruto had tampered, even though everyone in the room knew the outcome would be the same without his intervention. Troublesome, moaned from his right, and Naruto smiled, thinking that the lazy boy should really get to work. Coughing once more, Hayate said, "Will Shikamaru Nara and Kintsuchi please come down?" Shikamaru complained about having to fight a girl when he came down, and the girl took offense and appeared to be ready to kill. Hayate jumped back and started the match quickly. The fight, if you can call it that, was not much longer than Sakura's, and after he used his shadow possession just you, Shikamaru took advantage of Kin's position and made her knock herself out by hitting the back of her head against the wall. As Hayate called the match, Naruto shook his head, believing that although it was a smart tactic, getting your opponent to knock themselves out was still a lazy way to win. With a fox grin, Naruto looked up at the board once more and exclaimed, "Finally!" Kankuro looked at the board and understood why he had been so excited before leaping onto the rail and shooting himself down to Hayate in one fluid motion, raising everyone's eyebrows and causing his teammates to smirk. After grinning at his excitement, Hayate coughed once and said, "Well, Kiba Inuzuka, would you kindly join us?" After receiving a stern look, Kiba descended the stairs to the arena floor. After both were in position, Hayate declared, "The battle between Kiba Inuzuka and Naruto Uzumaki in the 7th round." He knew Naruto was a true speed demon when he wanted to be, so he hurried out of the way and said, "You may begin when ready." But Naruto just stared at Kiba while standing there half ready. "I still remember what you said back in that classroom," Kiba said when he finally lost it. "I'm going to put you in your place and make you regret what you said." With a raised eyebrow, Naruto remarked, "In your dreams, Inuzuka. Do you recall my clone's words from the forest? While I am primarily focused on heavy assault, you are a tracker specialist. In a fight, I outclass you." Before leaping back and hurling smoke bombs at Naruto, Kiba growled low in his throat. Before he could react, he gave Akamaru a food pill and changed both of them into savage versions of themselves. They ran quickly to the smoke cloud, launched themselves into sideways tornadoes, and began tearing through the smokescreen several times while using scent to lock onto Naruto's position. Everyone watched on edge for 5 minutes, but Team 7 was more perplexed than anything else because they knew they would know when Naruto acted, who wasn't usually one to wait this long. To the surprise of most onlookers, Naruto stood with his arms crossed and no scratches on him as the smokescreen thinned and the two drills finally stopped spinning, revealing a panting Kiba and an untransformed Akamaru. Naruto raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Are you done embarrassing yourself now?" With a growl, Kiba uttered, "How? I smelled you. Why was I unable to strike you? You shouldn't have been able to see me through that smokescreen because I was exactly where I was going." After grinning and tapping his nose, Naruto remarked, "Inuzuka, you're not the only one who uses his nose. Regarding not hitting me, it's simple to avoid you without appearing to move if I move too quickly for you to follow my scent." The Sand team and the final member of the Sound team were wondering when the blonde was going to fight, while the rooks up in the balconies were staring at Naruto in awe while Team 7 simply shook their heads. Kiba snarled before charging alone at Naruto and whirling into a drill for a head-on attack. When he saw him approaching, Naruto placed his right arm in front of his left shoulder and smacked Kiba away from him. Remember how Cell slapped Hercule during the Cell games? Everyone's mouths dropped as Kiba's funnel swayed before crashing into the wall at a 45-degree angle from Naruto's position above everyone's head. It wouldn't have been so bad if he had been expecting to hit the wall and had taken the right action, but he had expected to hit flesh, not concrete, and there was a significant difference in hardness between the two. Cracks spider webbed away from him as he fell onto the balcony, clutching his head from where he had hit. Naruto called over his shoulder without even looking, "You done dog breath? Or are you still able to take me?" With a roar of rage, Kiba launched himself at Naruto, who sensed him from the wind currents he created while traveling to the blonde. Naruto's hands blurred as he glanced up at Temari quickly and yelled, "Let me show you a real wind, just you. Wind style. Just do grand tornado." Everyone's eyes went wide when a tornado appeared with Naruto in the center, 5 feet wide at the base, 60 feet wide at the top, and reaching to the ceiling. Temari's jaw dropped again when she saw the size of the tornado and was suddenly relieved she hadn't faced the blonde because she was positive he had much better control over their element than she did. Naruto decided the poor boy had had enough and slowly released the technique, lowering Kiba to the floor with spirals in his eyes before he passed out from dizziness. Kiba never stood a chance as he shot straight into the tornado and began being thrown around inside at high speeds. Instead of having the just you cut the rook, Naruto got a fox grin on his face as the tornado took the Inuzuka for a good minute and a half. The final wisps of wind died down as Naruto's hair, which had been blowing around a little from being so close to the ring of wind around him, returned to its normal position. Naruto put Kiba down as gently as he could, then exhaled slowly before dropping his technique entirely. For a while, everyone was silent as they watched, trying to comprehend that Naruto could produce such a massive tornado. The only person who appeared unfazed was Kakashi, who was grinning to himself at the way his favorite student had fought. He fought like a true shinobi. He took Kiba's advantages, which the boy would normally have, and turned them against him. He also remained composed while making his opponent act rashly. And lastly, that tornado was pretty amazing. I've never seen him hold one that big for half a minute at most before losing control. At last, Hayate awoke and declared, winner by knockout. Naruto Uzumaki." To the amusement of his teammates, Naruto jumped from his spot on the floor backwards over the balcony rail before backflipping and landing back in his original spot. Some of the rooks began cheering for Naruto, and even a couple of the Junin and the Hokage, as well as Mizuki and Iruka, gave him a light applause at his performance, to which he gave a small bow and received some laughter. Naruto laughed when Sasuke said, "Show off," he added, "and proud of it." "Show off. And proud of it." When Hinata heard this, she burst out laughing. Then she looked at the board and tensed up instantly. When Naruto heard her, he looked over, but he also looked over himself and received a more serious look. Glancing back at the board, Hayate coughed before uttering, "Will Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga please come down?" Neji and Hinata made their way to the stairs. Naruto placed a hand on her shoulder as she approached Team 7. "Relax, Hinata. I know you'll do just fine out there," he said, grinning up at him. Hinata nodded, then smiled back at him, letting her shoulders drop where she had unconsciously tensed them. "Thanks, Naruto." With a nod, Naruto leaned closer, kissed her cheek, and sent her falling. As she descended the stairs, Hinata blushed a little, but she quickly collected herself before she hit the bottom. Naruto leaned against the railing on the balcony and remarked, "I'm looking forward to Neji's face when he finds out she's not the timid little girl she once was." "Yes, she has greatly improved in the past half year. You did a good job, Naruto," Kakashi said with a smile and a nod. With a humiliated rubbed back of his head, Naruto remarked, "Well, it wasn't just me. You, Mato, and Hiza helped just as much. Kakashi simply smiled while stating, but it was you who took the first step when others wouldn't. That makes your part all the more important. Since they were about to begin on the floor, Naruto remained silent in response. Neji was attempting to use a lack of confidence that was no longer present to persuade Hinata to forfeit down there. Word of advice, Lady Hinata. You should forfeit, Neji said with a frown. And why, Neji, would I want to forfeit? Hinata scowled as well. Neji's grin widened as he said, it is not in your nature to cause harm to others. You are not made for being a ninja. The only reason why you entered this exam was so not to let your teammates down. Now there is no reason for you to continue this charade. So I will say again, forfeit. It is your fate to fail here anyway. Hinata let out a sigh, lowered her head slightly, and closed her eyes. She glared at Neji so fiercely that he actually took a reflexive half-step back when her head suddenly snapped up and her eyes opened, her Byakugan activated without a single seal or call. Still staring, Hinata replied, you are wrong, Neji. I am not the so-called weak main branch member I was before. And as for fate, you can shove it up your rear end as far as I care. As Team Guy watched in disbelief, the Rooks and every member of Team 7 started laughing. This was unexpected from the kind Hinata they had seen on occasion. Activating his own Byakugan, Neji returned to the floor and yelled, Proctor, start the match. Nothing more is going to be said here. Hinata's lips twitched slightly and she said, agreed. Before he could clear, Hayate hastily called the match. The Proctor's words, begin, were followed by Neji leaping forward and hurling a chakra-filled right palm at Hinata, who remained in place and allowed her cousin to approach her. When he was sufficiently close, Hinata placed chakra in her own right palm and began exchanging palm strikes with Neji. Every time Neji launched an attack, Hinata would strike back by touching Neji's palm with her own, creating tiny bursts of chakra that resembled tiny explosions. Naruto returned to the balcony and began to smile upon realizing Hinata's scheme. Once she was back on the floor, Hinata began incorporating her own offensive moves, which forced Neji to either redirect her attacks or attempt to follow Hinata's lead. If her palms were able to make contact, failing to do either could result in serious injury. But after 5 minutes of intense combat, their chakra reserves began to decline significantly. Hinata was beginning to run low, but Neji could continue for a while. When Neji realized this, he intensified his attacks, to which Hinata swiftly responded. However, Hinata disengaged and leapt back just as Neji was about to land a crippling blow, gaining enough distance to avoid her cousin should he try to rush her. With a smug expression on his face, Neji simply assumed a relaxed stance and uttered the words, you see, Lady Hinata? It is pointless for you to continue. You barely have any chakra left while I still have plenty. Give up now. You cannot fight fate. Hinata looked at him for a moment before responding, I thought I told you to shove that fate crap up your rear end. We are not bound to fate, Neji. That is the coward's view. And for one who says one cannot deny fate, you sure as hell appear to be trying your best too. Neji snarled, but before he could react, Hinata grabbed her middle and left pointer fingers and pressed them against a spot on that side of her neck. A tiny seal suddenly materialized beneath her fingers and began to spread throughout her body. The marks started to travel to each chakra point along the heiress's chakra network. It took less than a second for visible chakra to shoot down the lines, beginning to flow from the seal's origin and then sinking into the skin. After 5 seconds, Hinata's chakra reserves were fully depleted, and the chakra ceased to be visible as it decelerated to a slower speed. To a Byakugan or Sharingan user, however, the chakra continued to flow through the seal. Hinata appeared to have limitless reserves because it was continuously replenishing them. As he saw this, Neji's expression was one of shock. When Hinata saw this, she smiled. What do you think, Neji? Naruto made me this seal back when he started teaching me while I still was in the academy. It takes a certain percentage of my total chakra from my reserves each day and adds it to another reserve inside it. When I need to, I can release that chakra back into my system for a quick refill if I ever run out. And since I haven't used the seal in over 4 months, I have quite the reserve right now. And since the seal forms directly over my chakra lines, none of it is wasted as it goes into them. One of the Junin, noticing how much it resembled his own seal, arched an eyebrow. Naruto was smiling, and many of the other people in the room were staring at him. Sakura was silently wondering the same thing as Sasuke, who had raised an eyebrow and asked, why didn't you give us that seal? Naruto sighed and replied, didn't see the point really. You guys don't shoot chakra out of your palms to attack. Therefore, you wouldn't need a complete refill in a number of seconds when you run out. Popping a soldier pill would work just as well for you guys. Also, there is a problem with the seal that Hinata has to deal with once this is over. The seal may restore your chakra, but after it is withdrawn, it immediately drains the percentage of chakra it takes each day to begin refilling it from what you currently have. And although if you have a small amount left it takes an even smaller amount, the effects are less obvious if you have a larger reserve to draw from. Hinata is normally only supposed to use it when she has no choice and must do her best to end any fight with it as quickly as possible. Here though, with medics around, she can go a bit farther than normal with it. When Sasuke heard the explanation, he nodded. Naruto's seal was actually a backup emergency plan that should not be used carelessly. However, in this case, she did not have to worry about the issues of chakra exhaustion that resulted from using it for an extended period of time in a hazardous situation. When Hinata had completed her explanation, she positioned herself and fired at her cousin. Before he received the shock of his life, Neji prepared to engage once more. Hinata started incorporating the snake style into her forms and even started incorporating kicks that had chakra emanating from her feet, in contrast to her previous practice of fighting exclusively in accordance with the rigid forms of the gentle fist. It was difficult for Neji to avoid getting hurt by the sudden assaults. When he was unable to correctly divert the attacks, he was forced to block them, which resulted in him getting bruises on his arms. Before Neji was able to get a lucky shot on Hinata's stomach, this continued for 10 more minutes. The seal retracted after being sufficiently incapacitated by the chakra blow. When Hinata noticed this, she immediately disengaged once more to determine the issue. Don't worry about it, Hinata. He just triggered the fail-safe that happens if you get a chakra transfusion. The seal won't activate any of its features for another 24 hours now. You should still be close to full though. He didn't say this aloud to protect the secret, which was that the influx of foreign chakra had to be exactly where the primary coil started, where your chakra originated. After giving a nod, Hinata assumed her position. Neji had to use all of his chakra, which was causing him to pant the entire time. The Hyugas weren't known for being endurance freaks, though. Hinata suddenly winced in agony and pressed her hand to the spot where Neji had hit her. Neji noticed this and grinned upon realizing that he had not only prevented the seal from carrying out its function but also inflicted some sort of internal harm. He rushed in Hinata's direction, taking advantage of her moment of distraction. They proceeded after Hinata's prompt response. However, as Hinata attempted to manage the pain from Neji's previous blow, it quickly became apparent that she was becoming less effective. Before she began to run low again, she managed to continue high-speed attacks for an additional 4 minutes. Then, near the same spot, Neji was struck again. Hinata grimaced in agony as she disengaged for the 3rd time. Neji allowed her to say, "Admit it, Lady Hinata. It is pointless to go against your fate. Give up. I won't give you another warning." After assuming her position as best she could, Hinata said calmly, "No." With a more severe expression than before, Neji said, "Fine." He hurried over to Hinata, prepared to ensure that she never stood up again. He was about to be stopped by the proctor and all of the Leaf Junin when Naruto once more removed the issue from their control. A tiny burst of chakra occurred as a gentle fist strike collided with another mixed with wind chakra before any of the Junin other than Kakashi and Guy could react. Naruto stood in a soft fist stance, his right palm a quarter of an inch from his own palm. Wind spinning around his palm and chakra still flowing around it. Neji's eyes widened. Blood began to trickle from Neji's hand, where the wind chakra had made tiny incisions, and his eyes grew even wider. When combined with the wind that was blowing around his hand, it was an obvious indication that Naruto could have used his wind chakra alone to cut off Neji's entire hand if he so desired. When the Junin, Mizuki, and Iruka appeared a second after Naruto, he had a stern expression on his face. They surrounded the small group, each placing a hand on Neji's arm or shoulder to prevent him from moving forward. In fact, Hayate was touching Neji's forehead with his index finger. With a stern expression, Naruto said, "That was way out of line, Neji. The job of the branch family is to protect the main branch, not kill them. Sure, your family is messed up in that regard, but taking it out on Hinata, who has not only never done anything like what the rest of the main branch has done but argued against it, is not only wrong but disgusting. I would have thought you would have known better. This is a clan matter, you have no right to ridicule me on that," Neji merely sneered. Naruto was about to respond when Guy said, "Be that as it may, Neji, you promised me you would leave the problems between the branch and main families out of this." Hinata began to sway and then fell forward before anyone could say anything more. She leaned against Naruto, who swiftly grabbed her by moving closer and put an arm around her before stating, "Easy Hinata, I got ya." Nodding, Hinata remarked, "Thanks, I'll be alright though." A doctor arrived and after studying her said, "She's right, she should be fine. Just needs some rest." Luckily those strikes weren't too serious. It would have been worse if they hit any of her organs. She just needs some rest right now. She should get a proper checkup by the end of the day though. After giving Hinata a nod, Naruto picked her up in bridal fashion, getting a little eep in return. He leapt from his position, landed on the rail in front of her teammates, and then leapt down. After gently placing her down, he said, "You did good Hinata." He then quickly kissed her. When Hinata saw that Naruto was actually kissing her on the lips, she became extremely happy and blushed violently. Hinata was grinning as she passed out from sheer joy as Naruto withdrew. To Kurenai's delight, Naruto laughed as he caught her again. He brushed a strand of hair away from her face and placed her down against the wall to rest. He said, "Rest well, Hinata." He got up and walked back to his teammates and Kankuro, who had raised eyebrows at him like one of his favorite teachers, after noticing that she was also grinning while she slept. He gave them the same look he had given them before leaning against the rail once more, causing the small group to laugh. Back on the ground, Mizuki grinned as he turned to face Iruka and said, "Pay up." After complaining, Iruka took out $50 and slapped it into Mizuki's uplifted palm while he replied, "Yeah, yeah." After observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the other members of the group, Mizuki remarked, "I bet Iruka $50 that Hinata would faint when Naruto actually got around to kissing her on the lips the first time." Kurenai scowled then joined in on the laughter of the other adults. After grinning, Kakashi I joined the rest of his team, and the other Junin did the same. Due to interference, Neji was promptly proclaimed the winner, even though the same outcome would have occurred even in the absence of Naruto's intervention. But this time, it was just because he was a second quicker than the others. Gaara's sand body instantly flickered to the ground as the board moved again. He said, looking up at the leaf side, "Don't keep me waiting." After glancing at the board, the final two leaf genin responded differently. As Lee began to bounce around, relieved that it was finally his turn to fight, Shoji let out a sigh of relief. However, he discovered his rival's hand on his shoulder before he could hurry down there. He turned to look at Naruto's grave expression and questioned, "What is it, my youthful eternal rival?" Naruto didn't even appear to have heard the young person's part because he was so serious. He said, maintaining a serious expression, "Watch how you deal with him, Lee. He uses sand. You are going to have to hit him hard, and hit him fast." Lee gave a nod before jumping down, much like Naruto did for his opponent. All Naruto could do was sigh and return to his group. For his rival, he had done what he could. All he could do was hope it was sufficient. He was certain that Lee had an equal chance of defeating Gaara. But, as they say, fight fire with fire. It was his sincere hope that he would be the one to engage his fellow Jinchuriki in combat. "Don't die out there, Lee," he thought as he stopped beside Kankuro. Kankuro nodded his head and said, "I don't know what your friend can do, but he's got no shot at winning against Gaara. He won't even be able to land a single hit." Naruto gave him a sidelong glance and then looked back down. Frowning, he said, "You may think that, but Lee and I are very similar. We've both been called failures, but there is a reason why we're rivals. This village has many so-called geniuses. That is a term that has been thrown out way too often in this village. It is easy to be great if you have a bloodline giving you aid, but Guy Sensei calls me and Lee geniuses of another kind. He calls us geniuses of hard work. We didn't have anything helping us get to where we are today. We have actually been handicapped when it comes down to it, but neither of us ever gave up. We still haven't. You don't find that kind of determination in most people. And that is why Lee and I have the best chance against your brother. We simply don't quit. Ever." Kankuro said nothing because he had nothing to say about that. After hearing Naruto, Guy and Kakashi both grinned in different ways. Sakura and Sasuke had been silent the entire time, considering his words. As he stared at Lee, who was staring just as hard, Gaara's gourd's cork fell off and sand started to pour out. When Hayate saw the two were prepared, he yelled, "Begin." Lee took Naruto's advice to heart and began hammering Gaara's defenses with fast-moving attacks as soon as the match started. But before he could get close, Gaara's sand kept appearing, blocking him before counter-attacking. Lee tried his hardest to attack and dodge, but with his weights on, things weren't going his way. He could dodge but not attack because of his speed. Naruto was watching Lee fight the entire time, his face fixed solemnly. A few minutes later, Lee jumped to land in a crouch on the tip of the statue after back-flipping from a series of sand hands that were reaching for him. Guy abruptly yelled 4 words that Naruto knew would set off actual controlled chaos. "Take them off, Lee." After giving a salute, Lee removed his weights and stood up, holding them in his hand. With the exception of Team 7 and Team Guy, everyone was wondering why it would be useful to lose a few pounds. When Lee dropped them, everything changed. When everyone else saw the dust explosion and felt the ground tremble from the impact, Naruto smiled at their faces. Raising an eyebrow, Naruto questioned, "How much, since last month?" to Guy. With a smile, Guy said, 150 each. Kankuro wondered what kind of freaks the leaf produced, but Naruto simply shook his head and continued to smile before remarking, "Looks like he's got 10 more on now than I do. This makes close to 3,000 now." Kakashi simply shook his head and sighed at this. Then Lee launched his assaults on Gaara. Lee eventually got a hit in, but each attack kept getting closer. When Lee's downward flip kick actually scratched Gaara's face, the Sand Team members and their Junin gaped. After a fleeting glance at Kankuro's stunned expression, Naruto smiled and asked, "What was that about not landing a single hit?" Lee returned to the ground and kicked Gaara square in the face. To the surprise of everyone who wasn't on the Sand Team, Gaara wheeled backwards, but the kick's effect was a piece of sand falling off her face rather than a bruise or broken bone. At this, Naruto arched an eyebrow. Sand armor. Why am I not surprised? Bet that thing is a killer on his reserves though. Kankuro continued to watch the match despite wondering how Naruto had figured out the last bit, but he stiffened abruptly when he looked down. "What is it?" asked Naruto upon seeing this. After swallowing, Kankuro concluded, "Gaara has that look on his face." Naruto scowled and turned to face Gaara, who was wearing a ferocious expression. Kankuro went on, "Your friend doesn't have much longer, I'm afraid. He will be toyed with and then killed." For the first time since arriving at the tower, Naruto deactivated his chakra weights, and his scowl deepened. He would require as much speed as possible if Kankuro's statement was accurate. To get to Neji as quickly as he did had taken him 2 seconds. He had a feeling that he would soon need to be even faster. Lee looked up to see Guy watching the match with a smile on his face, and he returned the smile. Then he ducked under a sand attack and charged directly at Gaara. Gaara's armor was being ripped to pieces after a few more attacks. Lee was beginning to pant a little, but Gaara was able to get him to back off. Lee asked in silence as he looked up at Guy once more, and Guy nodded in silence as well. Lee got a rather pleased expression on his face and started to remove the bandages from his arm. After a moment of shock, Naruto thought, things are about to get interesting. Lee sped around Gaara like a rocket, creating a tiny wind ring as he went. Then he leapt behind Gaara and kicked him straight up. Lee began spinning as he wrapped his bandages around Gaara, then slammed him to the ground while yelling, "Primary Lotus, hard." About 20 feet from Gaara, Lee skidded to a stop, panting a bit more. But Gaara got back up, his sand armor mending itself once more. When they saw the expression in his eyes, the majority of genin in the present actually shuddered. Lee tried to avoid sand as he began to pursue him with a vengeance. But Lee was exhausted by the primary lotus, and he was unable to avoid everything. Lee was pushed up against the wall and had to endure a sand wave that really wore him down. Lee, panting heavily, held out his hands. After giving it some thought, Guy decided that enough was enough. Then, he nodded to himself and exclaimed, "Lee, open them." While nearly everyone was perplexed, Lee yelled, "Roger," and saluted. He crossed his arms and started to pull strength from within. He opened his celestial gates one by one, and chakra began to flow around him. Naruto smiled on the balcony before stating, "This is it. If the gates don't give Lee the edge he needs, I don't know what will." When Lee practically exploded in a chakra pulse, his skin turned red and his eyes turned completely white, shocking almost everyone in the room except a select few. Kankuro scowled and was about to inquire what he meant by gates. Naruto's pinball move back in the forest looked like a kitten playing with a ball of yarn after Lee launched Gaara into the air once more and began beating him around quickly and forcefully. After kicking Gaara away and wrapping him in one of his ribbons, he pulled on the ribbon, which brought him back repeatedly like a paddleball. When he was done, Lee slammed Gaara to the ground once more, leaving a crater where he landed. Lee himself made a brief landing. After the maneuvers he just performed, he appeared to be very exhausted and struggling to get enough oxygen. Gaara's condition had not improved. It appeared that neither would be able to move for some time. But as Gaara raised one arm, sand started to rise from all around him and move in Lee's direction. Lee attempted to flee, but the act of opening the gates severely damaged his body, causing his left arm and leg to become encased in sand. Seeing the expression in Gaara's eyes and knowing pretty well what was going to happen next, Naruto bounded toward his opponent's side and, before Gaara could hurt him anymore, launched a tiny, low-powered tornado directly over Lee, shocking everyone in the area, including Lee. After removing all of the sand from his friend, the tornado moved to stand between Naruto and Gaara. Gaara appeared perplexed by this. "Why do you continue to protect others around you?" In a stern expression, Naruto stated, "Because I care about them. I will do anything to protect my friends." Gaara got to his feet, looking even more perplexed. He turned back to the balcony on the foreign side and left. Sand returned to Gaara's gourd after Naruto dropped his tornado. No one cared to dispute Hayate's decision to declare Gaara the winner for interference. Once more, Naruto stepped in when one of the competitors' circumstances appeared dire. Guy had come to see how his student was doing, and the medics had followed suit. They concluded that Lee was extremely tired from opening the gates and had a great deal of torn muscle. But there would be another day to fight. While Lee was being transported to the hospital by the medics, Naruto was unaware that he had tampered with all three of Team Guy's games. As he listened to Guy recount how his winds of youth had once again rescued one of his young students, he shook his head at the idea and made his way back up to the balcony. After everyone had left the floor, Hayate yelled, "Well, Choji Akamichi and Dosu Kinuta, please come down. For this fight, keep in mind that Team 10 has never faced the Sound Nin in the forest and that Naruto stopped them before the first test, so they are unaware of what Dosu does." The preliminary match ended in a very disappointing way. Dosu sent Choji a concentrated burst of sound waves as soon as the fight started by flicking a finger against the amplifier on his arm. However, Choji wasn't the only one impacted. Naruto flinched at the sound waves, and his father did the same, while Choji instantly fell with swirls in his eyes up in the balconies. He clarified as he noticed that everyone was staring at him. "Just as I've got a really good sense of smell, I have just as good a sense of hearing." When that sound nin down there flicked that piece of metal strapped to his arm, it caused sound waves to appear. He focused them towards Akamichi so he got the most of the blast, but I still heard it. When Hayate called the match, everyone's faces lit up with, "Oh," expressions. When Choji regained consciousness, the Hokage summoned all the winners to the ground. "We have 3 sand participants, 6 leaf participants, and 1 sound participant." As he waited, the old man thought, "Good batch this year." After everyone had lined up, the elderly gentleman said, "Congratulations on those who have passed. I know you will give our visiting dignitaries a very good show in a month's time. Now then, it's time to explain the 3rd exam. But first, Anko here will be passing a box around. Take a paper and we'll explain once everyone has a number. I'm slightly altering the numbers, the matches are the same, but they're at different times. I want these guys to have a chance before Naruto starts blowing things up after his fight. Now then, starting from left to right, call out your numbers," he said after everyone had a number. Dosu, 3, Naruto, 8, Sakura, 4, Sasuke, 9, Shikamaru, 1, Neji, 7, Shino, 5, Tamari, 2, Kankuro, 6, Gaara, 10. Ibiki turned his clipboard to the group and wrote something on it. "This is the lineup for the final exam in 1 month, he stated. The contestants' minds were racing with different ideas. Did I just oppose Sasuke's teammate? Dosu pondered as he looked at the kunoichi nearest to him. Neji and I from the beginning, huh? With a raised eyebrow, Naruto thought, well, this should be interesting. Am I opposed to the mummy guy? How can I accomplish that? He makes use of sound. Perhaps Naruto has some ideas. Sakura scowled as she turned to face Dosu and saw him observing her for a moment as well. Am I battling Gaara? Excellent. With a self-assured grin, Sasuke said, I can test myself and see where I stand next to him. Difficult. Guess who said, I'm the first match, and I'm fighting another girl right off the bat. Am I opposed to the failure? I'm blessed with an easy win by fate. Neji's expression was smug. It's clear he forgot what transpired during his altercation with Hinata. Shino simply read the sheet and started formulating strategies for combating puppeteers. Great. I get to fight first against the lazy boy. Oh well, it should be interesting to face that blonde's teammate or the sound guy in the second round. I oppose the Uchiha. He'll show me I exist. Gaara could sense. Mother, shifting uneasily at the idea. After giving everyone an opportunity to see who they would be facing first, the elderly man went on, "Now then, you all have a month until your matches. Train hard and prepare new strategies to defeat your opponent because you can be sure they will be as well. Now then, you all have a month until your matches. Train hard and prepare new strategies to defeat your opponent because you can be sure they will be as well." As the Junin arrived to speak to their departed students, the elderly man hushed away. Kakashi walked up with a grin on his face and, "Well done you three. You guys were the only Leaf team to have all of its members pass to the third round. But that aside, we need to get you guys ready for your matches that are coming up. I am going to find suitable teachers for you guys. Meet at Training Ground 7 at 8 tomorrow morning." Sakura said, "But Kakashi-sensei, why can't you just train us all?" As she and Sasuke appeared perplexed. Kakashi grinned before responding, "I'm afraid it's the rules. A Junin sensei cannot train more than one of his students who has passed to the third exam. That way no one has any unfair advantages since everyone has the potential of fighting everyone else. Now then, does anyone want to come with me or are you guys going to stay here for a little longer?" Naruto wanted to stay, saying he wanted to speak with Iruka and Mizuki, but Sakura and Sasuke chose to go with Kakashi. It was not entirely false. Before he shuffled away, Kakashi placed a hand on each of the Rook's shoulders and said, "See you tomorrow Naruto." Naruto observed as the remaining Genin teams, whose members were still present, either shushed out of the area or headed back to the forest after hooking up with their Junin team leaders. Absently, he wrote that the Sand team had chosen to re-enter the forest. Hinata smiled and waved to him, and Naruto smiled back before Kurenai hushed her group away. During this time, Iruka and Mizuki had approached him. "So you finally got around to kissing her I'd say it's about time. Our little Naruto's finally grown up," Mizuki said, teasingly, although both were grinning. As he answered, Naruto inclined his head. "Me and my team was the only one from the Leaf to get all our members through the prelims and the first thing you talk about is my love life. I think you need to work on your priorities." Mizuki received a mocking look of hurt before joining in on Iruka's laughter. He was getting serious. "Seriously though Naruto, good job out there. You kept your cool while making Kiba lose his cool. You fought just like a real shinobi should." Iruka grinned and then added his own thoughts. "That and you obviously did a good job helping Kakashi train Sasuke and Sakura." Sakura was never one to take her training seriously during the academy, and while Sasuke wasn't so bad, he never really took most of the stuff we taught seriously either. "I don't know what you did to those two, but it definitely worked." After rubbing his head and grinning, Naruto remarked, "Yeah, well you would be surprised what you can do with the proper motivation. By the way Naruto, that seal you put on Hinata, did you ever give it to anyone else?" Iruka asked after Mizuki and she both laughed. Then he said, "No, I didn't think I should. It's really only a last resort for Hinata for when she gets in a fight and runs out of chakra. I don't think I will let anyone else use it either. Though now that she's used it out in the open, everyone else is going to want one. Good luck trying to copy it though. That seal took a whole month for me to come up with it. And that was with a good 100 clones helping. It can't be copied and I'm not just going to hand it out." Given that they were aware of Naruto's pride in his sealing skills, Iruka and Mizuki nodded. It would be difficult for anyone who desired that seal to duplicate it, and Naruto was well known for not entrusting anyone else with any of the important seals he created. Mizuki then looked at him and said, "I know how you feel about your seals Naruto, but once word gets around about that recharge seal you're going to have practically everyone breathing down your neck for one. God knows the council will try to demand for you to give them the seal. Especially the Hyugas. That seal would really increase their abilities." Naruto was just grinning and saying, "Let them try. The only one who can order me to do that is the Hokage and he already knows about this. We both agree that no one else should have the seal unless certain circumstances warrant the need to be put on someone." Before the group split up, Iruka and Mizuki exchanged another nod before making their way back to the village via Shushin. Before turning around and leaving the tower, Naruto lingered on the arena floor for a brief moment, contemplating the impending storm with the council. He needed to find his brother, Jinchuriki. After an hour, the Sand team was moving slowly back toward the village, jumping through the forest. Baki, their Junin sensei, kept them moving slowly so they could talk about their plans in relative silence. Since nobody wanted to spend too much time in the forest, the other teams had already passed them. Suddenly, a short distance ahead of them, Naruto appeared on a tree branch. They landed on a branch in front of him, and the sand team tensed. What is he doing here? Baki thought, narrowing his eyes. Out loud he said, what is it you want, Leaf Nin? If it is just to chat, then be on your way. We have to prepare for the final exam. After scowling at him, Naruto turned to face Gaara and uttered, tell Shukaku that Kyuubi says hi. Gaara's teammates appeared perplexed, but he suddenly grabbed his head as the inner demon began to scream. He jerked his head up and uttered, Mother wants your blood. Sand immediately began to fly in Naruto's direction. The sand totally engulfed Naruto as he said, well, tell your mother that my blood tastes bad. He raised an eyebrow. Gaara's eyes glowed maniacally as he gave the order to crush Naruto with his sand. The blonde was crushed by the sand, and his teammates' eyes widened. But the four became perplexed when they heard smoke emerge and heard a poofing sound instead of a fountain of blood. Now is that any way to treat someone who just wants to talk? Asked Naruto as he abruptly emerged from the tree branch where his shadow clone was. Before Gaara's sand attempted to crush him once more, 4 sets of eyes blinked out. Before a tornado began to form around Naruto and suck up all the sand, Naruto simply yawned and remarked, talk about a one-trick pony. With a smile on his face, he formed a ball of fire in his hand and pushed it into the tornado, transforming it into a fire vortex. After holding the vortex for 10 seconds, Naruto let it fall. When this occurred, glass shattered and fell. With a grin, Naruto said, you got 2 choices here, Gaara. Either we go find somewhere private and have a nice little chat between 2 brothers. Or you can do your best to kill me and I beat you senseless before we have that talk. Either way, you and I have a lot to talk about. Who the hell is this guy? Was the common thought among Baki, Tamari, and Kankuro as they watched everything with wide eyes. When the sand shuriken reached Naruto, he channeled chakra into the blade, causing it to erupt in flame, and then he casually deflected them, causing them to shatter as they flew away from him and hit the trees around him, instantly turning them into glass. Gaara growled before launching the sand shuriken at Naruto, who immediately unsealed his fox sword, which he had received from the foxes when his father had trained him in sword fighting. Had enough? Naruto asked, cutting the fire chakra from his elemental chakra blade and resealing it onto the storage seal on his wrist. When he saw that sand was covering half of his face and his left arm and leg, Gaara snarled in frustration. His team immediately fled the scene, thinking, he's going demon. We gotta get out of here. As he watched, Naruto tilted his head. With drool streaming from the side of his face that had changed, Gaara exclaimed, Uzumaki. You'll demonstrate my presence. With a raised eyebrow, Naruto remarked, prove your existence. Your so-called friend was worthy of proving my existence, Gaara snarled. But you seem like a lot stronger to me. I will establish my existence beyond a shadow of a doubt with your death. After scowling, Naruto remarked, Gaara, that doesn't prove your existence. Just being a monster is what that is. Try making a few friends if you want to demonstrate your existence. How can you, after all, prove your existence when no one is around to attest to your initial presence? After receiving a perplexed look, Gaara gripped his head in agony once more before growling and lunging towards Naruto. Sighing, Naruto said, idiot. As soon as Gaara was within range, he kicked him in the chin, sending the sand Jinchuriki skyward. Naruto leapt after him, appearing over him. He spun to gain momentum, then slammed his foot into Gaara's stomach, sending him into the forest floor, where the trees and ground trembled and the birds took off. After letting his leap carry him to one of the higher branches of the tree Gaara had been standing on, Naruto shook his head and uttered the words, I warned him. Before saying, that's Shukaku for you, he heard his father snort. There was never much common sense in that raccoon. But don't be arrogant, he has control over sand, which he can obtain from almost any location with ground nearby. Being over the ocean would be the only surefire way to defeat this guy. However, you shouldn't have too much trouble with him given what has transpired thus far. After nodding, Naruto continued to gaze down at the spot where Gaara had landed. Although the impact had been lessened by the sand, the impressive crater was still visible, so he disengaged his weights and waited. The blonde's identity was once again a mystery to the sand team, who were watching in disbelief from a great distance. After returning with the 2 Jinchuriki, Gaara slowly stood up and turned to face Naruto, who was staring down at him. Gaara growled at Naruto, whom he believed to be making fun of him, and more sand covered his body in the shape of a tail. At this, Naruto arched an eyebrow but showed no other reaction. With a roar, Gaara launched himself even more quickly at Naruto. Naruto waited until Gaara was directly on top of him, then he turned on his left heel and gave Gaara a spin kick to the head. Gaara then flew off to Naruto's left and crashed into a tree, which made a loud cracking noise as it hit him, then moaned as its top started to tilt away from the two before falling with a loud crash. He scores when he shoots. As Naruto watched Gaara shakily stand up, clutching his head, he smiled at his father's statement. When Gaara noticed Naruto smiling, he became enraged and exclaimed, "I've never felt so alive. It only goes to show how much you will prove my existence when I kill you that you have pushed me this far. More. Sand covered his entire body as he spoke, making him resemble the one-tailed beast in miniature. At this, Naruto shook his head and prepared for the next battle. Suddenly, however, holes started to appear throughout the body, and the wind started to be drawn in before Gaara exclaimed, "You're done." Hurricane Force Justu is the wind's style. Soon after, hurricane winds of Category 2 blasted out of the holes and headed in Naruto's direction. As soon as Naruto heard his father shout, "Oh no, you did not just launch a wind attack against the Demon Lord of Wind and Fire's host." His hands began to blur. Following the Kyuubi's yell, Naruto completed his Just You formation and threw his arms in front of him while yelling, "Wind style, Hurricane Blast Justu." His hands erupted into Category 5 hurricane winds that slammed into Gaara's attack before turning that attack back on him and slamming Gaara with the combined winds. Naruto stood there for a few moments, panting, then he took off at high speed after Gaara, who screamed as the wind hit him and blew him more than 5 miles away. After returning to the Sand team, they were all taken aback by the sudden development and hurried to the location where Gaara had taken off. In less than a minute, Naruto arrived at Gaara's landing spot and surveyed the area. It wasn't too difficult to locate, as Naruto's attack had left a trail 3 times larger than Orochimaru's, and Gaara was in a crater, barely conscious as Naruto approached. When Gaara saw this, he uttered in a terrified tone, "Don't approach. I will not disappear." "Gaara, if I was going to kill you, I would have done it already," Naruto said, shaking his head. "Helping you is what I want, not killing you. After all, we're practically brothers." With a perplexed expression, Gaara asked, "What do you mean?" Naruto responded by simply raising his shirt and using his chakra. "You're just like me," Gaara said, his eyes widening. "However, why didn't you become like me? How do you have such strength?" By this point, the Sand team had arrived at the clearing and had been taken aback by Gaara's words. "Because I had those who believed in me," Naruto said, grinning and letting his shirt drop. "I was able to escape the darkness thanks to them. I'm determined to keep the people who gave me strength safe. I once heard a very wise statement from one of my friends. You can only become truly strong by defending those that are important to you." After giving his words some thought, Gaara remarked, "Love is the source of the strength to defend those you care about. But that's not the kind of person I have." "You would be surprised, Gaara," Naruto said, crouching down as he approached Gaara and simply shook his head. "Your sister and brother are the 2 you already have. And me too, if you want." Naruto offered Gaara a hand, and Gaara looked stunned. He blinked, then accepted it, and Naruto helped him stand up. He turned around and assisted Gaara in going to his team. When he arrived, he yelled, "Hey Mizuki-sensei, are you coming down or are you just going to stand there?" As Mizuki landed next to Naruto, surrounded by a group of Anbu, the Sand team leapt. "Dang Naruto, what the hell were you doing out here?" he said, grinning and raising an eyebrow as he looked around. After chuckling with a smile of his own, Naruto remarked, "Just a friendly spar between 2 brothers." The Anbu wondered what a full-on battle would look like as he looked around, sweating from the amount of damage one of his justice had caused. After a long moment, a genuine smile appeared on Gaara's lips, and his eyes widened. The eyes of the other members of the Sand team widened, and then they smiled, too. Figures. Mizuki's smile transformed into a warm one. "You know Gaara, I could look at your seal and reinforce it if you want," Naruto said, laughing once more before turning to face her. "It could solve your issue." It appeared as though the Sand team's eyes would roll out of their heads as they widened even more. With another smile, Gaara said, "I would like that." After Naruto gave a nod, Mizuki commented, "Come on guys, the Hokage wants to talk to all of you." Before the group shushing to the Hokage tower, Naruto placed his hand on Gaara's shoulder and nodded to Mizuki as each Anbu placed a hand on the Sand team. With several puffs of smoke, the group emerged into the Hokage's office. The elderly man, who had been working on paperwork at his desk, looked up. Naruto arched an eyebrow when he noticed the crystal ball the elderly man occasionally used. When the Anbu arrived, he was aware that they had had some audience for the fight. When Sarutobi began to watch and why he had initially desired to watch him were the questions. Naruto, would you mind telling me why you chose to pick a fight with a fellow final exam contestant a whole month early? The Hokage asked, deciding to get right to the point. Naruto sighed and continued, first of all, old man, I didn't pick that fight. I just wanted to talk to my fellow Jinchuriki. At this, Sarutobi's eyes drifted to Gaara before he frowned. Gaara's tenant didn't like the fact that one of his old drinking buddies was nearby and persuaded Gaara to start a fight. Kyuubi simply snorted and remarked, oh please. Shukaku and I weren't drinking buddies. He was too much of a lightweight. Everyone arched an eyebrow at the drinking buddy part. At his father's remark, Naruto arched an eyebrow but remained silent. Sarutobi saw, but he didn't ask Naruto what was on his mind because he knew that if it was important, he would tell. Is what Naruto says true? He asked, turning to face Gaara. So you're telling me that you did not intentionally engage Gaara in combat? He asked, turning back to Naruto after noticing Gaara nod. That's right, I just wanted to talk to him but Shukaku decided to try and get my blood, Naruto said, nodding. Sarutobi took a breath and replied, I see. Well, since no one was hurt too badly, I guess we can let the matter drop. However, if another fight between you and another contestant happens before the finals, you will be disqualified. Am I clear? After Naruto nodded, Sarutobi let out another sigh and said, very well, you all may leave. After nodding, Naruto and the Sand team departed the office. Only Mizuki and Sarutobi remained after Sarutobi threw out the Anbu group, who then fled. Mizuki shook his head when they left and grinned ruefully, saying, I swear, that kid is a magnet for confrontation. Sarutobi laughed and replied, how true. But I would say that he handled himself rather well. You did good when you trained him, Mizuki. But on to more important matters. What did your shadow clone find out? Mizuki was immediately serious and responded, Naruto was right. That Kabuto guy is not what he seems. My clone actually saw him talking to Orochimaru. It couldn't get too close obviously, but Kabuto was definitely comfortable around him. Sarutobi scowled and sighed again. Very well, he said, looking up, I want you and Hayate to keep an eye on him. Mizuki gave a nod, and the Hokage brushed him off. Sarutobi leaned back in his chair and reflected on everything that had transpired when he was alone in his office once more. Gaara, do you want me to go ahead and look at the seal now or would you rather wait till later? Naruto asked the Sand team outside. Gaara stated, I would appreciate it if we could look at it as soon as possible. With a nod, Naruto guided the group to his apartment so he could work quietly. Before channeling chakra to his seal at his apartment, he had Gaara sit on his table and remove his shirt. When the seal appeared, Naruto's eyes widened and, no wonder you've been having trouble with Shukaku. This seal is for an inanimate object, it's not designed to work on something living, never mind a tailed beast. I wouldn't be surprised if he broke out in a year or two. Whoever put this seal on was an idiot. Baki appeared worried, and Kankuro and Temari's eyes grew wide at what Naruto had said. But Gaara stayed composed and asked, can you fix it? Then he said, Gaara, you don't understand, this seal has no right being anywhere near you. But yeah, I can fix it. I'm actually going to put a new one over it. It's going to be a pain in the butt though. Let me get my supplies. After 5 hours, Naruto gave the seal he had created one final glance, indicating that he was finally done. After putting all of his materials away and sighing from the mental effort required to transform Gaara's seal from a storage seal that had no business holding anything bigger than a ton of bricks to one that would truly do its job of keeping Gaara's residential demon in line, Naruto remarked, that should do it. Though it hadn't been simple, figuring out what to do hadn't been too difficult with his father's assistance. No, integrating the new seal over Gaara's old one had been the challenging part. Sitting up, Gaara said, thank you, Naruto. Naruto gave a nod and said, you're welcome. The seal is based off of my own, so you shouldn't have any more problems. You can still draw on Shukaku's chakra but it can no longer take over every time you close your eyes. Temari asked, does that mean he can actually sleep now? As her eyes grew wide, Naruto glanced at her and nodded prior to saying, if he wanted to. He's been going without it for so long his body has become used to drawing on Shukaku's energy to sustain himself. He could switch between sleeping and drawing the demon's energy depending on what the situation calls for. Before they could finish their conversation, someone knocked on the door of the apartment. Before calling over his shoulder, Naruto cocked his head and said, "Be there in some minute." He turned and addressed the San team, saying, "$5 says that's a summons from the council demanding that seal I gave Hinata." He approached the door, opened it, and discovered a Chunin outside. Considering what he believed the man was here for, he asked as courteously as he could, "Yes." After clearing his throat, the Chunin declared, "Uzumaki, you are to report to the council immediately." Frowning, Naruto uttered, "Thought so, give me a minute. You guys might want to head back to your hotel. Knowing the council, this is going to take forever to solve," he said, turning back to the San team. After thanking Naruto once more for repairing Gaara's seal, the San team departed. Following their departure, Naruto and the Chunin made their way to the council chamber located in the Hokage Tower. The guards opened the door to the council chamber, and Naruto and the Chunin entered after reaching it. There was a lot of conversation going on, based on what Naruto could hear through the walls before entering. But as soon as he stepped in, everyone turned to stare at him, and the conversation stopped. "All right, what do you want now?" Naruto sighed. A member of the civilian council sneered, "I see that you still don't show your superiors proper respect, boy. Now I'll ask again, what is this all about?" Naruto turned to the shinobi's side and cocked his eyebrow, saying, "I don't show respect just because of a title. You want my respect, you have to earn it." Before Hiashi made the decision to start things, the shinobi side simply watched calmly with a few frowns while the civilians started to stew. "It has come to our attention that you gave my clan's heir a seal that she used in her preliminary match today. Is this true?" Sighing, Naruto remarked, "Figures. Yes, I did give her that seal, and no, I'm not giving it to anyone else." When the council members started yelling that he had no other option and that they had given him the seal, the council chambers erupted. After 15 seconds or so, Naruto turned to face his leader and quietly requested permission. Naruto turned back to face the council members who were still yelling at him after the Hokage nodded. All of that came to an abrupt halt when they experienced the debilitating amount of ki and the power that Naruto was known for. All of the civilians automatically began to perspire, and some even experienced breathing difficulties, even though it was only for a maximum of 2 seconds. Before gaining self-control, a few of the shinobi also began to perspire. Looking around the entire room making sure that he had their attention, he said, "Now then, before any of you get any more ideas that you can order me to give up what's mine, let me explain. First of all, that seal isn't something you can just take into battle and expect victory from it. I designed it for Hinata to be only used as a last resort in the field only. The only reason she could safely use it without the full risk that comes from its use is the fact that there were medic ninja at the prelims. Also, I am not about to just hand over some of my best work just to satisfy your greed. I worked hard to get where I could make that seal, and I am not about to let someone else take my work that I worked so hard to do and then just spit in my face with it. The Hokage and I have talked about the seal and both agree it should only been given out when certain circumstances require it. And don't even think about copying that seal because it isn't something that you can just slap on everyone and hope for the best. There are many variables that are different for everyone, and if you do try to copy it on someone else, you're just as likely to kill that person on the first day as anything else." The civilians began to steam and were about to erupt again as Sarutobi said, "Enough. Naruto is right. That seal is his property, and so none of you have the right to order him to give it away. And as for him putting the seal on any more members of the Hyuga clan, like he also said, it is not just some kind of battery you can use anytime you want. Therefore I will not order him to place it on anyone unless the circumstances that warrant the seal are present." The council muttered, but until Hiashi spoke up again, nobody dared to speak. "Uzumaki, will you please explain to us what makes this seal so dangerous? From what I heard, it simply acts as a battery, doesn't it?" Naruto sighed and said, "Typical. No, it is not a battery, it's a combination of jump cable and drainer. The seal takes a certain percentage of a person's overall chakra reserves each day and places it in a reserve that's located in the seal. I can change the percentage if I want to, but it would be a pain in the ass readjusting the seal because of all the variables. Anyway, when the user runs low on chakra, he or she would activate the seal and the chakra would run over that person's chakra network before transferring the chakra. You have to be careful though, since if you refill the chakra reserves too fast, the coils could explode from the strain of refilling so fast. Also, since the seal is constantly refilling the reserves non-stop, you have to make it where the coils and chakra points won't bust from the constant influx of chakra. The seal turns the fire hose from the first 5 seconds down to a small garden hose until more chakra is used in, say, adjust you, where it will once again turn up the amount before dropping back down. You could quickly run out of the chakra in the seal's reserve if you were in a ninjutsu fight, since justus take a lot of chakra most of the time to use. And that's not counting the tree and water walking that you may be doing at the same time as you're fighting. Also, the rapid expanding and contracting of the coils could seriously harm someone if they tried to use the seal for too long. Also, once the seal is withdrawn, it automatically takes that day's percentage to refill the reserve. And if you had used all the reserve and were low on chakra after the fight, then you could end up killing yourself from chakra exhaustion. The only way that the seal won't automatically take that percentage is if there is a chakra transfusion going on before or immediately after it withdraws. It's a failsafe for when a medic needs to transfer chakra or heal the person with the seal. Truth be told, you would be better to just use a soldier pill. The only reason why I even considered giving Hinata the seal was the fact that her fighting style depends on chakra almost completely. If you are in a gentle fist user and you run out of chakra in battle, your opponent has an advantage. During Naruto's explanation, the council had remained silent. Shikaku then said, "So the seal is really a double-edged sword. No wonder you have her only use it as a last resort." Naruto gave a wink and replied, "Exactly. And that is mostly why I am not willing to just give it out, even to other Hyugas. Any shinobi or kunoichi with that seal would probably wind up relying on that seal when they were in a fight, when it would have been smarter to retreat. It should really only be used for if you can't get away on your own." Most of the civilians scowled when they realized they would not be receiving a new potential tool to advance themselves, while some shinobi nodded in agreement with his reasoning. Among those frowning, but for different reasons, was Hiyashi. "Is there any way to modify the seal to make it safer?" he said, raising his voice once more. Naruto looked at him before nodding and saying, "Theoretically every seal can be adjusted if you know what you're doing. However, it could take me years for me to get it safe enough for mass usage. But by the time I'm done, the seal would most likely not work as effectively, or it would just simply be a one-time use. It was hard enough getting it to the point I felt it was safe for Hinata, and that was just for one person. Like I said, the variables are different for everyone. Sure, I could make a chakra battery seal, but the instant you activated it, it would cause your chakra coils to explode, since it would send all the chakra out at once." At this statement, there was more murmuring. One of the elders then raised his voice. "You said that the coils would explode before several times now. Does that mean that there is the possibility of an actual explosion occurring?" Naruto looked at the man with a bandage and replied, "There is a very good chance if enough chakra is used. It would basically be the same as using an exploding shadow clone. Only difference is that it is the original who exploded and not the clone. Not something I think you would want to do unless you wanted to take someone with you. But yeah, if you had a battery seal you could essentially become a living bomb." He then cocked his head in contemplation before uttering, "Although, if you had enough chakra to make a shadow clone or maybe another type of clone that is solid like a mud clone, you could probably do the same using those. Though if you're going to do that, you might as well stick a bunch of exploding tags on it and then sending it on its way. Much simpler that way. Actually, paper bombs are really chakra batteries as well, so it doesn't make a difference." After the shinobi nodded, Naruto said, "Any more questions or can I get going? I need to get ready for the finals." A civilian got up and said, "What about the Uchiha? He is going to need help for his fight against Gaara of the desert." Naruto looked at the member of the council and replied, "I don't think you will have to worry about that. Kakashi-sensei was going to find teachers first to help train us this month for the finals. I'm pretty sure though that he plans on training Sasuke himself, since Sasuke has nearly finished fire elemental training. Since both of them have lighting nature chakra as well, Kakashi-sensei would most likely want to get that down as well to give him an edge in case his fire style justice don't work out. Is there any way you could make a seal that would make it easier for him to learn to do this manipulation thing?" The council member asked, nodding before taking a seat, and another civilian got to his feet. Naruto nodded and continued, "There are a few seals that could possibly help, but I don't think he'll need them. He and Sakura showed amazing progress when they worked on their primary elements. But I don't plan on giving him any regardless. They would only make him rely on them. No, it would be better if he learns lightning manipulation without them. That is if Kakashi-sensei is going to teach him that, if he is teaching him at all. Though like I said, it's a pretty sure bet that he will. This participant nodded as well before returning to their seat. Sarutobi declared, seeing as there are no more questions, this session is dismissed, after noticing that nobody else appeared to have any questions. As they filed out of the room, the members got to their feet. The elder who had spoken first, though, remained. Naruto turned to face Sarutobi, but he just said, "Can I help you with anything, Danzo?" After studying Naruto, Danzo made the decision to cut right to the chase. "Uzumaki, you are the closest thing the Leaf Village has to a seal master while Jiraiya is away. I was wondering if you could design a few seals for me." With a raised eyebrow, Naruto remarked, "Depends on the seals." Danzo smiled and replied, "Mostly security seals for the most part. But I was wondering if it was possible to put a limit on those chakra batteries we talked about so that they gave out chakra in increments." Naruto tilted his head sideways and pondered. Nodding, he continued, "It's possible. It would have to be predetermined how much percentage of chakra was released though. And you wouldn't be able to change that percentage without taking a set amount of time to set it to that new percentage by properly changing part of the seal. But one of the main problems would be actually getting it to go where it was needed. Most of the time spent working on Hinata's seal was figuring out a way to get it to go straight to the coils instead of just shooting it into the body. And believe me, you can't just place a seal line over the chakra line and hope for the best. Unless the chakra goes exactly where it is needed, it could really mess up with the body's insides. That's why I had said a soldier pill would be better since it goes exactly where it needs to." Following Naruto's explanation, Danzo nodded and remarked, "Thank you, Uzumaki. I will get in touch with you again if I need your help again." The elderly man left the council chamber after observing Naruto's nod. Sarutobi looked at Naruto. "Relax, old man. Chakra battery seals aren't all that uncommon in the shinobi world. Like I said earlier, a good example are paper bombs. And as for those security seals, I doubt he will have me do anything real serious. More likely than not, he just wants some perimeter seals for his house or something." The Hokage nodded after letting out a sigh. After saying, "Goodbye," and, "Good luck," he departed and returned to his office. "That went better than we thought." After nodding, Naruto felt his father yawn and began to doze off. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke gathered at Training Ground 7 at 8 the following morning and took seats in front of the 3 posts. After 5 minutes, Kakashi arrived with a second Junin who was keeping up with him. Naruto moaned as he recognized the man, then pointed to him and asked, "What's he doing here?" Before the man could say anything, Kakashi said, "Now Naruto, I know you had a bad run-in with Ebisu before, but the truth is he is one of the best tutors out there." The man had adjusted his sunglasses. With a frown, Naruto remained silent. Before Kakashi spoke once more, Sakura and Sasuke appeared perplexed. "Now then, we have a month to get you 3 ready for your matches. Sasuke, you will be training with me. Sakura, Ebisu here will be working with you." He turned to Naruto and said, "Naruto, your godfather is in town and has agreed to train you for the month. You know where to find him." With a slight smile, Naruto said, "So the pervert's here, This should be interesting." He also raised an eyebrow. After Sakura and Sasuke became perplexed, Sasuke inquired, "Who's your godfather?" "A shinobi of the Leaf that does a lot of traveling outside of the village for the Hokage. He mainly gathers information that would concern the village," Naruto said, simply waving one hand. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged a, look, and Ebisu scowled slightly as he tried to identify the individual. With a serious tone, Naruto turned to face Ebisu. "You better do a good job teaching Sakura. Because if you don't," he got an evil grin making Ebisu gulp. "I'll prank you for a whole year at least once every day that I'm not on a mission out of the village." Knowing Naruto's reputation, Ebisu began to perspire and remarked, Now, no need for that. I promise I will do my absolute best to prepare your teammate for her upcoming matches." After a few more seconds of maintaining eye contact, Naruto nodded and remarked, "Good, do that, and you have nothing to worry about." "Kakashi-sensei, if there's nothing else, I'm going to go find him," he said, turning to face his teacher. "There's nothing else, Naruto. Good luck with your training," Kakashi remarked, shaking his head. With a nod, Naruto departed. Before we move on to the next section, let me explain how Jiraiya and Naruto met in this FIC. Jiraiya had come to the village to report to Sarutobi just before his final year in the academy began, and the Hokage had him introduce himself to Naruto and tell him who he was. Needless to say, Naruto was a little upset about his godfather not supporting him during the first few years, but they quickly worked that out, and Jiraiya would typically teach him a few things whenever he was in the village again. Naruto knew his godfather would probably be at the hot springs, so he made a hasty trip there. When he noticed a hunched figure peering through a peephole, he wasn't let down. He shook his head, thinking, some things never change. Then, Naruto smiled as he physically transformed into a blonde girl his age using the sophisticated hedge he had initially constructed as a way to play practical jokes. He glanced around to see if there were any kunoichi inside before entering the lady's side. When he saw Anko in the water, he smiled evilly. Naruto approached Anko and gave her a shoulder tap, which made her turn to face him. When she realized it was Naruto, she scowled, but before she could respond, Naruto informed her in battle sign language that someone was spying from the other side of the fence. To avoid giving Jiraiya a heads up, he kept his hand out of the fence's line of sight. Anko scowled, then grinned malevolently and gave Naruto the thumbs up. After giving a nod, Naruto departed. Jiraiya scowled from the other side of the fence because the blonde had just glanced at Anko before walking away and had appeared familiar. Naruto left the entrance in time to witness two snakes leaping over the fence and wrapping themselves around the pervert. With a splash, Jiraiya was carried over the fence and into the pool, where he screamed. The sound of a severe beating was heard immediately after the screaming. When Naruto visited, he disengaged his advanced henge and made his way to the training area where he and his godfather typically train. Once Jiraiya received his punishment, he would know to go there. Naruto reached a clearing where a river flowed past, culminating in a massive waterfall that cascaded over a nearby cliff. He began by warming up before drawing his fox sword and using it to perform katas while incorporating various elements. Jiraiya arrived at this scene in the clearing, bruised. He saw Naruto use his sword as a water whip by focusing water-natured chakra on it. After switching to lightning, Naruto swung again, and this time, the blade blasted a lightning bolt at a nearby tree, causing one of its branches to fall off. "You've gotten better with that thing," Jiraiya said, stepping forward. "I remember when you could only use wind and to an extent fire properly." After turning around, Naruto pointed the sword toward the ground while holding it loosely in his right hand. Nodding, he replied, "Yeah, it helps when you can have shadow clones trying different methods at the same time as each other." Jiraiya smiled and replied, "Yeah, they do help a lot. Now then, before we can start, I've got an offer for you. How would you like to sign the Toad contract? After all, your father was able to summon them as well as me, so it's kind of like your heritage to sign it if you want to." Before scowling and stating, "I thought you could only have one summoning contract?" Naruto's eyes widened. Another made-up name made on the fly. Jiraiya nodded and said, "True, but it's not an actual rule. It's just that not all summons work well with each other. However, I have talked to Gamabunta, and he has no problem with you signing if Sumaya agrees." After giving a nod, Naruto closed his sword to free both hands. Then he made the appropriate hand signals and bit his thumb. A huge cloud of smoke appeared, and Naruto leapt to his feet. He was standing on the head of a gigantic fox when it cleared. After surveying her surroundings, the fox turned to face Naruto and uttered, "Naruto, why have you summoned me? I see no fight." After jumping off Sumiya's head and landing on the ground, Naruto turned to face her and gave her a brief bow before speaking. "Sorry to bother you like this, Sumaya, but Jiraiya has offered to allow me to sign the Toad contract. He said that Gamabunta agrees if you do." After nodding and tilting her head thoughtfully, Sumaya remarked, "Very well. But I wish to speak to Gamabunta once you sign." Jiraiya removed the massive scroll from Naruto's back and unfolded it in front of his godson, and Naruto nodded. Before pressing his fingers against his thumb and placing all 5 fingers on the panel beneath his name, Naruto bit his thumb once more and signed his name in blood on the first transparent panel. Naruto walked a short distance to stand behind Jiraiya as he rolled up the contract and placed it back on his back. Naruto turned around and once more flashed through the hand signals. A huge toad emerged, and there was another puff of smoke. The toad turned around and replied, "Well, if it isn't little Naruto. Last time I saw you, you were wrapped in a blanket. I take it that Sumaya agreed then?" When Sumaya raised her voice, Gamabunta took notice. "I did. However, I want you to promise me that you and the rest of the toads will do your best to help him and keep him safe when he calls on you." Nodding, Gamabunta remarked, "Of course. You have my word." Sumaya also nodded and remarked, "Very well. She dipped her head to look at Naruto and then said, "Until next time, Naruto." With a pop and a puff of smoke, she returned to her summoning realm. After jumping back to the ground and turning around with a smile, Naruto said, "Thanks." Gamabunta nodded, but Jiraiya interrupted him before he could say anything. "Bunta, I was wondering if we could go to Mount Mayobuki for about a month for some training. Naruto is going to be in the final part of the Chunin exams next month and I would like to get him as up to spec with fighting with toads as possible in that time." Gamabunta nodded once more and said, "I have no problems with that. I believe he actually did the same with the foxes before, so it should be no problem. Get whatever gear you will need and summon me tomorrow. I will take you there then." Jiraiya and Naruto both nodded, and Gamabunta followed Sumaya out. Jiraiya looked at Naruto and said, "Pack for a month-long trip. We'll meet here at noon tomorrow. Oh, and by the way, I'd pack some food while you're at it. Toads have a very different idea about what food is than we do." After Naruto nodded, the two parted ways to attend to their individual concerns. Naruto entered the village and made a shadow clone, which flew to his apartment to gather the supplies he would require. In order to get any groceries that would be useful when he left the village, he made another one and sent it. Even he understood that you couldn't have ramen in a cup all the time, but it was still nice. Then he flew to locate Hinata. He first tried the training ground used by her team, but when she wasn't there, he went to the Hyuga estate instead. When he arrived at the gate, he inquired as to whether Hinata was inside, and a guard went to investigate. After 5 minutes, Hinata and the guard returned outside. "Hey Naruto. The guard said you were looking for me," Hinata said with a smile upon seeing him. Naruto gave a nod and replied, "Yeah. I came to tell you that I'll be gone for a little while. My godfather's in town and wants to take me for a training trip during the month before the exams." Hinata gave a nod. She had encountered a training session between the two a few times, so she didn't bother to inquire who his godfather was. She was obviously taken aback to learn that Naruto's godfather was Jiraiya of the Sannin. "I understand, Naruto. It's going to be even more quiet with you gone though. Once you get back, you really need to start working on those pranks of yours," Hinata said with a smile. The blonde and heiress laughed when they heard this, and Naruto leaned in to give her a quick kiss before bidding her farewell and taking off. Both guards shuddered a little. With a smile on her face, Hinata returned to the compound after controlling her blush. With a grin, the guard on the left turned to face his partner and remarked, "Lady Hinata certainly caught herself a good one." The other officer nodded and replied, "True, but I hate to think about what he will do after the exams. He hasn't done a prank in months. I'm sure the first few are going to be big to make up for that." After trembling once more, the two guards decided they really didn't want to consider what he might do. After that, Naruto went to the academy and informed Mizuki and Iruka that Jiraiya had allowed him to sign the contract for toad summoning and that they would be spending a month training on Mount Mayobuki. Before the three of them headed to Ichiraku's for a quick lunch, they both wished him luck. He stayed with Konohamaru and his pals for the remainder of the day. The three children were thrilled when he believed they were prepared for the next chakra exercise and demonstrated how to water walk, but they were also disappointed that they wouldn't see him for a month. The majority of his time was spent sitting on the water, offering guidance when needed. Naruto awoke the following morning and went in search of his old teammates to inform them of his training trip. After searching everywhere, he eventually located the two reading together in the shinobi library. Hiza was reading a book about genjutsu, and Mato was reading one about seals. After saying hello to his two friends, Naruto raised an eyebrow in response to Hiza's book title and remarked, "Didn't know you were interested in genjutsu, Hiza." Hiza gave a shrug and said, "I'm not really, but it would be a good idea to try and have a general knowledge and ability of the skills out there. I would also like to be able to do more than just the basic henge if I have to fool someone." After giving a nod, Naruto turned to face Mato as he read the book's title. "Dang Mato, are you really on the 5th level for intermediates already?" he asked, raising his eyebrows immediately again. With a smile, Mato replied, "Yup. Sheesh," said Naruto, simply shaking his head, "Keep that up and you and I will be having a seal war in no time." Naruto concluded that now was as good a time as any after the three of them laughed. "Anyway, the reason why I came to find you guys was to tell you that I'll be going on a little training trip with my godfather to get ready for the final exam." Hiza said, "Well then I guess we better come to the finals then. Knowing you, it will be one heck of a show." Mato's and Hiza's eyebrows shot upwards. Mato gave a nod and said, Just don't completely demolish the building, okay? I don't think the village would appreciate having to build a new stadium. Party pooper. Before Naruto said goodbye and went to make sure he had everything he needed, the three of them laughed once more. Don't you think we should have told him? Mato asked Hiza after he had left. Hiza turned a page in her book and grinned before responding, "Nah, he'll find out eventually." Mato simply shrugged and returned to his book. Skip in time. Noon. Jiraiya approached Naruto, who was sitting cross-legged in the little clearing, meditating. "You ready for this, Naruto?" He smiled. After opening his eyes and grinning like a fox, Naruto said, "Oh yeah, I'm ready, all right. If this is going to be anything like training with the foxes, then this is going to be real fun. We'll see. But I got to warn you, kid, those toads can be brutal in their training," Jiraiya chuckled. With a wider smile, Naruto remarked, "So, I like challenges, remember?" With another laugh, Jiraiya remarked, "So you do. Come on, let's get this show on the road." Jiraiya then called forth Gamabunta, who led them to the realm of toad summoning. In a tiny clearing atop a mountain, Naruto and Jiraiya emerged in puffs of smoke, followed by Gamabunta. Naruto surveyed the vast vegetation, whistling softly as he did so. In addition, he noticed several toads relaxing. A voice below him made him jump a little. "Ah, Jiraiya boy, it's good to see you again. And I assume that this must be your new student Naruto." Naruto raised an eyebrow at his godfather after glancing down at the visibly elderly toad. "Jiraiya boy." With an embarrassed laugh, Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head and remarked, "Heh, heh, well you see, I first came here when I was just a little bit younger than you." After Naruto gave him a, "ah," expression, the toad went on, "That, and next to my age, he is nothing more than a tadpole." After twitching his lips, Naruto looked down once more and uttered, "So what does that make me?" "Very young," the toad remarked with a laugh. "Now, Jiraiya boy, Gamabunta informed me that you would like Naruto boy to spend a brief time training with some of the toads here. For now, let's settle you two in before showing Naruto boy around. We can start that tomorrow." Gamabunta went off alone, but the two humans followed the older toad as he leapt away. After a slight scowl, Naruto remarked, "By the way, I never got your name." "Fukusako, but you can just call me Pa." Note: sticking with Pa for the rest, same with his wife, Shima. The old toad laughed. After Naruto nodded, the three continued walking until they came to a hut and entered. "Hey Ma, Jiraiya boy is here and he brought his new student as well," said Pa as he walked in. "Well now, isn't this a nice surprise?" exclaimed a female toad who appeared to be about the same age as Pa. Pa scowled and remarked, "Ma, you remember how Gamabunta told us they were coming yesterday? It's not a surprise." "I know that Pa," said Ma, who scowled as well before hitting her husband with her purse. "I was merely being courteous. Now I know where the saying, 'fighting like an old couple,' comes from," Naruto thought, cocking his eyebrow. He heard his father mentally snort and returned to his nap. "Anyway, you had good timing," Ma said, turning to face Naruto. "Lunch will be ready in a couple of minutes." Jiraiya went pale, but Naruto interrupted him to say, "Thanks, but I've already eaten. We thought it would be wise to eat before arriving in case we made the decision to begin training immediately." "Good save kid," Jiraiya thought with a sigh of relief, while Pa simply laughed. Ma scowled a little, then shrugged and remarked, "Well, if you're sure. Well, why don't I get you two a tour guide while I wait for lunch?" said Pa, shaking his head. "You two are wasting your time waiting for me." After both humans nodded, Pa took them back outside to a toad that was sleeping in one of the enormous plant leaves, and the toad happily consented to give them a tour. Naruto was up early the following day in one of the training fields near his and Jiraiya's camp, having warmed up and now engaged in a sparring match with one of his clones. Both were brandishing their swords and appeared to be trying their hardest to take the other's head off, though anyone observing would be perplexed by the identical smiles that the original and the clone had maintained throughout the sparring session, which had lasted for a good 30 minutes and was still going strong. Sitting in a nearby tree, Jiraiya watched the entire event with a slight grin of pride as he observed his godson. While some of the toads with swords strapped to their backs were muttering to themselves about how skilled Naruto appeared to be with a sword, Pa and a small group of toads happened upon this scene. The two blondes suddenly nodded to one another before intensifying their battle, coating their swords with wind chakra before leaping back and swinging their blades through the air, causing wind blades to fly off and collide in midair. After a minute or so, The two poured earth nature into their blades, giving them an outer layer of what appeared to be diamond, and then the two blades clashed again as the diamond blades tried their best to break each other before the two jumped back and switched to fire before continuing their whip fight. Lightning then came and clashed in a similar manner before water whips formed on their blades and the two began a whip fight. When one of the blondes launched blades of wind from the sword, the other would either coat their own blade with wind and cut through them, or coat their blade in more lightning chakra before launching it to neutralize the wind. This continued for another 10 minutes as the blondes began to mix things up by countering one element with another or using the same element in different ways. But it all came to an end when the clone attacked the original with fire, and the original did something totally different. The original got a fox grin and covered his blade with wind chakra, making most people wonder what he was thinking. However, as soon as the fire struck the wind chakra, it began to spin around the blade, gaining power before Naruto spun around swinging. After Naruto had completed a full 360-degree spin, the fire exploded at the clone and struck him in the chest, exploding into a fireball and popping as it subsided. The toads clapped as soon as the original wiped some perspiration from his brow and sealed his sword, and Naruto turned around, rubbing the back of his head in shame as the toads approached now that the battle was over. As he approached Naruto, one of the larger toads carrying two swords placed a hand on his shoulder and remarked, "I must say, Naruto, that was an impressive display of swordsmanship. It's clear that you knew what you were doing, particularly with your elemental blade. Training with me and the others shouldn't present any difficulties for you. If you're good enough, we might even give you another blade to practice with." Naruto grinned and nodded, saying, "I'm looking forward to it. I would appreciate any training you guys could provide." "Oh, you'll get trained all right," the toad smiled. "However, I must caution you that this will not be an easy task for you." "Bring it on," Naruto said, grinning back at him. "In any case, I enjoy challenges. The greater the difficulty, the better." When the toad speaking to Naruto's smile took on a hint of evil, all the other toads smiled as well. "Really? Then we had better get going. We have less than a month to help you get in shape, and I intend to make the most of every second of that time. You are going to get worked to death, kid, but something tells me you'll be just fine," Jiraiya smirked up in the tree. 2 weeks later, the scene changes in Hidden Leaf Village. Standing on the roof of an abandoned house under a full moon, he leaned against a support and reflected on everything that had transpired thus far. Naruto had not only helped him with his seal but also helped him realize what he had been doing wrong for so long, and he had decided to tell the Leaf about the invasion plans because his brother, sister, and Baki had all agreed with him and none of them wanted to fight someone who had defeated Gaara so easily without using any of his roommate's power. However, that was only one of their reasons. The other was Gaara himself, who had already demonstrated a remarkable improvement in his way of living. They all agreed that this was the best way to express gratitude to the blonde, but they hadn't taken any action yet because they didn't want to give away too much too soon. Baki hoped to change that tonight. As Gaara gazed at the moon for another 10 minutes, all these thoughts passed through his mind before he returned inside. Hayate and Mizuki, who had been pursuing the traitor for a few weeks, were hiding a short distance away as Baki met with his contact from the Sound Village, a silver-haired young man wearing spectacles. After observing Gaara for some time, Kabuto shook his head and uttered, "Doesn't that boy ever go to sleep? I'll give you that, but he would make a decent night watchman." When Baki recalled the night after Naruto had fixed Gaara's seal, he mused. It had taken him hours to fall asleep, but once he did, he slept for 24 hours before waking up again. It was then decided to maintain pretenses, and Gaara would not sleep until after the invasion and exams were over. "These are the final plans for the invasion," Kabuto said, turning to Baki and holding up an envelope before shaking his head once more. "Ensure that your case receives them." After accepting the envelope and nodding, Baki remarked, "I'll make sure he gets them in time." Mizuki narrowed his eyes and Hayate tensed. There was something strange about Baki, as if he were reading straight from a script. The gravel beneath Hayate crunched beneath his foot as he prepared to run to the Hokage. As they listened, Mizuki mentally cursed, and both Leaf Nin winced. Smirking, Kabuto remarked, "Oh, and don't worry about the mice, I'll handle them." "No, I'll do it," Baki said, shaking his head. "After all, we are in an alliance. We ought to do our share. They're just Leaf Nin, anyway. You don't have to waste your time." Baki then melted away while Kabuto grinned. Mizuki and Hayate ran for it, but they were only a few blocks away when Baki appeared in front of them. Mizuki pulled out an odd-looking kunai, and Hayate tensed as he pulled out his sword, before Baki threw the envelope to Mizuki, whose eyes widened before he caught it. "Think of this as the payment of our debt for what your Jinchuriki did for our own," Baki said, observing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the two-leaf nin. "Additionally, we'll try our hardest to dissuade the remaining sand from fighting." Baki then quietly left the area, leaving the two nins staring at one another. With a slight smile, Mizuki shook his head and remarked, "Leave it to Naruto to produce results like this." The two went to the Hokage Tower to report what they had discovered, and Hayate grinned. Scene change 4 days later. MT. Myobuki, I will correct these if you send me the correct spelling. Currently engaged in the 10th Shinobi War, Naruto and the Toads had been engaged in full-scale combat for the past few days. The first week had been extremely harsh for Naruto, but he absorbed everything like a sponge. The second week was even more difficult as he received a new blade and was instructed on its proper use. Ultimately, all of the Toads that wielded swords and even ninjutsu users had gathered to test him. Craters had actually begun to appear around the mountain as the wars broke out to include a much larger range than just a simple training area, and those tests swiftly evolved into battles, which in turn turned into full-scale war as Naruto was pushed farther than he had ever been before. Only the final training trip with the foxes came close to this level of training. In the midst of a battle royal against 10 Toads wielding dual swords, he was back-to-back with a shadow clone and trying to keep his head on his shoulders. Sweat was streaming off him, and his clone was no better. In fact, the clone would have been dispelled long ago if Naruto hadn't infused it with some of his father's chakra. Despite everything, though, both Naruto and the clone had enormous fox grins as they repelled the Toads, who also had identical grins. It was utter chaos, with more of Naruto's clones with Kyuubi chakra inside them fighting fiercely in ninjutsu battles with more Toads about 50 feet away, some of them also fighting other sword-wielding Toads in elemental manipulation battles. Gamabunta, with his two sons perched atop his head, watched in wonder as Jiraiya and the Toad elders watched everything from a tree. Jiraiya had a slight smirk on his face as his godson held his own while the Toads tried their hardest to run him and his clones into the ground. Then a little puff of smoke suddenly appeared beside Jiraiya, attracting his attention to a small monkey. Jiraiya arched an eyebrow when the monkey gave him a small scroll, then vanished in another puff of smoke. Jiraiya scowled as he read the scroll, then passed it to Pa, who scowled as well. Pa cleared his throat and yelled, "Time out." All of the fighters immediately halted their activities, and Naruto turned to face Jiraiya and the others, wiping the perspiration from his brow. "What's up?" he asked, observing Jiraiya retrieve the scroll from Pa before jumping down and approaching him. "The third sent a monkey messenger just now," Jiraiya said, maintaining a serious expression. "We have been called back." After throwing the scroll to Naruto, who opened it and read its contents, he scowled before raising his head again and inquiring, "When do we depart?" "No later than tonight," Jiraiya said after giving it some thought. "While you're packing our equipment, I'll meet with every battle Toad and let them know what's happening thus far. We ought to return to the village as quickly as we can." After giving them a nod and destroying his clones, Naruto hurried to pack their campsite. Scene change. The training area of Jiraiya. By the time Pa had reverse summoned the two-leaf shinobi back to the location where they had left for the Toad summoning realm, it was almost 9 o'clock. After saying a brief goodbye to the old Toad and glancing around to get their bearings, the two swiftly departed for the Hokage Tower. As they hurried across the rooftops to speak with the old man, the two became little more than blurs, and because they were moving so quickly, an Anbu squad met them halfway to the tower, and one of the Anbu was given the task of escorting them after explaining that the Hokage had wanted to speak with them. As soon as they arrived at the tower, the two were led to the Hokage's office door before the Anbu departed to rejoin her squad. Jiraiya knocked on the door after the Anbu had left, and the two went inside when the elderly man called them. The two entered the office and saw Shikaku and the Hokage reviewing some papers with battle formations on them and a detailed map on the leader's desk. As they entered, the Hokage glanced up, and Shikaku also turned to examine the two shinobi. When Sarutobi recognized the person, he grinned and said, "Jiraiya, thank you for returning so quickly. We are in danger of an invasion, as I stated in my message. I think Naruto and you can help us reverse the direction of this invasion, particularly in light of Naruto's special cloning abilities." Jiraiya said, "Understood, Sensei," as both Toad users nodded. "Additionally, you should be aware that the Toads have agreed to provide any necessary assistance." I suggest using them in squads, with Naruto's clones serving as information relays and squad leaders in each squad. They ought to get along well because of his training. Naruto said, we can also ask the foxes for help, old man, after Sarutobi nodded. They wouldn't mind helping us, I'm sure. Most of them are fairly skilled in combat, just like the toads. Particularly the type that we will probably encounter. Furthermore, it turns out that when given the same task, foxes and toads can cooperate effectively. Good to know, Sarutobi said, nodding once more. Let's get you two up to speed now. After that, we'll devise a suitable strategy. When Jiraiya and Naruto returned to their training area the following day, Shikaku and the Hokage had joined them. Their leader nodded, and both of them simultaneously bit their thumbs as they went over the well-known hand signals. After 2 puffs of smoke, the 2 shinobi were confronted by Raigione and a messenger toad. Before Raigione said, "What can I do for you, Naruto?" they took a moment to look around. Jiraiya handed a scroll to the toad and then said, "Please bring this to Sumiya and ask her to send a reply afterwards." Naruto then handed a scroll to Raigione. After giving a nod, Raigione returned to the foxes' realm of summoning, with the toad trailing closely behind. After 10 minutes, Raigione and the toad returned with their own set of scrolls, and after Naruto and Jiraiya read them and nodded, Raigione and the toad hurried to join the 2 shinobi as they bit their thumbs once more and poured a lot more chakra into their next summoning just you. When Sumiya and Gamabunta appeared out of nowhere, the smoke puffs were much bigger, and after the 2 bosses nodded to one another, Sumiya leaned closer to the shinobi's position. After giving the Hokage and the other 2 adults a quick glance, she turned her attention to Naruto and said to the blonde, "There is much that we need to talk about," with a serious expression on her face. With a nod, Gamabunta stated, "That we do." Agreed, Sarutobi said as he moved to stand next to Naruto. "I would also like to thank you in advance for your assistance." "Your thanks are appreciated, but not necessary," Sumiya said after nodding. "Helping to protect the Kit's home in any way that is required is not only our obligation, but also our pleasure." Gamabunta said, "Same here," after nodding once more. "The Hidden Leaf Village is allied with the Toads. We look after our friends." Sarutobi nodded and grinned, saying, "All right, let's get started." The group started talking about what would happen in a few days after both bosses nodded. 3 days later, time skip. After waking up earlier than usual, Naruto left his apartment as soon as he was dressed and showered, making a clone with a sizable portion of his father's chakra and sending it west before heading east. With an hour or so before sunrise, he hurried to the east village wall, where he shot up it like a rocket, frightening the living daylights out of the guardsmen before launching himself off the top into the surrounding forest. The guard muttered to himself about crazy blondes and their antics before settling back down. After dropping his weights and speeding up in the forest, Naruto arrived at a sizable clearing 2.5 minutes ahead of the impending invasion. Naruto glanced around, checking for chakra senses, and nodded to himself when he noticed that there were no people within 200 feet of him other than the typical forest animals. He then flared his chakra, bit both of his thumbs, ran through one-handed hand signs, slammed both palms down simultaneously, and grinned when a big swarm of foxes and toads appeared. Naruto then crossed his fingers into his favorite hand sign, and the foxes and toads looked around before the original unsealed a large map and unrolled it in front of everyone. 2 seconds later, a group of shadow clones, each with a red ring in their eyes, joined the large group of foxes and toads, which was roughly a third the size of the combined summons group. The original said, "All right, let's go over the plan one last time," as he looked up from the map. A similar meeting was taking place on the opposite side of the village, and the group as a whole nodded its head as everyone checked to see what their assignments were. The same guard simply shook his head and returned to observing the forest, but Naruto quickly sprinted back to the village after concluding his conversation with the group, then ran back up the wall and headed for the academy. Naruto screamed to a stop at the academy entrance, glanced around, and pulsed his chakra lightly to check for anyone. He didn't think anyone would be at the academy at 6 in the morning, but it was better safe than sorry. When he discovered that no one was around, Naruto hurried to the academy's right corner and stood 10 feet away from the corner's point, grabbed a piece of paper with a seal on it, laid it on the ground, and then channeled some chakra into it, burning the ink as it moved from the paper to the ground before it vanished entirely. Naruto then hurried to the other 3 corners and repeated the process, before going to the roof and placing a slightly different seal there as well. After that, he hurried to the hospital and applied various seals to the hospital's actual walls and roof. After finishing his work, Naruto left for his apartment, knowing that today would be a long day because he had 2 hours until the exams began at 9 and wanted to eat breakfast before they began.
I'll continue this story in next part. Till then, we weeb offline.